Chapter 860. What a terrifying intuition. He clearly didn't realize that the German sparrow in front of him was just a substitute, but he still felt that something was wrong. Klein, who was hiding in the house far away, hissed in his heart. His mind raced as he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He controlled Wraith Senor and made the marionette say in a deep voice, "I'm a little worried too. After opening the door, if you leave first, you can ambush me outside when I go out. You don't even have to ambush me, you can just wait. But before that, you need to return my flesh, blood, and hair to me. When the time comes, you can be closer to the door. This way, you will have enough time to pass through the escape door before the spirit body threads float to the top of the cathedral." Panatia listened in silence before returning with a question. "Then how should I prevent you from destroying the escape door after you get out?" "That's also my problem. When I obtain that special symbol, I'll show it to you. That way, even if I close the door of escape, you can open it again." Panatia shut her mouth again, as though she was pondering over the details. However, she appeared rather irascible and unable to calm down, as though her mind was filled with maniacal tendencies. After about 10 seconds, she spoke again. "I feel that a pure curse might not be able to harm you. Seers have no lack of ways to avoid harm, just like the paper figurine substitutes you used previously. You really don't leave any loopholes. Fortunately, the person in front of you is completely fake." As Klein lampooned, he got Wraith Senor to take out paper figurines from his pocket and burn them all in front of the Demoness of Despair. "I can't be sure if you're hiding another one." Panatia was still somewhat skeptical. German Sparrow expressionlessly twitched the corners of his mouth. "You can do divination. Aren't witches good at that?" Panatia smiled impatiently. "There's no way to communicate with the spirit realm here, and my spirituality—" She didn't finish her sentence, and her eyes became dangerous. Klein knew very well what the Demoness of Despair meant. He knew that her spirituality had been corrupted due to the past 6 months of eating. She was a little chaotic and crazy, unable to give a sufficiently reliable answer, especially when facing a beyonder who was best at divination. The two of them stood there in a deadlock, unable to solve the problem of how to build trust. At this moment, a hoarse and muffled voice came from the roof on the left. "I can be a witness for you." German Sparrow and Panatia turned their heads at the same time and saw Mr. A grow out of the shadows. His hooded robe was blood red. "How do you witness it?" Klein made Wraith Senor ask. Mr. A pulled down his hood and chuckled. "I'll use flesh and blood magic to drill into your body and monitor your condition. Once you no longer control your spirit body threads or wish to use paper figurine substitutes, I'll immediately give a warning or attempt to stop you. Once the door of escape you mentioned opens, I'll leave your body and enter the door before my spirit body threads are affected." "Do you think German Sparrow is a fool?" Klein made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. "According to what I know, rose bishops can indeed hide in the bodies of others, but when they drill out, the host will die on the spot. No, using such a method is to avoid detection. Therefore, I have to fuse with the host's flesh and blood, and there's no need for that this time. I'll quietly stay in your stomach," Mr. A explained in detail. "No, it's not my stomach pouch. It's my marionette Senor's stomach pouch." Klein made German Sparrow take out a gold coin and pretended to attempt a divination. This crazy adventurer kept muttering as the gold coin in between his fingers began to jump. With a clang, the gold coin flew into midair and landed in his palm. German Sparrow took a careful look and said, "From the looks of it, I'm not lying. However, you have to leave my body before I show that special symbol to Lady Despair. Otherwise, German Sparrow might very well be murdered by the duo." If Panatia obtained the door-opening symbol and had the obsidian stone, and had plenty of time, she wouldn't need to worry about the mutation of her spirit body threads. Then, she could completely ignore German Sparrow's help. Mr. A's existence would prevent the use of paper figurine substitutes. If Mr. A were to come out ahead of time, German Sparrow wouldn't have to worry about this. He didn't even need to be afraid that Panatia would turn hostile after learning of the door-opening symbol. When the time came, he could rely on paper figurine substitutes to avoid the fate of certain death. As for Panatia, she wouldn't pursue him in the cathedral. This was because, with the passage of time, she would definitely be hung up. She had to seize the opportunity to escape immediately. On the other hand, the obsidian stone couldn't be taken away. This meant that German Sparrow had a chance of subsequent escape. Although this plan had some flaws in the details, it had considered the situation of all three parties. Panatia raised her hand to grab at the strands of hair that had fallen to her temples. She suddenly asked, "If I were to escape first, aren't you afraid of being ambushed?" This was also a problem that German Sparrow was worried about. Klein immediately made his marionette curl the corners of his mouth. "I'm afraid, but I still have a way to escape. I can take a gamble." Panatia paced around in frustration before finally saying, "Let's do it then." "Let's do it then." After making up her mind, her smile became extremely relaxed. "You really are a special man, a man who makes me see hope. Once we leave this place, if you aren't afraid, I don't mind letting you experience what's called extreme pleasure." German Sparrow moved his eyes away with great difficulty and turned his head to look at Mr. A. "I have no more questions." With a gust of wind, Mr. A flew down and landed not far from German Sparrow. His body, along with his clothes, rapidly melted, turning into a sticky blob of flesh and blood. Right on the heels of that, the flesh and blood constantly overlapped and compressed, turning into a stream the thickness of an arm that flowed towards German Sparrow. In a distant building, Klein retched in disgust before making German Sparrow open his mouth. The flesh and blood stream climbed up the marionette's body and drilled into his mouth. The slightly warm but slippery feeling passed through his esophagus and into his stomach. It's heavy. However, Mr. A's flesh and blood are helping to hold up the stomach pouch, preventing it from sagging too much. Klein checked his marionette and made him look up at the crimson moon that was obscured by the fog in midair. He then said to Panatia, "That's right." He said to Panatia, "Let's begin now." "All right." Panatia, who had long been unable to hold back her urges, eagerly walked to the cathedral's entrance. Klein made German Sparrow follow by her side. First, he casually pulled out a handful of hair before making 2 flesh sprouts grow out of his arm. He then pulled them off, leaving them dripping with blood. If someone who knows me very well is here, they'll definitely notice a problem. This is because I can't so decisively harm my body. The crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, should be able to easily do such a thing in the eyes of others. As Klein discovered the problem and summarized his experience, he made his marionette pass the hair and flesh to Panatia when he crossed the ancient cathedral's ajar door. Panatia slowed down and took out an ugly palm-sized puppet. She smeared the flesh and blood over it and wrapped the hair around its thin neck. With the cursed puppet in one hand, she finally crossed the cathedral's door. Klein immediately made German Sparrow control their spirit-body threads. As for Mr. A's, it wasn't that troublesome since it overlapped with the marionettes. Even I can do it. With Zeradol's abilities, he can completely help Beyonders who aren't of the seer pathway resolve the problem of losing control of their spirit-body threads inside the cathedral. This way, as long as he thinks of a way to let the demoness of despair enter, he could have long opened the door. Why didn't he do so? He can't communicate with the cathedral's exterior, and even his powers are limited to the vicinity of the pitch-black altar? Therefore, Beyonders aren't marionettist or above of the seer pathway can't come in front of him at all. Klein used his marionette senses to analyze the situation from afar, and inside the cathedral, the corpses were still hanging in midair. Their heads were hung low, and their eyes were rolled back. From time to time, they would sway gently in the wind, producing the ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria. Upon seeing this scene, Panatia's body immediately stiffened, but she quickly adjusted herself. Together with German Sparrow, they walked through the overlook of the hanging corpses. Before long, they saw the pitch-black altar and the statue of the ancient god's descendant. Zeradol remained sitting diagonally behind the stone statue. He wore a hood and had a white beard. When German Sparrow and Panatia approached, he slowly raised his head and chuckled. Very good. Beyonders of the seer pathway need to know how to use their brains and not always think about combat. He seemed to have foreseen that German Sparrow's paper figurine would be nearly completely destroyed. He extended his withered palm and grabbed forward, grabbing a yellowish-brown goat skin, a quill covered in ink, and a bottle of ink. This made Panatia's brows twitch involuntarily. Zeradol picked up the quill and scribbled words and symbols on the goatskin. Then he rolled it up and handed it to German Sparrow. That door-opening symbol, as well as the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula that you want. They can only last for 45 minutes. There's no way to take them to the outside world. Klein avoided the demoness of despair and unfurled the goatskin, allowing the potion formula and door-opening symbol to appear in his eyes. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as he froze. The door-opening symbol was similar to the complicated symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook through the misfortune cloth puppet. It was a vertical eye formed from many mysterious patterns and hidden symbols. However, there was a slight difference in the details. A crescent pattern and a folded line symbol had swapped places. P.S. Updated in advance, requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 861. While I was writing this summary, I had just finished typing the words that I didn't finish because I was working out in the afternoon. I casually looked at the monthly votes ranking and the book review section. Then I glanced at the red packets section and shivered in fear. Why did they send out red packets? Every time someone was about to catch up to us, they sent out 2,000 monthly votes in red packets. They didn't send too much so that the distance between us wouldn't increase. Wasn't this just luring us to chase after them and luring us to spend money? This kind of thing could be seen at a glance. That was why I didn't bother with it and just followed the usual practice of asking for monthly votes. Really, there was no need to fight for such things. There was no need to waste money. In the end, why couldn't you all control yourself? I always felt that one shouldn't be too greedy. There shouldn't be such a thing as making people who spend money on you spend more money. Everyone could subscribe to me, give me monthly votes, and occasionally tip me. They were already my bread and butter. If I wanted more, it would make sense. Back to the main topic. Let's first summarize the writing in May. Although there were many things to do, I only took a day off. There were some chapters with fewer words. There were some flaws in this month's writing. It was a bit abrupt. I wasn't referring to little Kuz's schizophrenia. It was inevitable that accidents would happen during the process of stealing the notes. If there wasn't a sudden feeling, it wouldn't be good. Also, many of the descriptions at the beginning had problems with the author's mental state. The main problem was the part before stealing the notes. I directly skipped to the part about the preparations for the upcoming operation. It wasn't gentle enough. I should have mentioned it at the end when I met up with Bernadette. I should have said that I only needed to figure out the rules of the servants. The other preparations were already done. After that, it would be more natural to talk about the upcoming operation. At that time, I also had a headache writing about the daily life of a tycoon. On one hand, I had to maintain the tension of the plot. Daily life wasn't flowing. On the other hand, it was impossible for Don Dantes to enter all kinds of circles in a short period of time. When it came to matters related to extraordinary people, it would take a long time. Therefore, I had to coordinate on this side while not skipping over the plots of other characters. I had no choice but to skip over some tedious and boring plots. In the field of online literature, I had to write every day. It was inevitable that my condition wasn't good enough. Other than that, The abrupt feeling came from the fact that everyone thought that stealing the notebook would be the final highlight of this volume. But in my heart, there were still many more plots to come. This was just a normal progression of the story, which was a bit of a misplaced experience. Also, in the previous movie, I realized that as the number of tarot members increases, the difficulty of controlling them increases. Just like Miss Magician's, her image wasn't fully developed until the number of scenes in this movie increased. So, I'm consciously controlling the number of tarot members. Some might not join, but in my heart, I'll give them a card. Of course, there will definitely be more tarot members in the future, but not too many. At the moment, I don't have the ability to control nearly 20 characters at the same time. After concluding the writing for May, I said that the next month would be June. I'm a little embarrassed to say, I'll be going on a trip this month. Before I got married, I promised my wife that I'd go on a trip with her once a year. Last year, before the start of the book, we went to Chaos Han, Guangzhou, and Shun for a trip. This year, the mysteries would definitely not be finished, so it was impossible to push it to the end of the year. This time, I'm going to Italy. Yes, I'm going to Rome, Vatican City, visit the churches, visit various historical sites, and enhance the description of the environment, so that I won't have to imagine it or look at the pictures on the internet. I guess this is also a trip to collect materials. Originally, I was planning to go to England, but due to various reasons, I didn't choose it. The trip would be from June 3rd to the 16th. During this period, I would write one chapter every day at 12:30 in the afternoon. After that, everything would return to normal. Fortunately, the plot of the foggy town would end in 2 days, so it wouldn't make everyone feel bad. In the end, I wrote the summary until 12 o'clock. No matter what, thank you to the friends who tipped on the 31st, and thank you to the friends who voted every day. Chapter 862. At that instant, the first thought that surfaced in Klein's mind was, Zerdel really has a scheme. Right on the heels of that, he was very thankful that he had obtained the correct door-opening symbol from the Antigonus family's notebook. He was now confident and didn't panic. Zerdel made the quill and ink bottle in his hand return to history. He looked up and swept his gaze at Gehrman Sparrow and Demoness of Despair Panatia before sighing. All the conditions are in place. You can open the door of escape. Having said that, his gaze was fixed on Gehrman Sparrow's face as he chuckled. Don't forget to take my urn. Just as he said that, his body suddenly cracked into countless tiny points of light that spread out in every direction, fusing into the void. It was as though he had long rotted and turned to ash. And where he was sitting, there was a tin can. Its surface was simple and unadorned, with nothing special about it. Klein made Gehrman Sparrow take 2 steps forward and bend down to pick up the tin can. He found it heavy and it didn't seem fake. He used the hand holding the goat skin to open the lid and saw that it was filled with grayish-white dust and particles. There was no light shimmering inside. Is it really just ordinary ashes? Then, who helped Zerdel cremate him? He cremated himself? After Gehrman Sparrow closed the lid, he casually used the hand holding the goat skin to take out a piece of meat from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth before swallowing it. Panatia noticed his actions as she narrowed her eyes and swept them over, as though she was asking, "What do you want to do?" Klein quickly stuffed the meat into his marionette's mouth as he deliberately adjusted his breathing. I'm a little nervous. I wonder if this door-opening symbol is of any use. Panatia had already confirmed that he was eating ordinary fish meat. It just looked disgusting, and in her half-crazed state, she didn't have the patience to make further distinctions. She moved her gaze away and looked at the urn, smiling without saying a word. Without saying a word, she said with a smile, "If it's useless, we can share it. I only use 1 spoonful a day. It can last me for a long time. This demoness mental state is really abnormal." Klein sighed inwardly as he walked past the eraser angel statue that he suspected to be Mother Sky and walked to the wall behind him. Then he turned his body and pointed at the crater. Embed the obsidian slab into it. Panatia said with a bright smile and indifferent eyes, "Show me the door-opening symbol first. There's no need to be so wary of me. If I really wanted to harm you, I would have directly abandoned my marionette at that moment. And you wouldn't be able to escape this cathedral in time. You would definitely be hung up. When the time comes, I'll slowly enter and pick up the obsidian stone slab. I can still open the door and leave. However, there's really something wrong with the symbol given by Zeradol. I still need to find someone to bear the burden. With a thought, Klein made German Sparrow raise his palm and pat his stomach before opening his mouth. A blurry blob of flesh and blood quickly surged out as it piled forward, turning into a beautiful Mr. A. Upon seeing this scene, German Sparrow shook the goat skin and unfurled it. The special symbol and the Bizarro sorcerer potion formula were reflected in the eyes of Panatia and Mr. A. Panatia's eyes darted around slightly as she suddenly smiled sweetly. Go open the door. You go out first. She was certain that German Sparrow was still helping her control the spirit body threads. Therefore, she still had plenty of time to wait. As she spoke, she threw the ugly puppet that was covered in blood and had its hair entwined around it to the other party. She's also afraid of an accident. As Klein made German Sparrow take the puppet, he watched as the demoness of despair took a few steps forward and placed the obsidian slab into the depression. The two fit perfectly without any extraneous elements. The wall rapidly emitted light and gradually turned transparent. One could see the stone slabs outside, the hole in the wall, and the clouds floating in midair. As demoness of despair Panatia retreated to the side, German Sparrow held the puppet, goatskin, and urn with his left hand. He extended his right palm and used his fingers as a pen. On the transparent wall, he drew the vertical eye formed from many hidden symbols. During this process, Klein was in a dilemma. He wasn't sure if he should draw Zeradol's symbol or the Antigonus family symbol. Although he had thought that there was something wrong with Zeradol and that he was up to something, after calming down, he felt that he had belittled this important figure. If Zeradol was only trying to harm him and everyone here, he wouldn't have mentioned the matter of opening the door. All he had to do was wait patiently to achieve his goal. Furthermore, Klein's gray fog aura was completely shielded from the foggy town. He really couldn't think of any possibility that Zeradol was targeting him. Therefore, his final judgment was that Zeradol's goal was to coax someone to open the door. This would allow him to obtain something or escape from something. As for whether there was any danger after opening the door, it wasn't in his consideration. If the dumping of the ashes was true and rather important, then it should be relatively safe after leaving. Otherwise, it would be fraught with danger. This also meant that Zeradol's door-opening symbol was correct. Furthermore, there was a 50% chance that it wouldn't bring any danger. And on the other side, the Antigonus family's notebook wasn't that kind. From the scenes he had seen above the gray fog and the information revealed from Zeradol's words, as well as the situation of Zeradol losing control in the outside world, Klein could make a preliminary judgment that the Antigonus family's treasure on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range was very likely a trap with delicious bait. Then it was debatable if there were any hidden problems with the complicated symbol provided by the notebook. Tiger on the left, wolf on the right. It's a choice between the two. Also, the Antigonus family symbol is used to enter the treasure trove, but it doesn't mean that it can be used to leave. As Klein pondered, he didn't stop drawing. He was about to reach the part that was different. At this moment, he glanced at Panatia and discovered that the demoness' eyes were glowing. She had a smile on her lips, giving him a feeling of eagerness. If she's in her normal state as a senior instigator, she should be able to control her expression. Besides, she just saw the door-opening symbol. Klein's heart stirred as he made his marionette follow the one given by Zeradol. Soon, he finished drawing the complicated vertical eye. Beams of pure light blanketed it as they flowed along the runes and finally gathered together. Amidst the bright light, an illusory door that exuded a sense of mystery appeared on the wall. Due to German Sparrow's push, it slowly opened. Behind the door was the ancient stone slabs and tattered wall. Everything was silent without any abnormalities. At this moment, demoness of despair Panatia's figure suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of mirror. At the same time, the beautiful woman in a pure white robe appeared in front of German Sparrow, passing through the door of escape in one step, and in her hand was an ugly puppet. Its surface was smeared with flesh and blood, and its neck was wrapped with hair. As for the one in German Sparrow's palm, it had suddenly degenerated into a glass fragment. In terms of mirror illusions, the demoness of despair was many times better than Klein. After Panatia passed through the door first, she half-turned her body and revealed a maniacal and teasing smile at German Sparrow. Black flames rose from her palm as she ignited the puppet. At that moment, she seemed to be saying, "Despair. When hope arrives, fall into the deepest despair." Klein realized that the curse couldn't be diverted or shared by paper figurine substitutes. Panatia immediately turned around, preparing to leave the foggy town and the ancient cathedral as soon as possible. She was afraid that an accident would happen. At this moment, her eyes suddenly froze. Her body shattered one after another, turning into one mirror after another. However, she was unable to move more than 10 meters away from the door of escape. In just a second or two, Panatia let out a sharp cry. Invisible threads and thick black hair curled up, wrapping around her. She was covered in black flames and ice, one layer after another. Suddenly, everything disintegrated. Panatia's eyes suffused a clear look of despair and regret. Her expression rapidly turned stiff as her neck seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand. She was lifted into the air and hung there. Her eyes rolled back bit by bit, but she still looked beautiful. Over at the door of escape, German Sparrow's body was enveloped by the black flames as he melted like a candle. As for Mr. A, who was about to fly into the door of light, he retched for some baffling reason. He spat out one bright-colored mushroom after another. More mushrooms grew out of his body, like bamboo shoots after a rain. Before German Sparrow completely lost his vision, the scene behind the door of light zoomed in. He saw an empty hall. No, it wasn't empty at all. There were more corpses hanging in midair. There were old and young, men and women. They were dressed in exquisite, gorgeous, ancient, or casual clothing. These corpses floated up together with the people hanging inside the cathedral. They were densely packed as they came and went. It was as though a grand opera was being staged, one that accurately reflected the ecology and details of a small town. Klein saw a transparent and slippery tentacle appear behind the people hanging. The patterns on it were complicated and hidden, as though they could drive a person crazy. The countless tentacles extended deep into the hall. There was an ancient, gigantic stone chair. Its surface was embedded with dim gold and gems. Klein tensed up as he didn't hesitate to close his eyes and sever the connection with his marionette. In his mind, the scene he had seen during his divination surfaced. Countless transparent maggots were huddled together as they sat on the gigantic chair. They slowly squirmed as they grew wantonly, extending out nearly invisible tentacles. And in the final scene that his marionette's vision froze, there was a tarot card lying silently at the bottom of the ancient chair. Its surface was also that of Roselle. This emperor was wearing a gorgeous headdress and colorful clothes. He carried a cane with luggage hanging on it, as though he was about to embark on a long journey. His expression was filled with longing. Beside him was a puppy, and at the top corner there were resplendent starlight outlining the words, "Sequence 0, the Fool." P.S. Update before making changes. I finished updating the 2 chapters for today. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 863. Sequence 0, the Fool. After deciphering the words on the tarot card, Klein once again had the same feeling he had when he heard Zeradal say his name. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of destiny. He felt that everything had been arranged from the very beginning, just like what 0-08 had done. He began to doubt his original judgment, believing that the female beast tamer from the traveling circus in Tingen City, who had asked him to do a tarot divination, wasn't an ordinary person. As his thoughts raced, Klein cut in from another angle and had a new idea. Gradually, he wasn't as horrified, fearful, and depressed as before. Perhaps it wasn't arranged, but a change that I brought about myself. Due to the ritual that led to my transmigration, I had a connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog. My fate was naturally affected. To be more precise, as a guest from another world, I originally didn't have a fate here. Now, my trajectory is a result of my personality, the encounters of the original Klein, the gray fog's influence, and the surrounding environment. The mysterious space above the gray fog clearly has a strong connection with the seer pathway, and this pathway's sequence 0 is the Fool. In reality, if I were to make a divination, I would definitely flip the Fool card. Similarly, this also led to me using the Fool as my title in the future. Klein's emotions calmed down bit by bit, believing that this was the most likely reason, using a razor to eliminate all the unknown factors and still obtain a reasonable explanation. That means that the probability isn't small. Klein forced himself to stop thinking about the question that he couldn't obtain a definite answer to. He turned his attention back to what had just happened. That gigantic chair and that cluster of transparent maggots are what I saw when I divined above the gray fog. From the various behaviors that make one's hair stand on end on careful thought, this might very well be an angel of the seer pathway, an angel who had lost control and turned into a monster. Zeradol himself? Or could it be the most powerful member of the Antigonus family during the fourth epoch? If it's the former, a Rhodes and Snake of Mercury will Septon have confirmed that Zeradol has already reached sequence 1 and has lost control and gone mad, collapsing into a monster. This matches this. This can also explain why Zeradol only requested for the door to be opened. This is because once the door of concealment is opened, the two sides will form a connection, allowing him to escape his current state and slowly recover. The repeated emphasis on the ashes is just a pretense. But the problem is that the environment Zeradol is currently in isn't similar to the ancient palace on the mountain peak. Otherwise, I would have been able to recognize it back then. If it's an angel from the Antigonus family who barely managed to survive, to be able to make Zeradol, who came to the Hornacis mountain range in search of treasures after obtaining the notebook during Roselle's period, suffer a loss. A portion of himself was secretly split off without him realizing it. As a result, he went mad during his advancement. Regardless, this should be a sequence, one attendant of mysteries. After all, Zeradol was already a miracle invoker back then. From this angle, Zeradol's goal is very likely to be to open the door, allowing the foggy town's history and fate to connect with the outside world, so as to prevent himself from splitting apart. Regardless, that cluster of transparent maggots is most likely a sequence, one that lost control. It's no wonder the demoness of despair was on the brink of collapse the moment she saw him. She was hung up with just a little struggle, becoming a marionette waiting to be dried up. Thankfully, I didn't have many clues back then, and the scenes I saw in my divination weren't clear enough. Otherwise, I would have suffered a serious blow from seeing a complete and crazy mythical creature losing control and mutating. Wait, no matter how strong, can he be stronger than the eternal blazing sun or the true creator? Even if the seer pathway's restraints on the mysterious space above the gray fog are taken into account, he is at most on the same level as them. In other words, as long as he can endure the pain, I'll have a chance to pry into him with sufficient prerequisites, and a complete mythical creature form is mixed with the corresponding knowledge. I might be able to use this to obtain 1 or 2 high-sequence formulas, just like how I obtained the unshadowed from the eternal blazing sun back then. With this in mind, a scene involuntarily surfaced in Klein's mind. Above the gray fog, the Fool had once again secretly extended his hand. While feeling a sudden sense of joy, Klein also felt a strong sense of heartache. This was because, with his present level, strength, and items, it was impossible for him to head to the ancient chair where the transparent maggots were and pick up the Fool card. Seeing the item one desired the most, but not being able to obtain it was always painful. Phew, at least I've obtained the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. I'll still have a chance to pry into it in the future. This risk wasn't wasted. All the gold pounds spent and the marionettes I lost weren't wasted either. Yes, it's unlikely that Zeradol would give a fake formula. To him, it's beneath he to deceive a Sequence 5 who has no chance of leaving alive. Besides, if he were to lie, he would have to be wary of the fact that I already know the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula. The reason why he asked for it was to confirm if it was trustworthy. I'll do a divination above the gray fog later. Klein exhaled, seeing that there hadn't been any abnormal changes outside for a long period of time. He decided to immediately approach the pitch-black cathedral and observe what had happened inside. To him, all the problems he had thought about weren't the most important thing at present. What was most important was to leave this world of concealment and leave the foggy town. After leaving the house, Klein, who was wearing an old triangular hat and a dark red coat, cautiously came to the entrance of the ancient cathedral. He carefully passed through the half-closed door and walked in step by step. The corpses that were dressed differently and looked different were still the same as before. They hung in midair and moved with the wind, producing the ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria, Klein passed under them, as his eyes gradually adapted to the dark environment. The number of things he could see gradually increased. The half-demonic wolf and half-human statue remained standing without any damage. The obsidian stone slab and tin urn had landed diagonally behind the statue, but they didn't crack. Klein heaved a sigh of relief before observing his surroundings. His gaze suddenly froze. In the dark corner stood a gigantic mushroom that was taller than him. The mushroom's top was crimson, like blood with white patterns mixed in it. Its body was formed from many identical mushrooms, and their patterns together depicted a face, Mr. A's face. However, Mr. A's eyes were extremely blank. They no longer had a luster that could be considered human. Mushrooms grew out from both sides, connecting to form a slender arm, and on his left palm was a thin, human-skinned glove. Both of them seemed to have fused as one. What kind of monster is this? Klein couldn't help but take a step back. He felt that his mysticism knowledge was completely inadequate at that moment. He hadn't turned off his corresponding vision and was doing self-preservation. He also discovered that the terrifying mushroom didn't have spirit body threads, as though it was long dead. Its present activity was only a remnant reaction of its body's nerves. In an instant, Klein suddenly had a guess. Mr. A, who had been planted with a mushroom, didn't manage to escape in time. He witnessed the transparent maggots, a complete mythical creature. His mind died on the spot as his body completely collapsed and underwent a terrifying mutation. Then it fused with the nearby Wraith Seigneur who had disintegrated from the curse, becoming a mushroom-shaped monster that had never appeared before. Also, creeping hunger has been devoured. This mushroom looks really disgusting. If Franco mentions mushrooms again, I'll throw him into the sea. Klein's eyes darted around as he subconsciously moved closer to the obsidian stone slab. He planned on ignoring the mushroom and escaping first. At this moment, his mind suddenly went adrift as he felt everything around him turn slightly blurry. Suddenly, Klein realized that he had been forcefully pulled into a dream. He immediately broke free and saw the nearly 2-meter-tall mushroom slowly gliding over. In its hand was a gigantic sword formed from crimson magma and light blue flames. A confused sort of magma. Without any hesitation, Klein opened his mouth and let out a sound. Bang! The extremely penetrating air bullet hit the mushroom that had slowed down due to controlling the dream. It drilled into its cap and tore open a huge wound. The wound was filled with human flesh and tiny mycelium. They quickly squirmed and quickly repaired the body. It can actually do this. A strong sense of danger suddenly arose in Klein's mind as he suddenly lunged to the side and rolled continuously. The mushroom suddenly sped up as a sword of magma, In its hand dragged along a crimson and light blue flame as it slashed heavily at the spot where Klein had been standing. It split the floor tiles apart as flames splattered in all directions. At this moment, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the tiny mushrooms that formed the monster. Then he ran diagonally behind the statue in an attempt to obtain the obsidian stone slab. But in a daze, Klein realized that he was heading in the wrong direction. He was rushing towards the door. It can even distort my will? Klein's heart tightened as he saw from the corner of his eye that the surface of the gigantic mushroom was covered in a layer of frost, extinguishing the rising crimson flames. As his thoughts raced, Klein ran towards the door and snapped his fingers again, igniting the leaves of the trees outside. Without understanding the enemy's situation or making too many preparations, he believed that a qualified magician would choose to retreat and avoid the attack. More importantly, his strongest marionettist powers were unable to be used at this moment. This was because the gigantic mushroom didn't have spirit body threads. With a whoosh, the crimson flames surged upwards like water, drowning Klein's figure. He then flashed into the flames outside and leaped to the ground. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard the howling of the wind. The gigantic mushroom with a red-white cap chased out of the cathedral under the escort of the strong winds. It can even fly. Klein snapped his fingers and used flaming jump to open up a distance. At the same time, he felt his nose itch as he felt the urge to sneeze. There's also a disease. How am I to fight it? I don't have any mystical items, so I can't use my marionettist powers. What a magical mushroom! Klein, who was hiding in a building, was unsure if he should laugh or cry. Suddenly, he felt his body turn cold as his present appearance was naturally reflected in his mind. His old triangular hat, dark red coat, white pants, and black leather boots had all vanished. All that was left was a pair of boxers that protected the last bit of his dignity. It's been 30 minutes. The Seigneur, summoned from history, can no longer be maintained. Klein instantly understood the reason as he began to think. The Admiral of Blood portion that the mushroom fused with should have vanished as well also. In another 15 minutes, the effects of the fish will be gone. It will lack the main constituent elements. The corners of Klein's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He immediately used the flames to jump out. Indeed, as he expected, the gigantic mushroom had a ridiculous hole in its body. Furthermore, it couldn't be repaired, causing it to slow down and slow down. Come on, let's play hide-and-seek, Klein silently said as he began circling the various streets of the town. With the help of the flames and houses, he began circling the gigantic mushroom. During this process, the crimson moon didn't penetrate the fog to become clear even once. More than 10 minutes later, the terrifying mushroom finally lost its ability to move as it staggered and collapsed on the street. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly and carefully approached. He saw the mushroom as flesh and blood condense as the points of light contracted. Soon, all that was left was a thin, human-skinned glove. This, because of the mutation brought about by a sequence, one angel. Creeping Hunger has fused with Mr. A, an upgraded version of Creeping Hunger? Klein bent down and carefully picked up the human-skin glove. P.S. Thank you to Verkle, passerby forked under the parasol tree, Windrain fruit smoking and flying Leaf Tyrant 923 for your generous gifts over the past few days. P.S. 2. I was busy writing yesterday and didn't have the time to say it. Happy Children's Day, everyone. Actually, what I like the most about this chapter and the book review section is that the silly readers are laughing all day long, saying 666, holy sh asterisk t, awesome, awesome, awesome. Just a casual browse will make my mood improve. Yes, it's good to be happy. Everyone should be happy. PS3, 3,600 plus words. Seeking a guaranteed monthly pass, PS4. I suddenly realized that the system has been upgraded. From June 2nd to June 6th, I can't post or comment on this chapter. I can't see the silly readers laughing. Chapter 864. The thin, human-skinned glove didn't look any different from before, but Klein didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly used divination to do a rough inspection. Apart from the 5 fingers, the palm and back of the palm can each correspond to a gray soul, and currently all 7 spots are filled. Some of the similar Beyonder characteristics show signs of fusing. I also seem to have additional abilities related to flesh and blood magic. The speed at which I switch souls has become much faster. I have to eat 1 person a day. Otherwise, I'll feed on the owner. Creeping hunger, you're getting cocky again. Reflect on yourself above the gray fog. I'm temporarily unable to obtain any revelations. I'll do a more accurate divination above the gray fog after leaving this place. Yes, I'm not too sure if there are any other negative effects. All I know is that it won't cause me any harm in the short term. Also, Mr. X, who has been grazed, isn't affected. The traveler's teleportation and door opening are still normal. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and wore the upgraded creeping hunger on his left hand. Then he ran straight for the cathedral, hoping to leave as soon as possible. And while playing hide-and-seek with the gigantic mushroom, he hadn't forgotten to use his illusion to make himself a formal suit with a trench coat and a top hat. As for the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Admiral Bloodseigneur, Klein suspected that it was likely in the hands of Demoness of Despair Penitia, and this demigod was already hanging in the ancient palace, under the watchful eyes of the cluster of transparent maggots. After all, flesh and blood can be slowly eaten as reserves for the future, but the Beyonder characteristic will definitely be irreversibly produced. After all this time, it has long taken form. Even if the Demoness of Despair doesn't place much importance on it and casually throws it somewhere, I won't be able to quickly find it without being connected to the spirit world. With divination greatly restricted, I won't be able to quickly find it. And in such an environment, no one knows if there will be any anomalies or if the obsidian stone slab will automatically teleport away. Therefore, I have to seize the time and escape as soon as possible. Klein's mind was very clear as he returned to the outside of the ancient cathedral and passed through the half-closed door. Although he had promised Miss Sharon to sell Wraith Seigneur's Beyonder characteristic to Merrick. Firstly, the material itself had been corrupted, making it difficult to concoct a potion. Secondly, his safety was more important. It's not like there's no way to resolve it. At most, I'll hunt another wraith or seek the help of Snake of Mercury, Septin, to shatter the blob of Beyonder characteristic in Merrick's hand and purify it. Yes, I'll have to wait for a particular fetus to be born. Klein mumbled silently as he passed by the densely packed corpses that shook like wind chimes and arrived at the side of the stone statue. Along the way, he found the iron cigar case that he had placed on his marionette and hadn't been devoured by the mushroom. The Aztec copper whistle and Rouen gold coin inside were similarly undamaged. After putting away these items, Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent it from floating to the top of the cathedral as he bent down to pick up the obsidian stone slab. After confirming that this important item wasn't damaged, he calmed down a little and checked Zeradol's tin urn. When he opened the lid and took a careful look, Klein's pupils constricted as they instantly froze. The ashes in the tin urn were all gone. Not a single bit was left. Zeradol has already achieved his goal? Should I say as expected? Klein threw away the tin urn in bewilderment. He straightened his body and embedded the obsidian stone slab into the wall behind him. The wall emitted light once again, turning transparent. It allowed him to see the ancient stone bricks, the broken wall, and the floating clouds outside. Thinking of the cluster of terrifying maggots, Klein wasn't in a hurry to draw the symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook. He first raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. He ignited the trees outside the cathedral, prepared to immediately use Flaming Jump to leave the area if anything went wrong. After making his preparations, Klein used his fingers as a pen and quickly outlined the vertical I formed from many hidden symbols. Compared to before, the crescent moon and lines had switched positions. As he finished his final stroke, Pure beams of light shot up and flowed along the complicated vertical eyes' runic patterns, gathering and emitting light. The whole church suddenly became illusory. Everything was turned upside down. Klein felt as though he had instantly arrived at the top of the hanging corpses. In front of him was an illusory double door, and behind the door was the familiar ancient palace. There were demonists of despair panatia and companies gently swaying corpses. Transparent tentacles with strange and mysterious patterns swarmed over and struck the door, but they failed to open it. All they could do was inject a tiny bit of strength in an attempt to grab Klein's spirit body threads. Without any hesitation, Klein snapped his fingers. As he tugged at his spirit body threads, he jumped into the flames outside the cathedral. Right on the heels of that, he snapped his fingers and repeatedly flashed, fleeing to the furthest point of the foggy town. When the pitch-black cathedral's illusory feeling vanished, Klein stopped and frowned. It also leads to the palace with the runaway angel. The symbol provided by the Antigonus family's notebook is the same as the one provided by Zeradol. However, this symbol seems to only be able to activate the door of escape and not open it. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I wouldn't have been able to escape. It's a symbol for entry. Zeradol's is for exit? What should I do? How do I get out? Klein subconsciously surveyed the shrouded and eerily silent town. He forced himself to calm down and think of a way to escape. Perhaps the wall isn't the only way out, but the possibility isn't high. Over the years, batches of foreigners have come to the foggy town. If there were any clues outside the cathedral, they would have long found them. Should I try using other symbols? What should I try? Klein fell into deep thought as he analyzed the internal connections between various objects to see if he could find any inspiration. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family, and no matter who the monster on the huge throne in the ancient palace is, it's definitely a runaway angel of the seer pathway. Zeradol, who is involved in this matter, is also an angel of the seer pathway. The Antigonus family's notebook, which provided the symbol, is also closely related to this pathway. Therefore, the correct door-opening symbol should be related to the seer pathway. Sequence 0 of the seer pathway is likely called the Fool. This can be confirmed. Otherwise, the owner of the card of blasphemy wouldn't have been attracted to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range and become a hanged person, the Fool. The Fool, as he ruminated over the word fool, Klein suddenly thought of himself. He thought of the mysterious symbol behind the high-back chair that represented himself above the gray fog. Perhaps I can give it a try? Klein deliberated for a few seconds and decided to make a bold attempt. After all, he had no other solutions for the time being. He returned to the steepled cathedral, and under the watchful eyes of the hanged people, he walked to the wall behind the statue and picked up the obsidian stone slab that had fallen once again. After the stone slab was embedded, the door rapidly turned transparent. As Klein snapped his fingers to ignite another tree, he took a deep breath and drew the symbol of the Fool, which was formed from half a pupilless eye and half a contorted line. Soon he finished the finishing touches as he tensed up. But this time the transparent door didn't change at all. It's useless. Klein's expression turned bitter bit by bit. He suspected that he would be trapped here forever, fighting the Beyonders that entered later until he starved to death or was eaten. He shook his head and threw away his feelings of despair. He reorganized his thoughts and searched for other clues. This place is related to the nation of the Evernight and the Antigonus family, and they were all destroyed by the Church of Evernight. The eraser angel that sent me in is suspected to be the Mother of the Sky. It's active at the bottom of the Church of Evernight St. Samuel Cathedral. The reason why people who don't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods disappear is said to be because of the remnant aura or powers of the Evernight domain. Therefore, this is clearly a place related to the Evernight authority, or even the Evernight goddess, the goddess. The more Klein thought about it, the more guilty he felt. He had originally analyzed the problem from an objective point of view, but he had unknowingly changed the way he addressed the Evernight goddess, and this also gave him a new train of thought. Perhaps I can try the corresponding symbol of the dark sacred emblem, or the symbol that symbolizes the goddess in mysticism. With the mentality that he had nowhere else to go, Klein exhaled and raised his right hand again, drawing the simple symbol of the dark sacred emblem. All of a sudden, the scene behind the transparent door rippled like water, and a change occurred. Although he could still see the ancient palace and the holes in the walls, they were very far away this time. He could only vaguely see them. Behind the door was a bottomless cliff. There were jagged rocks, clouds floating in midair, and the stars and crimson moon that hadn't been obscured by the sunlight. It looked like a part of a mountaintop. It really works. Klein gaped at this scene as he subconsciously stretched out his palms and pushed open the door. The wind outside was light and cold as it hummed. Just as Klein was about to take a step out, he fell into thought and paused. Then he threw out a gold coin and did a divination. He received a revelation that there was no danger outside. Right on the heels of that, he drew a crimson moon on his chest. After doing all of this, Klein took a step forward with his right foot and passed through the illusory door. His vision darkened as he saw the endless night and resplendent stars. Then he realized that he was on a mountaintop. Apart from the snow that hadn't melted yet, jagged rocks, and the morning sun, there was nothing else around him. I'm out safe? Without further observation, he made creeping hunger turn transparent and attempted to activate his traveling powers. If he succeeded, it meant that he had left the foggy town and returned to the real world. He could then take the opportunity to leave his current location and avoid danger. If he failed, he could quickly understand the situation and be prepared for any possible attacks. Moments later, Klein's body faded and vanished, and in front of him, the redness turned redder and the whiteness turned whiter. Countless, indescribable shadows appeared. He had successfully entered the spirit world. P.S. Seeking a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 865. It's really the spirit world. Klein was delighted as he silently muttered to himself. Without any further confirmation, his spirituality and spiritual perception told him that this was the real spirit world. And this meant that he had returned to the real world, a place with all sorts of delicious food. I nearly burst into tears. Klein gave a self-deprecating remark inwardly as he considered the problem of where he should go next. From the position of the stars, moon, and sun, it's still early in the morning. If there's no time difference between the real world and the foggy town, it's at most 7:30. It might not even be yet. At this point in time, the servants will definitely discover that a companion is missing, but they might not inform the priests and bishops in a timely manner. Even if they have received the corresponding training and will report it to their superiors according to procedure, they will have to eliminate the possibility that someone is slacking off or having diarrhea. They won't be able to come up with a definite conclusion without more than 10 minutes to take effective action. And after the report is made, the priests and bishops definitely won't be able to tell the severity of the problem immediately. They will only believe that a servant has escaped, and they won't be able to quickly link this matter to the keepers. By the time they discover the truth through divination and search, it will take 20 to 30 minutes. That is to say, there's a high chance that they haven't begun searching the surroundings for the infiltrator. Don Dantes' identity as a tycoon hasn't been exposed. Yes, if the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula given by Zeradol is correct, then the identity of Don Dantes is still worth making use of. Under the premise that I can preserve it, I should try my best not to give it up. Besides, among the items I'm wearing, only my gloves and underwear are real. If I go elsewhere like that, it's like I'm a pervert. Klein had already made up his mind. He took out the iron cigar case that appeared to be in his pocket, but it was actually pinned to an elastic belt. He opened it and took out the gold coin inside. Returning to 160 Buckland Street is dangerous. Klein muttered 7 times as he flicked out the gold coin. He watched as it slowly floated in the spirit world, going up and down, left and right before finally landing in his palm. This time, the side with the number written on it was facing up, indicating a negative answer. Klein nodded indiscernibly and immediately shuttled toward Bakeland. After 3 rounds, his figure appeared inside 160 Beclun Street. The curtains were tightly shut and the lights were dim. It looked very suitable for sleeping. On the bed, Don Dantes was lying on his back, his hands reaching out from the gap near his neck, grabbing the edge of the quilt. From the looks of it, they haven't investigated me yet. This form is so awkward. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Don Dantes's figure rapidly dissipate and degenerate into a palm-sized mirror. Water rippled on the surface of the mirror. Silver light rose and condensed into Ruan characters, one after another. Great Supreme Master, what happened to you? Your humble and loyal servant, a Rhodes, actually couldn't sense you previously. Nothing, Klein replied perfunctorily. This allowed him to confirm something. It was that a Rhodes was unable to pry into the foggy town. After all, this fellow could even present the environment where Zeridol was when he lost control. Is it really related to the authority of a deity? Klein's thoughts raced as he asked. No one came looking for me, right? No, no one came to disturb you. No, no one came to disturb you. On the surface of the mirror, the silver wriggled and evolved into new words. Klein was truly relieved as he said to a Rhodes, You can go back now. I'll summon you again if there's anything. All right, Master. Goodbye, Master. Just like before, a Rhodes drew a simple drawing of a hand waving on the mirror's surface to match the words. After the aqueous glow dissipated and the mirror returned to normal, Klein walked to the bed, took out the sleeping robe hidden under the blanket and wore it. Then he rummaged through the candles and other items, entered the bathroom, and set up a sacrificial ritual. He planned on moving Creeping Hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the iron cigar case, and all sorts of mysticism materials above the gray fog, so as to avoid any investigations that might follow. After doing all of this, Klein didn't delay for a moment. He sat in the fool's seat and conjured the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula in front of him. Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. Main ingredients, Bizarro Bane's main eye, Spirit World Plunderer's true soul. Supplementary ingredients, 200 milliliters of Bizarro Bane's blood, 30 grams of Spirit World Plunderer's dust, 10 grams of red-haired birch bark, a segment of golden grapevine, a self-made rubber mask the size of a finger. Advancement ritual, mainly rely on one's own strength and planning. Under the eyes of an audience, direct a grand play to murder a demigod or a beyonder creature of the same level. Then, consume the potion at the end of the play. Klein didn't have the time to think about what the ritual represented. He wrote the corresponding sentence under the potion formula. Following that, he summoned a spirit pendulum from the junk pile, held it in his left hand, and began a divination. Before long, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion formula in his hand was correct. Phew! Klein exhaled as he confirmed the changes that had happened to Creeping Hunger and what negative effects it had. After a dream divination and a few direct attempts, he figured out the exact situation in less than 2 minutes. Creeping Hunger can now graze 7 souls. Every grazing will allow it to obtain 2 to 3 Beyonder powers. One of them can be decided by the wearer. Now, there are a total of 8 souls in Creeping Hunger. The rest have completely dissipated due to the mutation brought about by the Attendant of Mysteries. And due to the excessive number of souls, it results in a compression, causing a portion of the powers to be unusable. One needs to be released to return to normal. Currently, of the 8 souls, one is Baron of Corruption, also known as Wormtongue Missile. He is fused with the Beyonder characteristic of the same pathway that Mr. A grazed. Apart from distortion and bribe, weaken, he has an additional area of effect, Beyonder power named Corrosion. It can make the hearts of people within 10 meters turn dark and greedy, making it easy for them to make irrational choices. The second is Desire Apostle Curtius. He is fused with the devil from Mr. A's side, and with Danger Foresight, a Beyonder power that needs to be activated ahead of time and constantly maintained in the present state of the soul. He has replaced Sulfur Fireball. As for language of foulness, slow, and sort of magma, they have also received a certain enhancement. The third is Traveler, Mr. X. Lewis Veen. He has fused with Mr. A. Scribe. While retaining traveling and door opening, he has obtained the Beyonder power of record. However, there are some anomalies. It can't be used to record ordinary Beyonder powers, and it can only be used against demigod-level targets. Its recording success rate has increased. Although it's still troublesome, as long as one's luck isn't too bad, it can be completed in about 8 tries. In addition, the number of demigod-level Beyonder powers it records doesn't exceed 2, and none of them are higher than Sequence 3. The fourth is Zombie Mavati. There aren't any changes. It's still the original zombie powers, control of ice and zombie controlling. The fifth is an unknown Demoness of Affliction. She can give the user a rather powerful charm. She can also adjust one's appearance to a certain extent. In addition, she can provide a disease that can cover nearly 50 meters. Creatures within this range will slowly be infected, and the effects will only worsen. In the beginning, it might just be a skin allergy, a cold, or a fever. 20 to 30 seconds later, it might turn into a serious illness like pneumonia. After 2 to 3 minutes, it might lead to a heart attack or cerebral infarction. The sixth is an unknown Wind-Blessed. It has 3 Beyonder powers: short-distance flight, deep diving, and water control. The seventh is an unknown Soul Assurer. It has 2 Beyonder powers: forcefully pulling people into a dream and putting spirit bodies to sleep. The eighth is an unknown Doctor. It has 3 Beyonder powers: discern the timing, treat maladies, and stitch the soul. At the same time, Creeping Hunger itself has hiding in the shadows and flesh bomb. Furthermore, it has the chance and strength to barely graze a sequence for Saint. It's much stronger all of a sudden. While Klein was secretly gratified, he frowned at the negative effects. Now, Creeping Hunger had to eat a living person every day. Otherwise, it would devour the wearer. In addition, it would praise the true creator from time to time in the wearer's mind, causing chaos in their thoughts and pain in their heads. Apart from these 2 problems, it was also afraid of mushrooms. If mushrooms appeared within 5 meters of it, it wouldn't be able to use any of its powers. Randomly praising the true creator is very troublesome. It's the same for eating a living person every day. I'll first throw it above the gray fog and let it calm down for a few days to see if there are any changes. If it really doesn't work, I can only write to Mr. Aztec. Klein quickly made a decision and didn't hesitate to release the Soul Assurer's soul. As for the Wind-Blessed and Doctor, he planned on gradually replacing them in the future. The Demoness of Affliction would depend on the situation. To the side of the long bronze table, the Soul Assurer's soul appeared. However, due to the mutation, it was no longer able to maintain itself after losing its possession. It quickly dissipated completely. His Beyonder characteristic appeared as it was entirely black in color. At its core, there was a pure light shimmering, like a night sky dotted with stars. After doing this, Klein didn't delay any further. He threw Creeping Hunger and the other items onto the junk pile and quickly returned to the real world. He ended the ritual and cleaned up the traces. Following that, he washed his face and brushed his teeth as usual, allowing Don Dantes to become more spirited. After leaving the bathroom, Klein, who was wearing his pajamas, walked to the door with his usual expression. He opened the door and said to his valet, Richardson, who was waiting outside, "Help me prepare a set of clothes suitable for staying at home." "Yes, sir." Richardson didn't ask why, as he immediately walked to the cloakroom beside him. Only at this moment, as he looked at his servant's back, did Klein truly feel like he had escaped from an adventure and returned to normal life. P.S. From today onwards, there will be one update a day. It will resume on the 17th at 12:30. Chapter 866, St. Samuel Cathedral behind Cheney's Gate. The Archbishop of Bakeland, St. Anthony, stood at the staircase that connected the first and second floors. He watched as a few Nighthawk deacons bustled back and forth. There was no lack of people wearing red gloves among them. As the spokesperson of the Church of Evernight in the kingdom's capital, St. Anthony's clean, beardless face didn't show any obvious emotions. His deep, black eyes similarly didn't hide any emotions, but everyone who passed by him could feel their souls tremble. An indescribable fear surged from the bottom of their hearts. Your Grace, after an inventory, none of the mysticism ingredients have been lost, including the main ingredients and beyonder characteristics of the various potions. Your Grace, all the potion formulas are in their original spots. It has been preliminarily confirmed that no one has touched them in the past 8 hours. Your Grace, all the prisoners who were locked up on the first floor are all here. No one escaped and no one died. Your Grace, all the information and manuals weren't damaged, nor were they moved at all. Your Grace, the grade 3 and 2 sealed artifacts are all here. None of them have been taken away. Your Grace, the 3 grade 1 sealed artifacts are still in a sealed state. There are no signs of them leaving their respective zones. Your Grace, the seal's core is still intact. It hasn't been damaged at all. Your Grace, it has been confirmed that there isn't a single additional item here. There aren't any remnants of dangerous setups. Your Grace, we didn't find the enemy who disguised himself as a keeper. He seems to have evaporated, as the deacons reported in succession. The situation gradually became a little strange. They found it unimaginable that a cunning and powerful Beyonder would take an extremely high risk, go through meticulous planning, and use all sorts of methods to finally enter Cheney's gate without taking anything. All he did was stroll around the gate and leave. This made it seem like he was purely trying to prove his abilities, or that he was specifically helping the church find loopholes in the security procedures of Cheney's gate. Deacon Sostel, who was leading a team of red gloves, surveyed the area and deliberated before voicing his guess. Your Grace, could it be a requirement of a particular sequence's advancement ritual? Having done the mission to capture a devil, he habitually guessed in this direction. And from sequence 5 onward, different pathways and sequences had different advancement rituals. There were many that the Church of Evernight didn't understand. If that was the case, Sostel seemed to have already seen the infiltrator's mocking smile, saying, "Even if it's the Church of Evernight's Cheney's gate, I can come and go freely. It's no different from going to a department store. Those Nighthawks can only fly into a rage from their incompetence after the matter is over. He must be caught." Sostel quietly clenched his red-gloved hand. St. Anthony was just about to speak when another Nighthawk deacon, Daily Simone, raised a second possibility. Perhaps the infiltrator was affected by the negative effects when attempting to take away a sealed artifact. He died on the spot and was devoured clean? St. Anthony nodded thoughtfully. "I'll go take a look at the 3rd floor first." With that, he walked steadily into the 2nd level of the underground and opened the path to the 3rd level at a hidden location. As the other deacons' levels weren't high enough, they didn't have the authority, so they could only wait where they were. St. Anthony quickly arrived at the small 3rd level. With a sweep of his gaze, he confirmed that there were no abnormal changes to sealed artifacts 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. He followed the strict procedures and observed the situation inside 1 to 80 through 1 to 29. He discovered that 0 to 17 was lying there with its eyes half open, just like usual. During this process, St. Anthony approached thrice and widened the distance thrice. At times he would change his position, and at other times he would shroud himself in a layer of darkness. He didn't dare to be careless. Even as a saint, he did not dare to underestimate every item here. Not to mention 0 to 17, whose power would occasionally break through the container and cause the seal to temporarily fail. Even 1 to 29 and 1 to 80 were rather dangerous items. Anthony did not want to degenerate into an amnesiac who had to relearn how to eat and drink, nor did he want to become a part of the dream between reality and illusion. "There's no problem." Anthony silently heaved a sigh of relief and began to restore the 2 outer sealed artifacts to their original state. A few minutes later, the Nighthawk deacons saw the Archbishop return to his previous state. The infiltrator might have already died from coming into contact with a sealed artifact. Saint Anthony sounded a little vague when he said the word died. He didn't give any explanation and instead instructed, regardless, this matter has to be investigated clearly. No matter what, we have to investigate this matter thoroughly. The infiltrator might have an accomplice. To be able to infiltrate St. Samuel Cathedral without causing a commotion, it means that the target is very familiar with this place. He's very familiar with the recent rotation of the keepers, and he's very familiar with the handover process of the Nighthawks. He also has the ability or item to change his appearance. In addition, he has obtained the help of a Beyonder with Evernight Pathway Holy Artifact, or perhaps it's something that belongs to him. Combine these conditions and investigate if the servants and priests have encountered any obvious spirit channeling or inducement. Investigate if the bishops have betrayed the goddess. Investigate the believers who have recently come to the cathedral. At the same time, investigate the streets where those believers are. Perhaps they didn't deliberately leak it, but it was stolen. As for you, leave it to me. Also, find the missing servant and see if there are any clues. Yes, Your Grace, Sostel and the other Nighthawk deacons replied in unison. In the office, with a tense atmosphere, Leonard Mitchell didn't place his feet on the table like usual. Instead, he sat in a very serious manner with a rather solemn expression. This was the second time he had encountered something that targeted an item behind Cheney's gate. It stirred up the memories hidden in his heart. And more importantly, he had once encountered the fake keeper, but he hadn't discovered any problems. If I were stronger and had better observation skills, perhaps it wouldn't have happened. Leonard Mitchell pursed his lips tightly as he stared at the documents in front of him, but he couldn't read a single word until his teammates entered. That keeper has awakened. He didn't see the infiltrator, and he only knows that he has been possessed by a wraith, the Red Gloves who entered said to everyone in the room. How can a wraith move inside the cathedral? Many Red Gloves raised the question, but no one could answer it. Perhaps that wraith believes in the goddess. Leonard mumbled inwardly. While no one noticed him in the corner, he suppressed his voice and mumbled to himself. Old man, didn't you notice anything abnormal back then? The slightly aged voice resounded in his mind. It's not like I can observe the outside world all the time, especially when it's near Cheney's gate. Leonard didn't dare ask further as he joined his teammates in their discussion. Before long, the Red Gloves captain, Sostel, entered the room and threw a stack of documents on the table. This is the target we need to investigate. The bishops have provided a list of believers who have recently come to the cathedral. Leonard swept his gaze and saw a familiar name at the back of the front page. Don Dantes. This old fellow who survived since the fourth epoch has only been in the neighborhood for 2 months, and Cheney's gate has been infiltrated. Isn't it too much of a coincidence? Furthermore, he has been coming to St. Samuel Cathedral often. It's very likely that he's observing the situation and figuring out the pattern. Old man's excuse isn't very convincing. But if the infiltrator is Don Dantes, then everything can be explained. He's afraid of exposing himself, so he pretended not to notice anything amiss. Many thoughts flashed through Leonard Mitchell's mind as he deliberated and said, Captain Sostel, what did the infiltrator take away? What clues did he leave behind? Sostel surveyed the area and said, nothing was taken away. Nothing was left behind. It's as though he never entered. His Grace suspects that he has died or evaporated due to coming into contact with some sealed artifact. We are mainly looking for his accomplices. No, it's impossible for Don Dantes to die so easily. He's a monster who has lived since the fourth epoch. However, why did he infiltrate? Leonard frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Then he took the initiative to include Don Dantes into his and his 2 teammates' scope of investigation. After the Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks began taking action, Leonard found an excuse to head to the washroom and suppressed his voice. He suppressed his voice and said, What do you have to say about Don Dantes? He didn't expose the lie of the parasite in him. The slightly aged voice chuckled and said, "Didn't I already tell you? I don't know much about him. All I know is that he has something special about him. His aura has an ancient scent. However, a case you previously investigated gave me some inspiration. I suspect that Don Dantes might be involved in that matter to a certain extent. He's the agent of a particular existence." "What is it? Which existence?" Leonard muttered in surprise. The aged voice in his mind replied with an odd tone, "The fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era." 160 Buckland Street. Klein finished his breakfast and returned to the half-open room with the balcony. He sat in a reclining chair and rubbed his temples. When his tense state gradually subsided, Klein found himself in a daze. He kept seeing the corpses hanging in the ancient cathedral, as well as the cluster of translucent maggots deep in his memories. An illusory voice kept echoing in his ears, "Hornacis, Phlegria." Although I quickly severed my connection with my marionette, I was still affected to a certain extent. My mind was slightly corrupted, as expected of a true mythical creature. After the initial investigations are done, I'll have to resolve the remaining problems in this regard. Klein slowly exhaled and used cogitation to calm himself down. Chapter 867. On a carriage at the intersection of Buckland Street, Leonard Mitchell was discussing the investigation target, Don Dantes, with 2 red gloves. "I haven't made any direct contact with this gentleman for the time being. I've only investigated his servants and neighbors." Cindy, who had long burgundy hair, first introduced his findings. "It's preliminary confirmation that Dwayne Dantes acted as usual from last night to this morning. He went to bed at 11 at night and finished washing up at 7:30 in the morning. He got his valet to prepare his clothes. During this period, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Of course, there are times when he eats supper and ends the day after 12. There are times when he wakes up before 7 and goes out for a stroll, but that's not normal." The other red glove, Bob, nodded. "From this point of view, Don Dantes doesn't have any problems." Leonard Mitchell, who was sitting casually, immediately smiled. "But the reverse is also true. According to the current situation, the missing servant should have been replaced between 11:20 and 11:35 last night. The infiltrator entered Cheney's Gate at 6 o'clock, and we discovered the problem at 7:20, but we didn't find the target. That also means that during the infiltration incident, Don Dantes was sleeping. He doesn't have an alibi. What you said makes sense." Cindy looked at Leonard in surprise. Her impression of this teammate was that although he often had judgments and questions that pointed to the core of a problem, he rarely gave such a long and logical explanation. He was more like an undisciplined poet, only occasionally having an epiphany. Bob, who had a sharp chin, frowned and shook his head. "This way. Everyone on this list can't escape suspicion. They didn't sleep under the watchful eyes of others. Even their wives or husbands would have fallen asleep during this period of time. Also, I don't think an infiltrator would be so bold. He has already entered Cheney's Gate and successfully escaped, completing such an unbelievable feat, yet he still lingered in the vicinity. He didn't abandon his identity and directly left. Is that possible? The risk he has to bear is immeasurable unless he's plotting something or can't bear to part with certain things. But what else can compare to infiltrating Cheney's Gate? What can compare to those sealed artifacts, ingredients, and formulas? If I hadn't known beforehand that there was something wrong with Don Dantes, I would have made the same judgment. Leonard had already thought of an excuse. I'm just saying that Don Dantes can't be ruled out so easily. Besides, Captain Sostel also said that the infiltrator might have died behind Cheney's Gate. Even if Don Dantes is related to this matter, he should be an accomplice. Don't you think this is too much of a coincidence? In less than 2 months after he moved in, the church had encountered something that might not happen in centuries. Furthermore, he had come to St. Samuel Cathedral too frequently. He had sufficient opportunities to figure out the corresponding situation. Also, during this period of time, a strange sewer explosion happened in Buckland Street. Cindy combed her burgundy hair. You've convinced me that this is a target that we need to focus on. Bob tugged at the edge of his left red glove. It's true that there are too many coincidences. However, a coincidence doesn't necessarily equate to a problem. Even if Don Dantes goes to the cathedral every day and listens to the bishop's sermons, he can only grasp a superficial pattern. He won't be able to obtain any deeper information. For example, when the keepers head to Cheney's Gate, or how the Nighthawks deal with each other. Therefore, he's more likely to be one of the accomplices, Leonard said with a shrug. He similarly didn't understand how Don Dantes knew the internal processes of the Nighthawks so well. Cindy echoed. Regardless, we have to do a deeper investigation. Wait until noon and directly enter Don Dantes' dream to interrogate him? Yes, he has the habit of taking afternoon naps. Leonard raised his right hand and waved it gently. There's no rush. It's not like we haven't done a routine investigation before. It's not like we haven't entered Don Dantes' dream. But we didn't discover any problems. If there's really nothing wrong with him, we won't gain anything from entering his dream again. If there's something wrong with him and he didn't expose it previously, it means that he has a way to resist the dream interrogation. We will still be fooled when we enter his dream again. Therefore, we should monitor him and see who he interacts with to prevent him from escaping. At the same time, we should wait for Desi's feedback and figure out this tycoon's true identity. Once we discover any clues, we can request for a higher-level investigation method than entering his dream. Cindy was a little stunned once again. She couldn't help but say half-jokingly, it's rare to see you analyze a situation so seriously. Furthermore, his thoughts were extremely clear. Leonard fell silent for a moment before giving a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps it's because I've encountered something similar before. At that instant, Cindy felt that Leonard's green eyes had darkened a little. She didn't speak further. Then we'll take turns monitoring Don Dantes, starting with me. All right. Leonard nodded and turned to Bob. Get the sewer explosion case and see if you can discover any problems. I'll go back and read through the corresponding dossiers to see if there were any abnormalities in this street. After splitting the work, the three red gloves busied themselves with their own matters. Leonard returned to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement and obtained all the information regarding Buckland Street, as well as the dossiers regarding the Aurora Order's active or passive involvement in Bakeland for the past 3 years. The latter was a train of thought that came to Leonard from the clues provided by the parasite in him. Since the Fool's existence and the corresponding honorific name were first spread from the Aurora Order, then certain matters that the Aurora Order is involved in, or the attacks they suffered, might very well have something to do with the organization that believes in the Fool. After returning to his office, Leonard reined in his casual attitude and seriously read through the thick stack of documents. Among the dossiers related to the Aurora Order, he was most familiar with the Lenivas case. In this case, the true creator's attempt to descend failed miserably due to a baffling report. There was a mysterious person who killed the main criminal, and he was suspected to be related to Hero, Bandit, Black Emperor. As they were all targeted at heinous criminals, they would scatter tarot cards on the target's corpse. Only Desire Apostle Jason Beria hadn't managed to do so because Leonard had rushed over too quickly. Similarly, Leonard once again saw the name Sherlock Moriarty appear at the periphery of the matter. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering he held. There are remnants of demigod-level powers at the scene. At this moment, Don Dantes has already arrived in Bakeland, and he happens to be at the Aurora Order's Mr. A collaborated with the Demonist sect to create the Great Smog of Bakeland. As a result, he perished the Aurora Order's Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intis. Leonard read through them one by one, but he didn't find any useful information. He rubbed his temples and decided to change directions. He began with the cases related to Hero, Bandit, Black Emperor. The Lenevis Case. The first time a tarot card throwing ritual appeared at a murder scene. And the Fool is the beginning of the tarot cards Capham's case. With the strength and status displayed by hero bandit Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to imitate others. He also scattered tarot cards on the corpse. The Desire Apostle Jason Beria case. I saw hero bandit Black Emperor with my own eyes, and at the same time I didn't allow him to scatter his cards in time apart from involving major events and ferocious criminals. What other connection do these three cases have? Leonard had previously thought about the corresponding problem, and he was certain that the great detective Sherlock Moriarty had appeared at the periphery of the Lenevis and Capham cases. Then, what about the Desire Apostle case? Leonard flipped through the attached dossier and began to examine it page by page. Finally, he saw a line of words in an inconspicuous place. The victims include Eichinger Stanton, Sherlock Moriarty. Leonard's expression became excited, as if he had found a breakthrough. He flipped through the Aurora Orders dossier and didn't let go of any of the names mentioned. He extended his search and applied for all the dossiers related to every name. The Aurora Orders, Mr. A assassinated Ambassador Intis. Ambassador Intis is leading the fight for the Difference Engine manuscript. The clue to the Difference Engine manuscript came from a spy. His usual disguise is that of a private detective, It's reported that another private detective is also involved in this matter and was nearly killed by a gang under the orders of Ambassador Intis. Another private detective, Leonard, suddenly stood up, left St. Samuel Cathedral, and headed for the police station where the case had been handled. Although most of the dossiers had been taken away by MI9, Leonard still saw the name of the person who had made the report. Sherlock Moriarty. I now have reason to suspect that this great detective was involved in the great smog of Bakeland. He's on the contact list of many people involved, and he's at the periphery of the problem. He and Don Dantes belong to the secret organization that believes in the Fool. The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he thought. He decided to immediately return to seek out the information to verify his theory. 160 Buckland Street, in the master bedroom. Klein, who was taking an afternoon nap, didn't receive the Nighthawk's entry into his dream, but he once again returned to the foggy town. He saw Demonis of Despair Panatia, who was smiling sweetly with blood-colored tendrils hidden between her teeth. He saw her being hung up bit by bit as her eyes rolled back in despair as her head drooped down. The hanging corpses, the horrifying gigantic mushroom, and the countless contorted transparent maggots appeared one after another, jolting Klein awake from his dream. After rubbing his sun acupoint, Klein felt that his mental state wasn't too good, and this wasn't a spirit-body corruption problem that the gray fog could resolve. He pondered for a moment before entering the bathroom and arriving above the gray fog. He conjured German Sparrow and made him pray. Please tell Miss Justice when she'll be free in the near future. I wish to receive psychological treatment. P.S. I'm not sure if the timer is Rome time or domestic time, so don't blame me if the update time for this chapter is abnormal. There won't be any problems in the future. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 868. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just tried on the 3 evening gowns she had chosen for the day. She was sitting on a cushioned chair, thinking about what accessories she should pair with them, which plan she was more inclined toward, and what her mother's opinion would be. At this moment, she suddenly saw an endless grayish-white fog and a blurry figure looking down at everything from high above. Immediately following that, she saw another figure, a praying figure shrouded in gray fog. She heard the corresponding words echoing in her ears. With regards to this, Audrey wasn't alarmed. Instead, she was delighted. Her slightly uneasy and worried heart that there wouldn't be a tarot gathering today instantly calmed down. Indeed, it's nothing. Mr. World really has a psychological problem. He must be under a lot of pressure recently. It's no wonder he made an appointment previously. Audrey sighed and began thinking about when she would be free. As she pondered, her gaze swept across the busy maids in the room and the golden retriever, Susie, who was sitting by the door. The corners of Audrey's mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. She lowered her head and secretly prayed in response. Please tell Mr. World that I'll be free in the near future. He can determine the time and location. Well, as long as it's not at night and doesn't go beyond the few districts west of Bakeland. At this moment, Susie, who was observing the maids, seemed to sense an inexplicable gaze. She turned her head suspiciously and looked in the direction of Audrey, but she didn't discover any problems. Above the gray fog, in the palace that looked like a giant's residence. I'll be free at any time, a time when it's convenient to go out. I won't stray far from familiar areas. Klein rubbed his temples and interpreted Miss Justice's answer. His first reaction was that it was best to let her determine the location today or tomorrow. Then he could use creeping hunger to directly teleport over. However, he immediately thought of a problem. That was that Don Dantes was in the range of the Nighthawk's investigations. It was very likely that he was being monitored, so rashly traveling would easily expose him. Wait a few days, or... Klein thought seriously and made the conjured World Gehrman Sparrow pray again. Let's wait a few days. Please tell Miss Justice that it will be today above the gray fog. Huh. Audrey's eyes widened, feeling that Mr. World's answer had completely exceeded her expectations. How was she going to find Susie to be her substitute? Furthermore, in Mr. Fool's palace, there are many details that I can't see or sense. For the treatment of psychological problems, this is a serious lack of conditions. Audrey calmed down from her surprise and raised her doubts from a feasible angle. She asked Mr. Fool to convey them to the world. Not long after, she received another reply. I will get Mr. Fool to remove the restrictions in this regard and use other methods to conceal our true appearances. Was that even possible? Is this the special treatment given to Mr. Fool's blessed? Our continuous communication is equivalent to a direct communication. It's really too troublesome for Mr. Fool, and he nearly condoned it. Audrey's thoughts raced as she didn't find another reason. All right, between 11:30 and 12:30 tonight, she didn't believe that she would have any space to be alone before the birthday ball ended. At the same time, in the house at 39 Beclun Street. Hazel looked at the evening gown she had picked out in boredom as she listened to her mother's repeated exhortations. She was going to accompany her father and mother to Miss Audrey Hall's birthday ball tonight. Just as Hazel's thoughts wandered and her mind gradually turned blank, she saw a grayish-white rat appear at the door, waving its claws anxiously. Hazel patiently listened to her mother's recount before finding an excuse to return to her bedroom. When she closed and locked the door, the grayish-white rat leaped out of nowhere and came to her feet. It squatted and said in a comical manner, that's right, it sat there in a comical manner and said, I noticed something amiss nearby. This rat actually caused the air to tremble and speak human language. Hazel wasn't surprised as she asked in puzzlement, What's wrong? The grayish-white rat raised its right front paw and pointed out the window. There are beyonders from the Church of Evernight investigating the street. They have rather high standards. What are they looking for? Hazel asked with a slight frown. The grayish-white rat slowly drew a breath and said, How would I know? But it's definitely something very serious. This way, they might very well discover something wrong with you. Hazel asked worriedly and puzzledly, How did they discover it? Didn't the clues in the sewers explode? Weren't the corresponding problems dealt with? The grayish-white rat was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, it vaguely replied. After a few seconds, it replied vaguely. Official beyonders have many strange but useful methods of investigation. In short, I need to deal with your dream. That's the easiest place to expose yourself. Hazel looked down at the rat on the ground as her brows furrowed before relaxing. All right, don't look like you're unwilling. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate that bit of strength again. Now, it's going to be wasted again. Is this street cursed? First, there was a demoness in a very strange state, followed by hero, bandit, Black Emperor. Now, something that the Nighthawks are placing so much importance on has happened for some baffling reason. The grayish-white rat squeaked in frustration. At 7:30 in the evening, Hazel accompanied her father, Mocked, and mother, Ma, Amriana, to Empress Burrow and entered Earl Hall's house. As it was a birthday ball, she didn't directly meet Miss Audrey Hall. All she did was quietly listen to her parents, Earl Hall, Lady Caitlin, Lord Hibbert Hall, and company exchange pleasantries. In her eyes, these noble nobles were essentially the same as commoners. Therefore, she didn't appear particularly reserved. Her actions and speech were rather generous. If it wasn't for her mother, Ma, Amriana, repeatedly emphasizing it, Hazel would even believe that the villa's gorgeous dance floor, murals of great artistic value, and exquisite statues were more worthy of respect. After greeting the people she knew and didn't know with a smile, Hazel finally waited for the ball to begin. She saw the star of the night, Miss Audrey Hall, holding the Earl and Countess' arms as they walked out of the room on the second floor and came to the railing that faced the dance floor. Hazel swept her gaze and habitually ignored her face to observe the style of her gown and accessories. However, she couldn't move her gaze away. On the huge crystal chandelier hanging high above, the whale oil candles scattered their light with dreamy colors. It illuminated Audrey, who had just turned 18, making her emerald-like eyes, pure face, and lustrous golden hair glow. It made the evening gown and all sorts of accessories lose their color. Hazel was a little dazed for a moment and didn't hear what Earl of Hall was saying. It was only when a melodious melody played and Audrey Hall and her Earl father began the opening dance that she snapped out of her daze. She, who had always been proud, suddenly felt a little inferior. She felt that even if such a dazzling lady didn't possess any supernatural powers, she wouldn't be any worse than herself. Hazel pursed her lips and looked around. She realized that everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted to her, but they all had different feelings. Phew! Hazel exhaled for some reason. She didn't appear as arrogant at the ball that night, but she wanted to leave every minute and return home to busy herself with her own matters so that she could obtain more magical and powerful powers. Finally, the ball came to an end. Hazel and her family bade farewell to the hosts and walked to the door. Before leaving, Hazel couldn't help but look back. She saw Miss Audrey standing at the edge of the dance floor. She wore a faint and beautiful smile as she greeted the guests who were about to leave. She seemed to still be directly under the lights. After the birthday ball ended, Audrey took off her accessories, changed into a nightgown, and entered the bathroom. Looking at the white fog emanating from the water and the bathrobe beside her, Audrey wasn't in a rush to take a bath. She sat by the side and prayed to Mr. Fool, indicating that she was ready. After about 10 seconds, she saw a crimson light surge out like a tidal wave and drown her. Above the gray fog, Audrey appeared beside the long bronze table. This time, she didn't see Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in the gray fog. She only saw an ancient confessional to the side. It was a brown box that was half the height of a person. There was a door in the front and back, and it was separated by wooden planks. I thought that Mr. World would get Mr. Fool to conjure a wall, and we would be on opposite sides, each leaning against the wall to communicate. Now, although it's essentially the same, the confessional is cramped and dark. He really doesn't consider a lady's feelings at all. If Mr. World were to consider it, I'd find it odd instead. As Audrey smiled, she walked to the door of the confessional that hadn't been closed. She bent down and entered, sitting down with her legs slanted. After closing the wooden door, Audrey, who was truly treating a patient for the first time, suddenly felt a little excited. Being in the darkness, she let go of the many rules she usually abided by due to her environment and emotions. She curled the corners of her mouth, bent her fingers, and tapped the wooden partition. "Hello, is Mr. World around?" Klein, who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, was infected by Miss Justice's cheerful tone. He relaxed slightly and said, "You can begin." This time, he didn't use the gray fog to conceal himself. Instead, he transformed into the appearance of German Sparrow. Indeed, Mr. World's mental state isn't too good. He's too tense and anxious. Audrey first sensed it before using a psychiatrist's placate. A gentle, invisible wave spread out. Klein immediately felt like he had woken up early on a hot summer day and was being blown by the cool morning wind. The heat and frustration in his heart suddenly vanished. Seeing that Mr. World had clearly recovered, Audrey secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She asked softly, "Have you had any nightmares recently?" Chapter 869. Nightmare? Klein deliberated for 2 seconds. Yes, I would dream of a town shrouded in fog. The crimson moon in the sky would occasionally be clear and blurry. In the middle of the town there was a black cathedral with corpses hanging inside. They wore clothes from different eras, and as they swayed gently in the wind, they produced strange sounds. Apart from these, there was also a beautiful woman with blood-colored human flesh hanging from the gaps of her teeth, a mushroom man formed from countless tiny mushrooms. In order to treat his psychological problems, Klein restored his dream in a relatively complete manner, but he didn't mention that it was something he had really encountered. He didn't reveal that he knew the beautiful woman's identity and the origins of the strange mushrooms. At the same time, he hid the existence of the transparent maggots and Zeridol. Audrey listened attentively and, based on her beyonder intuition and her knowledge of mysticism and psychology, she said while thinking, "Mr. World, I can imagine the horror and evil of these dream scenes, and I can also experience the immense horror that will jolt you awake." Seeing that he didn't retort despite being separated by a wooden plank, Audrey became more confident. She secretly did another round of placating and began to guide him. The fear in a dream often comes from the emotions hidden in one's heart. And most of the time, the fear hidden in one's heart only comes from 2 sources. One is the unknown, and the other is irresistible. The terrifying things you see in your dream are just the surface. What you're really afraid of is what they represent, symbolize, and what's hidden behind the scenes. As she spoke, Audrey suddenly asked, "Then what is it?" Klein was listening to Miss Justice's gentle and sweet voice as he relaxed bit by bit and scrutinized his inner self when he suddenly heard the question. He subconsciously replied, "That's right." He subconsciously answered, "It's the existence that created all of this." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." He paused for a second and hesitantly added, "They are both unknown and irresistible." At this moment, Klein already understood the true reason for his nightmares and his poor mental state. He was instinctively afraid of certain things, and he instinctively had hidden negative emotions. The former included the terrifying performance of the transparent maggots and Zeridol, as well as the inexplicable actions of the eraser angel and the fact that he had used the dark sacred emblem to successfully open the door. They respectively created the feeling of despair that there was no way to block the path ahead, and the unknown feeling of who was friend and foe, or who was plotting something. Yes, I'm afraid of the transparent maggot that's suspected to be a sequence, one attendant of mysteries of the seer pathway. I'm afraid of Zeridol, who has used the door to achieve an unknown goal. I'm afraid of the goddess whose thoughts are unknown, as well as the eraser angel. Klein slowly exhaled as he admitted to his fear. Audrey used placate once again and discovered that Mr. World's tense nerves had been relieved. Delighted, she boldly said, "Don't worry. One of the biggest sources of fear is a lack of self-confidence. Think back. Have you ever been negligent or made a mistake? This caused your spirit to keep reminding you, hinting at you, gradually becoming a part of your nightmare. I've been negligent, made a mistake, and spirit's reminder." Klein ruminated over Miss Justice's words as he seriously combed through the details of his fears. Soon, his expression sank bit by bit as he discovered problem. Through the holy sword, Under the witness of the goddess, I made the oath. Although I had yet to become a clown, and the gray fog's power had yet to enter the real world, preventing me from being detected by special deities, demigods, and spirit world creatures, it was difficult for me to hide from fate, which is also a beyonder of the monster pathway. And the goddess has another title, Empress of Misfortune and Horror. She wields misfortune and is one of the deities in the domain of fate. So, did I begin to be watched back then? Klein's mind settled down bit by bit as the fear that came from the unknown seemed to be greatly alleviated. He didn't answer, nor did he wait for Miss Justice to speak again. He asked, "If you were to face one or more enemies that are difficult to challenge, what would you do?" Audrey wasn't vexed by the patient's question. Instead, she believed that it was a good sign. After some deliberation, she said, "I'll hide and hide first. I'll work hard to improve myself." She deliberated and said, "What if the time gained by hiding and hiding isn't enough for you to grow to the point where you can face the enemy?" Klein pressed, "What if the gap between the two parties is difficult to bridge?" Audrey replied in a half-consoling and half-serious manner, "Find enough helpers." Helpers. Many names flashed across Klein's mind as his heart settled down. Helper. Many names flashed through Klein's mind as his heart sank. He continued asking, "What's the matter? What if there are helpers plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you? What if some helpers are plotting something, and they might be beneficial to you or harmful to you?" After a few seconds, she replied in thought, "You can pray to the deities." You can pray to the deities. She was just short of saying, "The world, you can seek Mr. Fool's help." And the question and answer from before made Audrey confirm one thing. Mr. World's mental problems mainly stemmed from a powerful and terrifying enemy. But deep down, there was a worry about the unknown stance of the helper. Pray to the deities. Klein didn't dare to directly say that it was even harder to guess the thoughts of the deities if they couldn't resolve it. After all, this was the kingdom of the fool, and he was a blessed. He organized his words and said, "The deities can only provide help in certain aspects. Gods can only help in certain areas, and what if that is not enough?" Audrey originally wanted to say that there would always be a way and that justice would prevail over evil, but she found it difficult to convince herself. She couldn't find a corresponding example to use as a reference. Finally, she pursed her lips and said, "I don't know." Inside the confessional, it was dark and silent. The two of them didn't speak for a short period of time, as though they had fallen into different inner struggles. Finally, Audrey broke the silence and looked at the wooden board that separated them. "No matter what, I have to do something. I have to work hard at something. I can't just give up and not resist." "That's right. At least I still have quite a number of secrets and something to rely on." Klein closed his eyes and leaned against the wooden board. His thoughts gradually turned back to recent matters, and he was no longer as tense and anxious as before. Audrey sensed the changes in this aspect and immediately added a placate. With that, Klein's mental state was completely restored. "I feel much better. Thank you for your treatment. How much do you need for the consultation fee?" Klein took the initiative to ask. "Actually, I should be the one thanking you for providing me with the case." Audrey didn't really wish to collect the consultation fee. Looking at the wooden board that separated them in the deep darkness, she couldn't help but recall Mr. World's usual gloomy, cold, experienced, and ruthless behavior. His mental problems should also be a result of his personality. Audrey suddenly had an idea as the corners of her mouth curled up. "The consultation fee I need is very little. Yes, wish me happiness." "What's going on?" Klein was taken aback, nearly forgetting that he was wearing the persona of the German sparrow. He had never heard of such a request before. Klein hesitated for a moment before he finally used his identity as the world and pretended to speak coldly. "Since you've made such a request, I wish you happiness." Audrey's smile widened. "I wish you happiness as well. Mr. World, Don't keep things bottled up in your heart. Smile more and be happier. That can eliminate many latent problems. All right, your mental problems have been resolved, but you will have to do a follow-up in a few days or next week. Klein didn't know how to respond, so he could only give a simple, terse grunt. Then, he heard the door opposite him creak open. From the fool's point of view, he saw Miss Justice exit the confessional and straighten her body. After making her return to the real world, Klein didn't dare to stay above the gray fog for too long. He quickly left and lay in his bed. At this moment, with his mental state restored, his body and mind relaxed. Only then did he realize something. He had digested quite a bit of his marionettist potion. His progress had far exceeded his expectations. This is because I've relied on a marionette to fool the demigod Panatia in the foggy town, controlling her and Mr. A to complete the performance according to my expectations. Therefore, apart from trying to stay behind the scenes and making every marionette have their own persona to make it more realistic, the marionettist principles also include using one's marionette as a guide to control the enemy and put on a puppet show in reality. Klein muttered inwardly in thought, believing that he might be able to finish digesting the potion within the year. He exhaled with mixed emotions and turned his head to look at the crimson moonlight that penetrated the curtains. He silently said that missing servant should have been found. The clues I left behind should have been discovered. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, Cindy, Bob, and company looked at Captain Sostel, who had just returned from a meeting. They patiently waited for him to introduce new clues. Sostel drank a mouthful of fragrant coffee and said, "The missing servant has been found. The missing servant has been found." And in the room he was placed in, there were some clothes left behind by the infiltrator. It has been confirmed that it belongs to the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who was previously active at sea. Why is there another crazy adventure involved? Leonard was somewhat surprised as he directly asked, "When did he come to Bakeland?" The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates. No one knows. The only thing we can be sure of is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and killed some pirates. No one knows. The only thing that can be confirmed is that this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks and has hunted some pirates. Just as Sostel finished giving his instructions, a telegram was sent in. It came from the Nighthawks in Desi County. The decoded content was, "Don Dantes' current identity is fake. He has been in the southern continent for the past 10 years, and he has amassed quite a bit of wealth through adventuring. Further confirmation will take time because it's very chaotic there. There are often wars, and the regions frequently change." Chapter 870. It sounds like a cliché story. Ever since the discovery of the new sea route, there have been stories of people getting rich from taking risks. Sostel casually evaluated the contents of the telegram and looked at a particular red glove in thought. "I remember that we previously investigated Don Dantes and communicated with him in his dreams." Yes, the red glove in charge of this matter previously nodded and replied, "I didn't directly ask about this, but I can tell that Don Dantes is very familiar with the southern continent. He has quite a lot of experience there." "Ha ha! That might be something Don Dantes took the initiative to reveal to you." Leonard didn't believe the contents of the telegram. He suspected that it was another layer of camouflage by the undying monster that had survived from the fourth epoch. However, he didn't raise his speculations because he couldn't tell his teammates the basis of his speculations. Sostel didn't place much importance on this matter as he changed the subject. "Do you have any problems with the clue of German Sparrow? Since this crazy adventurer has appeared at sea in recent weeks, when did he come to Bakeland?" As a nightmare, Cindy repeated his previous doubts. "What I'm concerned about isn't the exact time, but if he could reach Bakeland in time. This place is rather far from the sea." Sostel nodded slightly. In the meeting just now, a deacon raised this question. According to the time and location of German Sparrow's last appearance, it's normal for him to arrive in Bakeland last night and complete his infiltration. Of course, I'm talking about normal. The missing servant told us that he was cleaning the square outside when he suddenly lost control of his body. He froze on the spot, unable to call for help. Following that, he saw a colorful abstract oil painting and felt his body float upwards. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a room in East Borough. The former matches the description of a keeper being possessed by a wraith. The latter is suspected to be a traveler's teleportation. If it's really teleportation, then German Sparrow could appear in Bakeland at any time. As elites of the Nighthawks, the Red Gloves' understanding of the Beyonder pathways far exceeded their colleagues of the same level. They were no strangers to wraith and traveler. After hearing the captain's explanation, the other Red Glove thoughtfully added, "That's right. Rumor has it that Admiral of Blood, who was killed by German Sparrow, was a wraith." The details were starting to match. As for the theory that German Sparrow had obtained the power of wraith transformation, it wasn't too unacceptable. Among them, the simplest method was to find an artisan and use prey to create a mystical item. Cindy used this opportunity to recall more information. It's said that German Sparrow can change his appearance, and the infiltrator disguised himself as the keeper. Another detail matched up. What an excellent connection. Sostel raised his hand to rub his temples and said, "Based on these details, we can preliminarily determine that the infiltrator is German Sparrow. And this way, some of our previous guesses and the investigation list we came up with might be wrong. German Sparrow doesn't need a companion to come to the cathedral to pray and gather intelligence. He can change his appearance every day and enter here to figure out the situation. This will make him less noticeable than relying on a companion. As the largest and most sacred cathedral of the Church of Evernight in Bakeland, there were countless believers who came to St. Samuel to pray or make a pilgrimage every day. No bishop could remember unfamiliar faces that they had only met once. In other words, the investigation list we have might be meaningless?" Leonard raised his hand to push away his brows as he said in an exaggerated tone, "Clearly, our current focus should be on German Sparrow. We'll put the other targets aside and only do the most basic surveillance." With that said, Sostel clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's get busy." Leonard didn't have any objections to this. He happened to be heading to the Machinery Hive Mind, Mandated Punishers, and MI9 to obtain some information. On Tuesday morning, Klein woke up naturally. He felt relaxed and calm as a sense of joy slowly grew in him. The Beyonder powers of a psychiatrist are still very useful. This matches the extremely infectious optimism and sunshine that Miss Justice has. Klein suddenly got out of bed and pulled open the curtains. He leisurely enjoyed the scenery outside and the golden sun. He regained his motivation and began to plan for the next few months or even a year. First, find a new marionette. Second, use the identity of Don Dantes and his control over his marionette to direct a play to speed up the digestion of the potion. Third, during this process, slowly gather the ingredients needed for the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion. Among them, I can ask Little Son about the Bizarro Bane and see if there are any clues. The Spirit World Plunderer can seek Mr. Aztec's help. After all, the underworld is a part of the spirit world. Fourth, continue investigating the Great Smog of Bakeland and find the true culprit behind it. This includes in Sanguil, as well as the demigod who killed Crazy Captain. There's no one more suitable as a target for the advancement ritual than them. However, I have to be careful of 0-08. I have to constantly pay attention to any coincidences that are too deliberate. Yes, I'll make normal contact and provide support. I'll leave any dangerous investigations to Demoness Trissy. Klein's train of thought became clearer bit by bit. Although he was still worried and afraid, it no longer affected his mental state and ability to take action. Withdrawing his gaze from the balcony, Klein walked into the bathroom and began cleaning himself. Soon he opened the door in high spirits and saw that other than his valet, Richardson, the butler, Walter, was waiting outside. The gentleman wore white gloves and bowed respectfully. "Good morning, sir. You only have one appointment today. That is to head to the East Balham Military Veterans Mess with Member of Parliament Mocked at 3 in the afternoon to participate in an event. He's a member of the new party. Accepting his invitation means that you've made a preliminary statement of your political preference. You still have a chance to hesitate." Klein thought for a moment. "No need, this is my choice." He paused and spoke in the tone of a consultant. "Today is my first visit to the East Balham Military Veterans Mess. What should I take note of?" "Praise them for their contributions in East Balham and use this opportunity to provide a donation. It doesn't need to be too much, nor can it be too little. £500 is a rather suitable amount." Walter provided his opinion. £500. Seriously, no matter which circle I want to enter, I'll need to spend a huge sum of money. This is also because Don Dantes doesn't have any background. He can only use money to pave the way. Klein nodded gently and agreed to the butler's suggestion. At the same time, he quickly did a count of his present assets. The artisan hasn't completed the production of the Ocean Songster, but the money exchanged for the Mentor of Confusion and Druid Beyonder Characteristics has already been credited. It's a total of £16,000, together with the cash I originally had, subtracting the £13,000 I spent to buy 3% of the Coim Company shares, as well as the daily expenses of a tycoon's family and donations to the cathedral. I'm left with £23,985 and 5 gold coins in addition. I've returned Miss Messenger a sum of money. I still owe her 3,413 gold coins. £500 is more than 2% of all my cash. Klein didn't say anything else as he walked out of the bedroom and went to the second floor. He entered the dining room and enjoyed his breakfast. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell returned to the office earlier than his other teammates. He had already obtained the corresponding information and learned of an inconspicuous matter. Prince Edisac, who had passed away during the Great Smog of Bakeland, had once commissioned a private detective to investigate the cause of the death of equestrian teacher, Talum Dumont. And the private detective's name was Sherlock Moriarty. Indeed, his figure had also appeared at the periphery of the Great Smog of Bakeland. Leonard happily and excitedly raised his hand to stroke his hair. Right on the heels of that, he clenched his fist and struck the documents on the table, preparing to search for more clues. However, he suddenly fell silent for 7 to 8 seconds. Then he awkwardly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of coffee. He mumbled inwardly, "What did I want to do just now? I forgot after striking it, after some careful thought." Leonard finally remembered. He pulled open the drawer and took out a deck of tarot cards. Then he found the Fool card and placed it on a piece of white paper. Below it he wrote 3 names: Sherlock Moriarty, German Sparrow, Don Dantes. After hesitating for a moment, Leonard drew a line from each of the 3 names and connected it to the Fool card, indicating that they were likely members of the secret organization that believed in the Fool. Among them, he wasn't too sure about German Sparrow's identity, so he added a question mark to the side. Then Leonard pulled out the Emperor card and stuck it beside the name Sherlock Moriarty, labeling it suspected. German Sparrow and Don Dantes also correspond to a tarot card. Leonard muttered silently to himself as he took the information on the crazy adventurer and seriously flipped through it. Suddenly, he found a date very familiar, early January. German Sparrow first appeared in early January. Hiss! Leonard took a deep breath and flipped to another piece of information. At the end of it, it was written. At the end of it, it wrote, "At the end of December, Sherlock Moriarty left Bakeland for vacation in the south and never returned. End of December, early January, Bakeland, Pritz Harbor. German Sparrow will change his appearance. No way." As Leonard muttered inwardly, he drew a dotted equals sign between Sherlock Moriarty and German Sparrow. This great detective is the key. Leonard took out Sherlock Moriarty's ritual portrait again and looked at it carefully. Considering the element of changing appearance, he made different disguises for the great detective in his mind. As he changed, Leonard's gaze froze bit by bit, and he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 871. Also, thank you to everyone. I originally thought that the subscriptions would drop at 1 update a day, but not only did it not drop, it increased instead. It has officially broken through 5. It has reached the 10,000 mark. In the entire history of Qijian, only Brother Dong's holy ground was stronger than this at its peak. Yes, don't forget to send your blessings for Miss Justice's birthday party. It's free. Tomorrow's update of Lord of the Mysteries has been delayed to 7 in the evening. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 872. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty on the table, his mind replaying the image of the man without his glasses and beard. Although there was a certain gap between this and the actual situation, and it was a product of conjecture and imagination, Leonard found Sherlock Moriarty more and more familiar, like someone he once knew. How is that possible? He's long dead, and I buried him myself. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a chuckle. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly froze. This was because the person in his memories wasn't simple. He hid a huge secret. This person was able to miraculously escape the influence of 2-049 without the help of others. This person used the uniqueness of 2-049 to kill a sequence 7 Beyonder. And back then, he was just a seer who wasn't good at combat. This person used a very short period of time to conclude the acting method, and advanced to sequence 8 at an extraordinary speed. This person possessed a high-sequence sun domain charm, and together with Captain Dunn Smith, who used holy ashes, they managed to kill Magos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn. This person's sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic was taken away by Insanguil, while Captain Dunn Smith's sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left in place. Perhaps it wasn't that Insanguil had casually taken away a Beyonder characteristic that had just appeared, causing the scene to be missing, but that the corresponding item hadn't taken form at all. Leonard Mitchell snapped back to his senses and examined Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. More than 10 seconds later, he spat out a name from between his teeth. Klein Moretti. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembled his former teammate, the hero who had saved Tinjin, Klein Moretti. And this was under the circumstances where they had 2 distinct features, glasses and a beard. Leonard's fingers were clenched tightly, and every joint was white. After a while, he let out an obvious gasp and picked up Sherlock Moriarty's information again. This time, with a clear goal in mind, he flipped to the approximate time when the man first arrived in Bakeland. Early September. It hadn't been long since Klein Moretti was buried. Leonard Mitchell's green eyes grew darker. He instinctively continued to flip through the documents. Then he saw a name, Lenivis. He was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tinjin City. He was the main culprit behind the deaths of Dunn Smith, Klein Moretti, and other Nighthawks. And the second matter in which Sherlock Moriarty was recorded in Bakeland was that he had gone to the dock to investigate a serial murder case and happened to come into contact with Lenivis, who was hiding his identity. After that, the true creator's attempt to descend was foiled, and Lenivis died in the sewers. His body was covered in tarot cards, which was similar to the style of hero, bandit, Black Emperor. At least he hasn't forgotten the damage caused by this swindler. Leonard silently muttered to himself, his expression easing up. He quickly flipped through the information again and sat in his chair. He didn't move for a long time, as if he had fallen asleep in the shadows brought by the light. After a few minutes, Leonard finally made a change in his posture. He leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Old man, Do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, is similar to my teammate from Tingeon City, Klein Moretti? In his mind, the slightly aged voice spoke hesitantly. What are you talking about? The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook? Yes, Leonard replied in a deep voice. After 2 seconds, the parasite in his body said a little. After receiving the answer, Leonard fell silent once again. After a long while, he took out his golden pocket watch and snapped it open. He confirmed that it was still morning. Leonard immediately closed the watch and stood up abruptly, nearly knocking over the stack of documents on the table. He hurriedly reached out and held the documents. Then he left a note saying that he had discovered a clue and planned on investigating it. He might only be back very late. Let me see if someone is pretending to be a hero of Tingeon City, or if you've been wearing a mask all this while, a member of a secret organization that has infiltrated the Nighthawks, and your true goal isn't as noble as in Sangwell's. You're also eyeing the items behind Cheney's gate. Leonard no longer had his usual nonchalant expression. He narrowed his eyes and quickly left the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Hillstonborough, outside a very distinctive building. Don Dantes alighted from a carriage and saw a house that was mainly built in the style of the late 4th period. The house was made of huge stones and had 4 floors. Each window on each floor was like a door that corresponded to a small balcony. The entire structure was a sandy yellow color due to the wear and tear of time. The stone pillars and arches together propped up an elegant porch, looking quite dignified. This was where the East Balham Military Veterans Club was located. Klein waved his cane, pointed at the building in front of him, and smiled. It has a sense of history. Mocht nodded in response. It's actually an antique building, but it has more than 100 years of history. As he spoke, he led Dwayne Dantes into the club and said to the lady at the front desk, Don Dantes, an unofficial member. I'm the one who recommended you. After saying that, he turned his head and explained to the tycoon. Not only have you never served in East Balham, you haven't even participated in the battles that happened there. You don't even have a military background, so there's no way for you to become an official member. However, even if you're an unofficial member, you can freely enter and exit this place. You can use the various facilities of the club, enjoy delicious food and alcohol, and get to know different friends. That's exactly what I'm looking forward to. Klein smiled and nodded. After the beautiful lady with Southern Continent blood completed the registration, Mocht added, there's no membership fee. It's an annual fee of £60. With that said, he chuckled and said, that's not expensive. It's even more so for you. Here, you can come into contact with all kinds of weapons. There are plenty of shooting ranges for you to shoot at. Furthermore, you can learn horsemanship. At this level of a club, £60 really isn't expensive. After all, there are often generals appearing here. Furthermore, there are many famous chefs. Klein didn't speak further as he took out his wallet and counted £60 for the lady at the front desk. He received a badge with the emblem of a forest, ocean, and sword. This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed by your efforts in East Balham. As Klein wore the badge with a number on its back, he looked at Mocht and said, If I wish to contribute to this place, who should I look for? Mocht pointed at the receptionist and said, That's right. Just give it to her. She'll record it and post it on the bulletin board over there. Klein nodded slightly. All right. He then turned his head and got his valet, Richardson, to take out the £500 he had prepared. After the donation, Klein followed Mocht through the beautifully decorated hall and came to a room that looked like an activity room. As for his valet, Richardson, he was left in the lounge outside. There were snacks, black tea, and coffee there. In the tiny room, under Mocht's introduction, Klein got to know 5 retired or active military officers. Apart from a particular member of Parliament, the one with the highest standing was Calvin, who had an epaulet of the Army's colonel. He was currently working in Rowan's Ministry of Defense, but his exact position was unknown. And according to what Klein knew A quasi-high-ranking military official with the rank of colonel in the military was likely a Beyonder. It was very likely that they were mid-sequence Beyonders. Mocked, Calvin, and company quickly began chatting. Klein didn't forcefully interject as he seriously listened to their conversation, occasionally chiming in. In this relaxed and leisurely atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head and looked at Don Dantes. I heard that you were often active in West Balham? This colonel had a long face, but he didn't look comical at all. His eyes were rather deep. Klein replied with a smile, Yes, it's even more chaotic than East Balham. Calvin smiled when he heard that. Of course, people with Intis commit too many mistakes there. He paused for a moment before continuing. How's your relationship with the people with Intis there? Klein didn't quite understand his motives as he bit the bullet and said, It's all right. They're all very greedy. In fact, he didn't know a single one of them. He had only heard Anderson mention a few names and the corresponding incidents. Calvin nodded and raised another question. Are you familiar with the tribes and the resistance there? I know a few of them, Klein answered vaguely. He only knew one military leader who resisted Intis, and that was the former princess of Intis, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Calvin smiled, raised his glass of red wine, and took a sip. During this process, no one, including Mocked, said a word. Putting down his wine glass, Calvin looked at Don Dantes again and said, Here's the thing. We eliminate many guns and cannons every year, and directly destroying them or using other methods is either too wasteful or too costly. It's not a good solution. I wonder if you're interested in buying a batch and selling them to West Balham, to the region ruled by Intis, to the tribes and the resistance. Believe me, this is definitely a very profitable business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you were to be captured by Intis in West Balham, we wouldn't admit that you're working for us. Are you getting me to be an arms dealer? This is one of the most profitable businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balham and don't have any connections there, I can sell them to Queen Mystic or the Resistance in the Rorsted Archipelago. Klein's heart stirred as he deliberately expressed mixed and conflicting emotions. I've never done anything like that, but it's indeed tempting. Calvin laughed and said, There's no rush to make a decision. There's no need to rush to make a decision. This is a very important matter that deserves serious consideration. You just need to tell Mocked your answer within this week. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he nodded with a smile. All right. Tingen City, inside Raphael's cemetery. Although the afternoon sun was rather bright, there were many places that remained dark and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, silently staring at the stone monument. P.S. The ferry arrives at 6 a.m, which is 12 noon Beijing time. Let's skip it. Sleepy. Chapter 873. The sun was shining brightly in midair, and in a silent and cool corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly picked up the shovel that was stabbed into the ground beside him. The two piles of soil gradually increased in height as the tomb was slowly revealed. Occasionally, people would pass by, but they didn't notice it at all. It was as though what was happening was just a dream. Finally, Leonard abandoned the shovel and leaned down. He reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of the coffin lid. With a sudden force, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick nails had fallen off at some point in time. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. There was nothing. Leonard maintained his half-hunched body as he silently watched this scene. He didn't make any additional movements for a long time, as though he had turned into a stone statue. In a blurry dream, Klein saw a stone monument. It was a stone monument with inscriptions written on it. It stood silently among its peers as it was dyed crimson by the moonlight. This scene immediately shattered as Klein jolted awake. He confirmed that he was still Don Dantes and that he was still in the master bedroom at 160 Buckland Street. The dream from before seems to indicate something. As a seer, Klein placed great importance on every dream. It was no exception at this moment. He converged his thoughts and cast aside his sleepiness as he attempted to interpret it. That should be a tombstone. This represents a particular deceased person or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the concepts of the Church of Evernight and the Nighthawks. If I directly see the moon, it might involve the primordial moon, vampire ancestor Lilith, and the mother tree of desire. The tombstone is dyed in a color that's close to blood. This means that it's not a good thing. As Klein interpreted it, he connected the dots in an attempt to come up with an effective and meaningful conclusion. After serious consideration, he began to believe that the revelation given by the dream was related to his past and the Church of Evernight. Then, thinking back to what had happened in the past few days, Klein slowly came up with an answer. As Don Dantes frequently heads to St. Samuel Cathedral, he will definitely be placed on the investigation list. If Leonard hasn't left Bakeland, this will definitely attract his attention. After all, he knows that Don Dantes isn't a simple person. His origins are mysterious. As an angel of the Marauder pathway, the grandpa in Leonard's body has a high chance of discovering the close connection between the gray fog and the seer pathway. He also knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they'll naturally be able to link the previously circulated honorific name of the Fool to this matter. They'll believe that I'm a member of the secret organization that worships the Fool. And from this line of thought, they can also implicate the person who killed Lenivus, hero, bandit, Dark Emperor, who also used tarot cards together with the German sparrow clues that I deliberately left behind, as well as the fact that Leonard had previously been investigating Sherlock Moriarty. It's not impossible for him to connect all of this to the main suspect. And in the early days, Sherlock Moriarty's disguise wasn't too good. As long as Leonard investigates deeper, it won't be difficult for him to discover that the great detective resembles his former colleague. So he went to Tingen to dig up the grave to confirm it? As he thought about it, Klein took a pillow and sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to the dream. He began to carefully analyze what would happen next, considering if he should give up on the identity of Don Dantes. Leonard has no way of informing the other Nighthawks of his inference and results because he can't explain the key parts. This will expose his own secrets, according to my experience and understanding of him. He will use other methods to guide me. It will be more complicated and troublesome, and it will take more time. Before that, I should find him and give him another warning. That should be enough to dispel his thoughts. After all, the church didn't suffer any substantial losses this time, and no one died. Yes, I paid attention to the timing of the identity of Don Dantes. I specially falsified the trajectory of my activities in the southern continent a few months ago, and I made it a little different from the date when German sparrows' appearances decreased. And this involves the Intis colony, so it's rather difficult to verify. That is to say, Leonard is at most at the level where German Sparrow is equivalent to Sherlock Moriarty, is equivalent to Klein Moretti. At most, he will believe that I'm in cahoots with them, and that I belong to the secret organization that believes in the Fool. Ha! In his eyes, Don Dantes is likely a mysterious powerhouse who can directly sense the existence of the grandpa in his body, a demigod. That's clearly different from other identities. Klein quickly came up with a countermeasure as he began thinking about the matter he had encountered at the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse in the afternoon. Why would such an arms smuggling business come to me directly? I had just established a friendship with Member of Parliament Mocht. I haven't experienced any trials, so I'm not that trustworthy. Perhaps this is a test in itself? The firearms and cannons in the beginning likely won't be in large quantities, nor will they involve any good products. Furthermore, they'll have to pay first before the goods are delivered. If anything really happens to me, they won't suffer any losses. All they need to do is suffer the repercussions of a small batch of weapons entering their territory. To them, a tycoon like me who has a complicated history and a deep understanding of West Balham is a very good candidate. First, I have money. Second, I have guts. Third, I have resources and connections. I can sell the arms to suitable people. Fourth, I have no background in the kingdom's upper echelons. I can be thrown out as a scapegoat at any time. They will likely send someone to supervise me in secret. As long as this business is completed successfully, I'll be a close partner of the military in the future. This will be beneficial to the investigation of the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. The problem now is that I don't have any actual understanding of the West Balam resistance and the various tribes. I have no idea where Anderson is, and I don't have any means of contacting him. Donnas might have a grasp of the situation in West Balam. Same for Ma and Hermit. It's the same for Queen Mystic behind her. I'll first gather information from these channels. Having made up his mind, Klein's thoughts gradually calmed down as he felt sleepy again. Hence, he slid down bit by bit and burrowed into bed. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had just returned from Tingen, caught up with the team's internal meeting. Sostel first reported the Archbishop's conclusion and the spoils of the local Nighthawk teams. With the help of the Holy Cathedral, His Excellency St. Anthony confirmed that the intruder was the German Sparrow, and gave the conclusion that the mad criminal was still alive, but not in this world. What a contradiction. I don't understand what it means, and His Excellency the Archbishop didn't explain. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of the German Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, the German Sparrow was a fake identity, and he was originally from Bakeland. After summarizing the clues, Sostel asked casually, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his eyes flickered twice before he became silent again. Sostel turned his head to look at him and called out his name. "Leonard, didn't you discover some clues?" Leonard fell silent for a second before shrugging his shoulders. "That clue has already been eliminated." Sostel didn't ask any further as he turned to look at the other team members. After a round of supplementation and analysis, he began assigning the missions of his Red Gloves team. After everything was assigned, Leonard Mitchell returned to the upper lounge with a list of names that needed to be cross-checked. He threw his body onto the bed. After sitting in silence for a while, Leonard raised his hand to tidy up his hair and prepared to take action. However, the first dream he came to didn't belong to any of the names on the list. His target was Don Dantes. After repeated consideration, he decided to have a face-to-face conversation with this secret organization member, the Undying Monster from the Fourth Epoch, to see if he could obtain the corresponding information. This seemed a little rash, but in a situation where both sides knew that the other had problems and secrets, it was a good solution. 160 Buckland Street. Klein's dazed mind suddenly jolted awake. He knew that someone had entered his dream. He pondered for a moment before sitting in a reclining chair. He turned his head to look at the balcony and saw a black-haired, green-eyed man in a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap in. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I didn't even go looking for you, but you came knocking on my door yourself." The other Nighthawks politely knock on the door to enter, but you are the only one who leaped onto the balcony. As Klein lampooned, he watched his poet approach. At that moment, in Leonard's eyes, the Don Dantes in his dream was still dressed in a formal suit. His hair was white, and he had distinct facial features, making him look extremely charming. At that moment, the tycoon's lips curled up, slightly with a smile. He didn't hide the fact that he was maintaining his lucidity and wasn't affected by the nightmare powers. "Didn't Pallas Zoros tell you what manners are?" Klein said in a tone that matched the image in his mind. "Pallas Zoros. He's warning me again." Leonard was taken aback as he memorized the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a rather standard manner. "Please forgive me for disturbing you. You are on our list of suspects. This infiltration was done by you? Is this your goal for coming to Bakeland?" "No." The Don Dantes Klein picked up the red wine beside him and took a sip. "It wasn't us. It was him alone." He took on a stance as though he wasn't afraid of Klein knowing. "German Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep voice. Klein's blue eyes that hid the vicissitudes of life glanced at him. "Isn't it obvious? What does he want? He didn't take anything Leonard asked in passing. Klein raised his hand to touch his white sideburns and chuckled. What do you think? Chapter 874. What I think. If I knew the answer, why would I be here? I would have thought of a way to submit the information indirectly. Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he realized that although he was standing straight and looking down at Don Dantes, the tycoon sitting leisurely in the reclining chair had the upper hand. He was like a high-ranking person casually listening to his subordinate's report. This made Leonard feel a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously surveyed the area, pulled a chair over, and leaned back out of habit. I think that he, or should I say, you are searching for an item. Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks in search of an item. In Bakeland, he infiltrated Cheney's gate in search of that item. The first time he didn't find anything, so he used Nsangwil's attack to fake his death and escape. The second time, he still didn't find anything. Therefore, he didn't take anything and left Cheney's gate. In these few sentences, Leonard used a certain tone to reveal that he already knew that German Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty and Klein Moretti. He wanted to use this to exert pressure on Don Dantes so that he wouldn't be as calm and have any thoughts of quibbling. Indeed, he went to dig my grave. Klein sighed inwardly. He picked up the glass of red wine and swirled it gently. Do you think that we would rashly probe him twice without any concrete information? After all, there's only one chance for such matters. Once we fail, it means that there's no chance of success. So, who would rely on actions to verify their guesses when the target isn't clear? He's tacitly agreeing with what I said. Klein Moretti is German Sparrow, a member of the secret organization that believes in the fool, hero, bandit, dark emperor. Leonard tried his best not to frown as he crossed his right leg over his left. So, it's not that they couldn't find it, but that they failed because of other factors? In these two stages, St. Selena Cathedral in Tingen City and St. Samuel Cathedral in Bakeland only have two things in common. Sealed artifact 2-049, an Antigonus family's notebook. The Antigonus family's notebook. Is that it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the reasoning process is wrong, the answer is correct. Klein chuckled. Our minds are not for show. If his goal is the Antigonus family's notebook, there's no need for him to join the Nighthawks. He had plenty of opportunities before you obtained it. And even after you obtained it, there was still a chance that he would obtain it. You should know the situation better than I do. Also, since his target is the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it this time? After being mocked by Dwayne Dantes, Leonard Mitchell realized that the thoughts he had at the last minute were filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed and a little angry. He took a deep breath and said, Then why did he use different methods to infiltrate Cheney's gate twice? But this time, not only did he not take anything, he did not leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state. Right after Leonard finished speaking, he saw Don Dantes, who had white sideburns, reveal a meaningful smile. I don't know what happened after that either. Perhaps you should ask the Evernight goddess. Goddess, what did he mean by that? Leonard was immediately alarmed and puzzled. He found it hard to imagine what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's gate. Right on the heels of that, he heard Don Dantes chuckle. As for your first question, I think you probably misunderstood something. The members of our organization come from different places and join for different reasons. They choose to change their faith, and before that, their lives still belong to them. Just like me, I have a past and a present. The reason why I'm here is because of the surname I gave myself. Dantes, the Count's return. He joined a secret organization that believes in the fool for revenge and came to Bakeland. Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds and casually took a sip of red wine. With a smile, he continued, Similarly, he who was cursed by the Antigonus family's notebook came back to life for revenge. Klein had deliberately mentioned his current surname, Dantes. By mentioning revenge, He was trying to differentiate himself from the German sparrow Klein Moretti. It was to prevent Leonard from thinking that the two of them had similar goals and similarities, making him guess that there might be a deeper connection. By taking the initiative to mention this matter, it could form a stereotype in the listener's mind. They would subconsciously follow the logic of the words, treating Don Dantes and Klein Moretti as two completely different people. The only thing they had in common was their desire for revenge. And in this world, there were definitely more than two Avengers. Leonard subconsciously lowered his right leg and leaned forward slightly. Revenge? Who does he want revenge on? After asking the question, the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman in his eyes curled up the corners of his mouth. Lenivis as well as in Sanguil. In Sanguil, Leonard repeated as his expression changed uncontrollably a few times before finally returning to silence. His dark green eyes stared straight ahead and momentarily lost focus. It was unknown what he was thinking about. Phew! After a long period of silence, Leonard exhaled and unclenched his fists. He asked in a slightly hoarse voice, did he really kill Lenivis? Of course. Klein sighed inwardly and replied calmly. Leonard opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he tightly pursed his lips. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Klein immediately changed the topic and chuckled. If you have a similar purpose, or if you need help, you can also chant his honorific name. Maybe you will get a response. That hidden existence, the fool? Leonard thought that Don Dantes was habitually preaching and trying to develop him into the secret organization. So he didn't think too much and responded with silence. Klein smiled. By the way, tell Palaz Zoros that a member of our organization has met Blasphemer Amon in the forsaken land of the gods. This sentence contained so much information that Leonard didn't know how to react for a moment. His mind was filled with related thoughts. The forsaken land of the gods? The forsaken land of the gods that the 7 major churches could not find? Their secret organization actually had members who could enter the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Amon. Old Man said that he was hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the surname Amon. He was severely injured by him, so he had no choice but to parasitize my body. The way Don Dante speaks and acts really make him seem like an undying monster that has survived from the 4th epoch. He's at the same level, or even close to the old man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority at all. I even lack confidence. As these thoughts flashed in his mind, Leonard forced himself to regain his senses. I'll pass the message to him. Yes, after Leonard entered someone else's dream, that Grandpa was unable to accurately grasp his senses. Otherwise, he would have had some abnormal reaction when he heard about Blasphemer Amon. Previously, Snake of Fate Will Septon's words can also prove this point. Only when my dear poet is in danger did that Grandpa notice it and take action. Very good. He isn't a complete parasitic. As Klein deciphered the hidden information, he smiled and said, You can return now. Don't worry. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. It's referring to my next goal, not the past. Klein silently added, Leonard had already obtained enough information. He didn't dare stay any longer as he left his chair and bowed. Then he left Don Dantes' dream. In a room behind St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up. He heard the parasite's slightly aged voice resound in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated over his words. He directly admitted that he's a member of the secret organization that believes in the Fool. It's the same for Klein Moretti, who went by the alias of German Sparrow. Their goal is revenge, their own revenge. Palaz Zorost fell silent for a second before saying, Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived, or how he managed to fake his death to that extent? Leonard thought for a moment and said, Did he say why Klein Moretti could be revived, or how he managed to fake his death to that extent? Leonard recalled and said his explanation was that it was a curse given by the Antigonus family's notebook. Curse. Only at this moment did Leonard realize that Don Dantes' choice of words was rather odd. A power that could revive the dead was actually called a curse. Palez Zoroast didn't seem to have any doubts about this. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "What else did he say?" Leonard didn't hide anything as he said, frankly, he mentioned Blasphemer Amon, and said that a member of their organization encountered him in the forsaken land of the gods. "Old man, is this the Amon you mentioned before?" After a while, the slightly aged voice replied, "It should be." He paused for a moment before continuing. "I'm thinking that Don Dantes, no, the fool behind him might really be an old friend of mine. The old man thought that he was a level higher than Don Dantes, maybe even more. Was he an angel on earth?" Leonard pondered for a moment. "Which old friend?" Palez Zoroast didn't answer, and instead asked, "What's the matter?" "Are you still looking for an opportunity to leak the information about Don Dantes and Klein Moretti?" Leonard suddenly fell silent. 10 seconds later he said in a low voice, "Not at the moment. Maybe it's possible for me and him to cooperate with them." And the church did not suffer any substantial losses this time. The parasite in his body did not speak again. It seemed to have gone back to sleep. Leonard slowly raised his head and looked at the information in front of him. His green eyes were dark as he muttered, "Don't worry. He left me in the dust." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 875. Early in the morning, 160 Beclun Street. Klein woke up and washed up, but he wasn't in a rush to leave. He first took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He then conjured the world, German Sparrow, and made the fake person pray piously. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please pass 2 words to Donis. I need him to provide information on West Balham. It's best if he has connections. Also, tell him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being." On the Golden Dream, Donis, who had seen the sun earlier than Bakeland, was holding a cup of malt beer as he sat in the shadows, hiding from the scorching light. "In 15 minutes, class will begin again. Captain said that a qualified treasure hunter has to grasp sufficient mathematical knowledge. Sigh, this really gives me a headache, but I'm also a little looking forward to it. T. Donis placed one hand on his knee as he gulped down a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the gray fog in front of him emanated as a blurry figure that overlooked everything appeared. He heard German Sparrow's voice. "Information on West Balham? Although we've gone there in search of lost ancient treasures and got to know a few natives from a few tribes, that's all. We can't say anything else. How troublesome. I have to be on the move again. Why does German Sparrow have so many things to do?" Donis grumbled silently as he warily looked around, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. After taking a deep breath, he thought of how he had to work hard to become stronger so that he wouldn't be of no help when Captain was in danger. All he could do was shamelessly hide in the back. Donis slapped his face a few times with a hand that wasn't holding a beer cup. He suddenly stood up. He immediately left the shadows and found Iron Skin, Bucket, and his other companions. He asked them who he could consult to gain a deeper understanding of West Balham's situation. He received a nearly unanimous answer. Captain Edwina Edwards or Anderson Hood, who participated in the bonfire party on the ship. "If I ask the captain directly, will she suspect me? She will think that I have secrets and am secretly working for someone else. But I don't know where Anderson ran off to." Bullshit. Donis was caught in a dilemma. He could not help but think about the German Sparrow's reminder. Be careful of the Church of Evernight. Donis wasn't a fool. He knew that something that the crazy adventurer had specially emphasized couldn't be simple. This also meant that he believed that there was a high chance that he would become a target of the Church of Evernight's pursuit. He would be pursued crazily by the Red Gloves. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm and the military are also targeting me. It said that they have each sent an entire team. Donis thought as his heart trembled. He quickly revealed a puzzled and bitter expression as he whispered to himself, "But I didn't do anything," after informing Admiral of Stars Catlia of his request to gather information on West Balam. Klein left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world. As usual, he had breakfast and attended his tutoring lessons. When he woke up in the afternoon, he changed into his formal attire with the help of his valet, Richardson, and boarded the carriage that had long been parked at the door. To St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein leaned against the wall and instructed the carriage driver. Considering that he still retained his identity as Don Dantes, he believed that it was best not to easily change his previous persona. Therefore, the frequency of his visits to St. Samuel Cathedral couldn't be reduced, nor could his donations decrease. Furthermore, this would effectively remove a certain degree of suspicion. After all, it would be hard for anyone to imagine that the criminal who had infiltrated Cheney's Gate hadn't escaped. Instead, he had swaggered back into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. "Thank you, Roselle the Great. Thank you for not plagiarizing criminal psychology and for not pointing out that many highly intelligent criminals like to return to the place where they commit their crimes to admire their work and the helpless expressions of others." Klein mumbled inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had prepared and took a sip. After moistening his throat, he glanced at his valet and asked casually, "What's the matter?" "What's your deepest impression of East and West Balam?" Richardson, who was sitting at the side, did not ask for the reason. After some thought, he said, "East Balam is more stable, while West Balam is more chaotic." After giving a simple answer, Richardson turned his head to look at his employer and realized that Don Dantes had half closed his eyes, as though he was waiting for him to continue. Richardson scratched the back of his ear and deliberated over his words. "Also, poverty, hunger, and whipping. The people of East Balam and West Balam used to worship death. Later, because they believed in the goddess, Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and other Orthodox deities, they received preferential treatment. They were able to receive a raise in status and protection from the cathedral. This resulted in a large-scale conversion of faith. However, as the number of converts increased, that special status was quickly lost. Many people at the bottom began secretly worshipping death. This is even more obvious in the more chaotic West Balam. The descendants of death always receive a lot of support. These are all things that my father, would occasionally mention when he was drunk." Klein listened quietly. He didn't interrupt his valet's recount, nor did he probe further. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein first watched the white pigeons flutter in the square before entering the prayer hall. He took off his hat and handed it to his valet, Richardson, along with his cane. He randomly found a seat and sat down. In the dark environment, he looked at the altar and at the specks of stars and the dark, sacred emblem. He suddenly felt uneasy, awkward, and lacking in confidence. If his guess wasn't wrong, ever since he made contact with the holy sword and swore an oath, he had been watched by the goddess. Every time he entered the cathedral and pretended to pray, he felt like he was parading the streets in the emperor's new clothes. I wonder what the goddess's attitude is. What stance does the church have? I'll probe first. Klein clasped his hands and placed them in front of his mouth and nose as he prayed in a seemingly serious manner. After 7 or 8 minutes, he slowly got up and walked to the donation box. He took out a 50-pound note and devoutly threw it in. After doing all of this, Klein turned to the confessional by the side and pushed open the door. Unlike the earliest confessional, which was a huge wooden box with 2 doors, the modern confessional was an independent room. It was relatively spacious, and the confessor and the listening bishop were separated by a wooden partition. They each had their own seats. With the help of the weak light, Klein sat on the chair. Then he heard the bishop's mellow voice from behind the wooden partition. "What do you have to say? The goddess cares for every believer of her." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner. "Praise the goddess. I want to repent. 2 days ago, The military came to me, hoping to sell a batch of guns and cannons to West Balham to add fuel to the chaos there. After he said that, the bishop behind the partition didn't immediately respond. It was as though he was alarmed by the smuggling of firearms. He was momentarily at a loss for words. There was an awkward silence in the confessional. "You're frightened just like that? Have you never met a penitent as frank and direct as me? If I were to say that I'm plotting the murder of a demigod and am avoiding the attention of the mother tree of desire and the true creator, wouldn't you jump up?" Klein lampooned inwardly before continuing, "Don't worry. When I was young, I really enjoyed the adventurous life, seeking wealth from iron, blood, and fire. But now I'm tired of it. I hope for a peaceful future. I should have refused, but I couldn't overcome the greed in my heart. This was a tempting enough business, and it would help me gain a foothold in the upper class of Bakeland. I confess, in the end I still chose noise and chaos." The bishop behind the wooden partition finally responded. He said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. There's no need to feel guilty for a certain level of greed. As long as you don't harm the innocent and don't commit any of the crimes recorded in the Holy Bible, you will not be punished. Do it. Follow your heart and make the choice you want the most. Only in this way can you truly understand the teachings step by step and understand the true meaning of those words. There's no need to feel troubled. Remember this, no matter when. Sincerely admitting one's mistakes and repenting is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you." Praise the lady. Klein once again drew the crimson moon clockwise in front of his chest. He had come to St. Samuel Cathedral to use the opportunity of confession to inform the church of his plans to do an arms business. He wanted to see how they would react, so as to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without another word, Klein slowly got up and left the confessional. He walked down the aisle and walked towards his valet, Richardson. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She was wearing a hooded black robe and had blue eyeshadow and blush. She had a bewitching beauty to her. She was none other than the former spirit medium, Daly Simone. Daly looked up and similarly noticed Don Dantes. Her expression immediately turned a little dazed, as though she had fallen asleep while praying and had entered a dream. Klein nodded almost imperceptibly as a polite greeting. Then he took the hat and cane from his valet, Richardson, and walked out of the prayer hall at an unhurried pace. Daly retracted her gaze and looked down at the back of the chair in front of her before slowly closing her eyes. After walking out of St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein stood at the edge of the stairs and paused for 2 seconds. In the square in front of him, the white pigeons flew up, blocking the view of the spectators. Less than half an hour later, the underground Leonard heard that Don Dantes, whom he had previously investigated, was about to become a merchant who was working with the officials to smuggle arms to West Balham. What does he want to do? Leonard frowned again, unable to understand the undying monster's thoughts. P.S. Thank you, loyal servant, for tipping the Gold Alliance. It's just too expensive. When I return from my travels, and adjust for a few days, I'll add another chapter to express my gratitude. Chapter 876. When he returned to 160 Buckland Street from St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein saw the white-gloved butler, Walter, welcome him. "Sir, someone just sent a name card and said that his employer wishes to visit you between 4 and 5, Walter said with a calm expression. Klein thought about who the visitor might be, but he couldn't find a clue. He nodded slightly and said, "Who is his employer?" Walter looked around and saw that the serving men and maids were rather far away before replying, "That's right. Baron Sindres." Baron Sindres, that multimillionaire who relied on the Conservative Party and the Duke of Negan to obtain his title, one of the most famous bankers and business owners in the kingdom? When I helped Madame Mary purchase the Coim Company's shares, my competitors were him and his friends. He visited me personally for this matter. That's a deal of about £13,000. There's no need for him at all. Klein's thoughts raced as he walked to the stairs, leading to the second floor. Walter was half a step behind as he followed from the side. "Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindres, I'll tell him later that you were delayed listening to the bishop's sermon at St. Samuel Cathedral. You might return very late." The butler was implying that Sindres was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was impossible for him to directly head to St. Samuel Cathedral to find someone. Klein thought for a moment, smiled, and warmly said, "This is a very influential aristocrat in the banking industry. We will definitely have to meet him again in the future. I'll arrange for you to be in the small living room on the second floor with the most sunlight." Based on what Klein knew, Baron Sindres was the third largest shareholder of Bakelin Bank and the largest shareholder of Southwell Bank. He was definitely one of the most influential people in the banking industry of the Rouen Kingdom. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't waste any more time. At 4:10 in the afternoon, Klein met the visitor who often appeared in the newspaper in the small living room. The only thing that was different from what he had imagined was that after 3 o'clock, the clouds in Bakelin thickened. The sky gradually darkened, and it began to drizzle. There was no longer the cheerful and warm sunshine. Baron Sindres looked exactly the same as the photos published in the newspapers. His black hair was neatly combed back, revealing his broad forehead and slightly high hairline. His face was round, but it lacked enough flesh to support it. His cheekbones were high, and his wrinkles were distinct. Unlike most Rouen men his age, Baron Sindres didn't have a beard. His face was clean-shaven, and his blue eyes were so light that they were almost colorless. He was accompanied by a valet and a bodyguard, both of whom did not look very eye-catching. The former's biggest feature was that his hair was a little sparse, while the latter had a short buzz cut and a thick beard that extended from his ears to his chin. "Good afternoon, Honorable Baron. It's an honor to have you as a guest." Klein pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. Typically, when a host faced a visitor, they would lean forward, extend their right hand, and shake hands. But at that moment in time, the person in front of him was a noble, so he had to be more polite. Sindres nodded slightly and smiled in greeting. "No, there's no need to stand on ceremony. I should have visited you long ago. A gentleman who has experienced many things and understands the southern continent very well." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two took their seats. The valet and bodyguard stood by the side. Klein was just about to speak when Sindres said in a calm and intimate manner, "Dantes, I'm very impressed by a person like you." "Dantes, I admire a person like you. Not just anyone can plunder wealth from the chaotic southern continent. This requires sufficient courage to face difficulties head-on, and astonishing judgment. Back when I was on the brink of bankruptcy, I also wished to start afresh in the southern continent. Unfortunately, I'm not a courageous person. Although Sindres became a noble later on, he wasn't a commoner in the truest sense of the word. His great-grandfather and grandfather had benefited from the development of the colonies and earned quite a bit of money from the maritime trade. They were rather successful merchants. His father invested in the industry, accumulating enough fame and owning quite a number of factories. In his generation, he relied on his rich family fortune to rush into the booming banking industry, becoming one of the earliest multimillionaires in Rouen. During this process, Sindres suffered 3 failures, but he managed to walk out of each one. The most dangerous one was when the Southvale Bank he founded faced a serious crisis of credibility. It suffered a run on the bank and nearly went bankrupt. He always revolves around my experiences in the southern continent. Is he trying to tell me that he has already discovered a problem with my background and is using this as a warning? He probably never imagined that the experiences he repeatedly mentioned in the southern continent are all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly as he replied in a very normal manner, "That's not bravery, but recklessness. Most people who go to the southern continent do have an adventurous spirit, but that's all they have." Without waiting for Sindres to speak, he smiled and said, "I nearly hired Mr. Ribbek as my butler." I almost hired Mr. Ribbok as my butler. He said that you are a good employer. Sindres listened in silence and sighed. This is something that I find regrettable. I sincerely hope that Ribbok can continue being my butler, but he can't overcome the conflict between his standpoints. Having said that, Sindres looked at the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman, Don Dantes. He picked up the black tea his servant brought and took a sip. I also sincerely hope that we can become friends. I hope that you can transfer the 3% of the Coim Company's shares to me. I will give you conditions you can't refuse. Here it comes, but I have a contract with Ma and Mary. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds before sighing and smiling. I place great importance on my reputation. Upon hearing such an answer, Sindres didn't show any anger on his face. He smiled in a half-surprised and half-curious manner. Aren't you going to listen to my conditions? In his Don Dantes form, Klein deliberately spread his hands with a bitter smile. I'm afraid that I can't refuse. Ha! Sindres immediately laughed as he slowly stood up. You are as humorous as the rumors say. At the same time, you have a firm that the rumors don't mention. He glanced at his bodyguard and valet and said to Don Dantes with a smile, Being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. Being your partner is definitely better than being your competitor. All right, it's time for me to leave. There are still many things waiting for me to handle. Is this a sincere compliment, or is there a hidden threat? Klein wasn't a spectator, so he couldn't decipher the subtle meaning. All he could do was thicken his skin and reply, I share the same feelings. I look forward to working with you in other areas. Sindres, who was dressed in a formal suit with a bow tie, nodded with a smile. Without another word, he was sent out by Don Dantes with his butler and valet. As he watched the magnificently decorated carriage gradually depart, Walter suddenly said, That's right. Sir, do you need to hire a few bodyguards? Huh. Klein almost didn't understand what his butler meant. Seeing that his employer's expression didn't change, Walter added, Sometimes the competition in the business field will also bring about personal safety issues. The butler could also tell that Baron Sindres was threatening him. Klein's lips curled up slightly. I'm not worried about that because this is Bakeland. It's because I'm already registered with the Church of Evernight and because I'm planning on cooperating with the military. Therefore, I'm not worried that I'll suffer retaliation from the Beyonder domain. I'm not worried that things will develop like Ambassador Intis. Besides, Baron Sindres is also a successful person with status. It's impossible for him to be that rash. Klein thought silently. When Walter tried to say something, he chuckled again. But caution is always a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards to protect you in secret. Try not to be discovered by the servants in the house. Yes, sir, Walter replied immediately. Klein thought for a moment, then said to him, Make a trip to Member of Parliament Mock's place and invite him, his wife, and daughter to Intis Serenzo restaurant for dinner tomorrow. If they aren't free, it can be postponed. He planned on telling Mock that he was prepared to accept the military's test and complete a small arms deal. Originally, the most convenient method was to directly visit Member of Parliament Mock's place and casually mention it. However, considering that there might be a marauder pathway demigod beside Hazel, making it possible for him to discover the gray fog's aura in close contact, Klein changed his mind and set the location at the restaurant outside. In that case, according to Klein's judgment, the one who failed to parasitize Hazel wouldn't be able to act together. Hugh hid in the shadows of the trees as she watched a brown carriage slowly drive by and turn into a street in Queens. The carriage had an obvious coat of arms with a flower and 2 rings. It belonged to the captain of the Royal Guards of the Kingdom of Rouen, Viscount Stratford. Seeing that she didn't discover anything, Zio left her hiding spot dejectedly. She took a public carriage and returned to the Bakeland Bridge area before walking into Eastborough. When she arrived at a tavern on Darabi Street, Zio successfully reached the bar counter despite the drunkards making way for her. She directly asked the bartender, who was wiping glasses. "Is there any new commission?" The bartender immediately laughed. "Yes, Butler Walter, who previously offered a reward of £200 for a few cheats, has given us a new commission. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be negotiated in person, and it'll definitely be generous. He's very satisfied with your efficiency in completing the previous mission. He assigned us to question you first. How about it? Are you interested?" Zio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer. This was because they had spent £200 to find a cheater who had cheated them of £1,000 of cloth. Very generous, and they paid very readily. Zio thought for a moment before nodding. All right. Chapter 877. In a house in Sherwood Borough. As soon as Zio opened the door and entered, she caught a whiff of the fragrance of fried food. She couldn't help but sniff and look towards the kitchen. Furs. Could there be anyone else? Furs peeked her head out from the kitchen and asked with a smile. Zio put down the newspaper in her hand and mumbled in surprise, "That's right. Do you remember how long it's been since you last entered the kitchen?" "Ah, making toast in the morning doesn't count." Furs returned to the kitchen, and only her voice drifted out. "I choose food outside because it's better. And now there aren't any good fried chicken in the surrounding streets. I suddenly have a craving for this. Among the food that was passed down from Intis, it's my favorite." Zio walked to the kitchen and leaned against the door frame. She watched Furs busily prepare dinner and deliberated. "I've received a commission. £100 a day for 3 to 5 days, but I need to find another helper. Weren't you short on money previously? Do you want to do it together? My financial situation has actually improved. However, a mission of £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save as much as I can. There will be plenty of places to spend money in the future." As Furs stared at the wok filled with oil, she asked, "What kind of commission?" She had already calculated the remuneration she would receive in her mind. Zio combed her slightly coarse blonde hair and said, "Secretly protecting a tycoon named Don Dantes. What happened to him? Will it be dangerous?" Furs asked cautiously. Zio recalled and said, "It seems to be a business dispute. And a competitor threatened him. It's nothing dangerous. As you know, the powerful Beyonders in Bakeland wouldn't take such risks. It's easy to expose themselves and be targeted by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Maybe it's a lunatic? We can't rule out that possibility." As Furs retorted, she naturally thought of the world German Sparrow. This gentleman was a lunatic who dared to do great things in Bakeland. She paused and scooped up the fried chicken. "Since you've already accepted the mission and I don't have anything to do recently, let's go together. Fortunately, this is a secret protection. No one will find out that I'm working as a bodyguard. Otherwise, I won't be able to participate in those literary salons of the upper class. Hee. Actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life. I'm collecting material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and a male employer." Zio was already used to Furs's habit of letting her thoughts wander. She sniffled again. "Let's go there after dinner." 160 Buckland Street. Klein set up a ritual in the master bedroom's bathroom before entering the world above the gray fog. He planned to take care of some chores before the bodyguards hired by Butler Walter arrived, so that it wouldn't be inconvenient for him to do so in the next few days. Among the miscellaneous tasks, the most important one was to confirm the condition of the creeping hunger. After sitting in the seat belonging to the Fool, Klein made the human-skinned glove fly over from the junk pile. After a series of divination checks, he discovered that the creeping hunger was rather stubborn this time. The negative effects didn't change at all. Has it been infected by Mr. A and won't give up on praising the true creator? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he seriously considered how to resolve the problem. Find another way to threaten it? No, how can it be called a threat? It should be said that I'm maintaining the initiative to communicate in a friendly manner. Klein tapped the edge of the long, mottled table with his fingers as he silently muttered to himself. Since I have to write to Mr. Aztec later, I can mention the fact that the seal on the creeping hunger has failed. I can also bring some mushrooms with me. No, that won't do. Although this can prevent the creeping hunger from praising the true creator, it will also make it unusable. I'll get a few original, mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if they have any other effects. After making up his mind, Klein threw Aztec's copper whistle and the adventurer's harmonica into the door of sacrifice and bestowment. He then returned to the real world, put away the items, and cleaned up the traces. After leaving the washroom, Klein walked to his desk and took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen. He deliberated and wrote, "Honorable Mr. Aztec, it's been a while since I've written to you. I wonder how you've been recently. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, the seal you placed on the creeping hunger has failed. Can you give me the corresponding solution? I wish to do it again. Have you heard of a creature called Spirit World Plunderer? What level is it at? What characteristics does it have? Which regions is it often active in? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll promptly write to you." Putting down the fountain pen and reading it twice, Klein folded the letter, picked up the copper whistle, and blew at it. Without a sound, white bones emerged from the ground and surged into the air like a fountain, forming a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton looked down at Don Dantes for a second before bending down, lowering its right arm and spreading out its palm. This messenger is becoming more and more polite. Klein nodded in satisfaction as he handed the letter he had just written to the messenger. The skeleton messenger didn't stop as it instantly disintegrated and fell to the ground like a waterfall, rapidly vanishing. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he retracted his gaze and continued writing. It was addressed to Frank. "The dried mushrooms you gave me previously weren't bad. Do you have any more? Do you think there's any possibility of implementing the idea I mentioned previously? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me." After folding the letter, Klein picked up the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. He then saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker appear beside him. She still didn't have a head, and she wore a complicated and dark dress. She held 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. "Can you locate Frank Lee?" Klein asked with greater confidence. After all, Miss Messenger was different from ordinary messengers. She was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. Under normal circumstances, messengers could only locate the contractor and the person who had used the summoning ritual. As for the latter, there was a distance restriction. Once they were too far away from the ritual, the messenger wouldn't be able to find them. The 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hands turned and looked at Klein. "Is it that person who wants to be planted into soil? What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? When I replied, she even said that she hoped he wasn't dead." Klein nodded solemnly. "Yes, Rionette Tinker's 4 heads," spoke one after another. "Yes, locate. I have. Mark him, ah?" Klein's mouth turned agape when he heard that, nearly forgetting his goal. Poor Frank. No, the powerful Frank actually got Miss Messenger to specially mark him. May the goddess bless him. Klein slowly exhaled and handed the letter in his hand to Rionette Tinker. "Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you in gold." One of the heads in Rionette Tinker's hands opened its mouth and bit the letter before entering the spirit world, preventing it from being observed. After settling the chores, Klein left the copper whistle and harmonica with him and went to the second floor to enjoy dinner. Midway through the meal, Butler Walter entered and whispered into Don Dantes' ear, "The bodyguards are already here. They're Miss Sayo and her friend from before. I'll arrange for them to provide protection in secret." "Miss Sayo and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magicians." Klein was momentarily at a loss for words. All he could do was nod, slightly, indicating that he was aware. His spirituality actually didn't sense anyone invading the house, but this was very normal. It wasn't late at night when everyone was sleeping soundly. At that time, even the slightest abnormality would be rather obvious. Unless Klein had specially left a mark with his spirituality that could be detected, or the person who entered the house had some ill intent towards him, it would be very difficult to discover anything. In another bedroom on the 3rd floor, Zio and Furs each occupied a curtain. Through the glass, they looked at the garden below. This is my dream residence. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house like this in a beautiful place. No, I'll still choose Bakeland. There's more delicacies here, and it's more convenient, Furs said sincerely. After saying that, she sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I have the curse of the full moon. I can only continue improving myself. Otherwise, I would have left behind a house and not cash. Zio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside. She whispered, I lived in such a place when I was young. Furs glanced at Zio. As she didn't know what to say, she changed the topic. How should we provide protection? Zio retracted her gaze. When Mr. Don Dantes isn't out or has visitors, he'll hide in his room and pay attention to his surroundings to prevent anyone from sneaking in. When a guest visits, we'll enter next door and pay close attention to any movements. We'll open the door to save him at any time. If Mr. Don Dantes heads out, the butler will inform us ahead of time. I'll hide under the carriage to protect him, and you'll find another carriage to follow. Zio, you're becoming more and more professional. Furs praised seriously before chuckling. I just saw Mr. Don Dantes' portrait. If you hadn't said that the danger stemmed from business competition, I would have suspected that the problem stemmed from an emotional dispute. Before Furs could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw a carriage stop outside the house. A few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms alighted. What's going on? She looked at her friend and realized that Zio was equally puzzled. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Klein met with the 4 police officers. Mr. Don Dantes, do you know Mr. Quarren? Quarren? Klein thought for a moment and recalled that this was the gentleman who had sold his coin, company shares to him. I do. What happened to him? Klein asked calmly. The leading officer replied rather politely, I know him. He committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a suicide note, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and using all sorts of underhanded methods to torture him, causing him to be extremely depressed. And his family provided proof for the contents of his suicide note. Chapter 878. Quarren committed suicide. He used a suicide note to accuse me of forcing him to sell his shares. His family can even provide evidence for this. As Klein listened to the officer's recount, he digested the corresponding content as questions surfaced in his mind. After figuring out what had happened, his first reaction was, Baron Sindras had taken action. After this powerful banker failed in his search for a partnership, he didn't hesitate to use the attitude of an enemy to carry out his follow-up actions. He didn't hold back at all. Furthermore, he had clearly gathered sufficient intelligence and knew that Don Dantes and the Church of Evernight, as well as Member of Parliament Mocht and the faction backing him, were involved to a certain extent. If he were to directly deal with them, it would easily invite unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he chose Quarren, who was on the other side of the deal, to make a breakthrough. This was more indirect and safer, but it was similarly ruthless and vicious. He doesn't think much of the lives of ordinary people. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who had collapsed during the great smog of Bakeland. He couldn't help but feel anger as it bubbled up, turning cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making himself look even more astonished. As though he didn't understand, he asked, Are you sure you aren't joking? The officer nodded solemnly. If we don't have enough evidence, we won't bother a gentleman like you. Mr. Don Dantes, please follow us back to the police station to cooperate with the investigations. Klein, who appeared calm and unperturbed, was just about to reply when he suddenly realized something illogical. Regardless, murder was a serious crime in the present kingdom of Rouen. With Baron Sindra's identity, status, and connections, there were at least dozens of effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon who had just arrived in Baekeland 2 months ago. There was no need for him to go this far. After all, a member of high society at his level would more or less know or come into contact with certain beyonder powers. He knew very well that the world had all sorts of inconceivable means to track down the true murderer. If he didn't have complete confidence, risking murder and framing was definitely the worst choice. If Baron Sindras could use his influence to forcefully suppress the official beyonder investigations, then his other methods would definitely be more effective and simpler. Even if he temporarily doesn't know that I'm about to cooperate with the military, he definitely knows of my relationship with the Church of Evernight and Member of Parliament Mocked. He won't do something so simple and crude. Most importantly, if he can hire someone to kill for the 3% of the shares, why did he do it earlier? If I had pointed the gun at Quarren's head earlier, the matter would have been resolved without any ripples. Klein looked at the officers in front of him thoughtfully and did not reply immediately. And next door to the small living room, Zio and Furs were leaning against the wall. Using the tiny door that the latter had opened, they had heard the entire conversation. What should we do? If the police insist on arresting him, should we provide protection? Furs, who lacked sufficient experience as a bounty hunter, lowered her voice and asked her friend. She didn't expect that a business dispute would evolve into a case that involved human life and suspected framing. The enemy, she expected, had also changed from a burglar and an assassin to a police officer. For a moment, she didn't know how to deal with the aftermath. Zio was also placed in a difficult position. Typically, bodyguards are only used to deal with illegal offenders, but the remuneration they give is sufficiently generous. Furs was astonished and amused when she heard that. She asked, "If he's really arrested and sent to prison, do you plan on breaking him out? Let's not talk about the problem of danger. If that happens, you will also be wanted and won't be able to be a bounty hunter anymore. When the time comes, do you plan on escaping somewhere else with this gentleman?" As she spoke, she realized that Don Dantes had stirred after coming up with a story. This elegant gentleman with white sideburns turned his head to look at Walter and said with a calm and gentle voice, "Two matters. 2 things. First, visit Baron Sindras and tell him that someone is trying to frame him." Walter revealed a rare look of shock and puzzlement, finding it difficult to understand why his employer would give such an order. From his point of view, this matter was likely orchestrated by Baron Sindras. Visiting him wouldn't be of any use and would only result in humiliation. Klein smiled and said, "He just came here as a guest and threatened me with the 3% shares. Then something happened to Mr. Quarren, so it's hard not to suspect him. I believe there's a need to remind him that this is what a gentleman should do." The officers were slightly moved when they heard that. For some baffling reason, they felt that the matter was more complicated than they imagined. Walter was enlightened as he immediately replied, "All right, sir." "Very well, sir. I will immediately visit Baron Sindras and inform you and his friends of this matter. This way, if the matter wasn't done by Baron Sindras, the subsequent troubles would be resolved by him. If he was the mastermind behind the scenes, he could be implicated in the name of warning Walter out of goodwill. By spreading the news, it would create enough pressure from public opinion to make the rescue of Member of Parliament Mocked and Company simple. Smart. A good butler really saves me trouble," Klein praised inwardly as he continued. "Second, get my lawyer over to deal with this tiny problem." After instructing the butler and valet, Klein looked at the officers opposite him. "All right, I'll go back to the police station with you. I won't make things difficult for you. However, before my lawyer arrives, I will not answer any of your questions." The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantes. At this moment, Furs, who was next to the living room, hurriedly said, "Should we follow them?" "Yes. I'll hide under the carriage now and follow them to the police station. We can't guarantee that those policemen are real." Zio answered rather cautiously. She paused and seized the time to ask, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Furs thought for a second and sighed. "The nobles and the rich are really scary." Zio was taken aback and didn't say another word. She walked to the window, pressed her hand, and nimbly leaped down, landing in the shadows of the building. A few minutes later, Klein and 2 of the police officers boarded Don Dantes' carriage. When he sat down, he looked at the thick carpet, his expression unchanged. When they arrived at the police station, Klein was directly brought into the interrogation room, but no matter how the officer in charge asked, he did not respond. When his lawyer arrived, he gave a statement, saying that he had only met Quarren once. He said that the negotiations for the acquisition of the shares were all handled by a professional team, and that he had not participated in the specifics. He repeated these things over and over again, indicating that he didn't know anything else. The police officer on the other side couldn't find a breakthrough until he was called out. After a while, the police officer in charge of recording the statement came back. "All right, you can leave now. A distinguished gentleman has provided a guarantor for you and paid the bail." Klein didn't immediately get up. He sat on the chair and looked up. "Who?" The police officer was immediately filled with respect. "Baron Sindres." Klein immediately smiled and slowly got up. He brought the lawyer out of the interrogation room and met up with the butler and valet. He met Baron Sindres again at the entrance of the police station. This big banker's hair was still neatly combed back, silver and black intertwining. Beside him stood his valet and bearded bodyguard. "Thank you for your warning, Dantes. Few people can be as calm and sharp as you when encountering unexpected situations." Sindres took 2 steps forward with a smile, extended his hand and shook Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I just trust your character." Of course, Baron Sindres didn't believe his polite words. He found an excuse and boarded Don Dantes' carriage with his bodyguards. As for the valet, he sent him to his own luxurious carriage to urge the coachman to follow behind. Outside the window, the parasol tree flew backward as Sindres took the initiative to speak. "Dantes, why did you make such a judgment?" Klein glanced at the butler and valet beside him and chuckled. "2 points. First, I think you have a better idea, Baron. You wouldn't do something so violent." Baron Sindres drank a mouthful of the white wine on the carriage and chuckled. Indeed. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. "I'm very curious about the idea." He had only asked in passing, without any extravagant hopes of receiving an answer. However, Sindres smiled. "It doesn't matter if I tell you, since things have come to this. It's very simple. Don't you wish to enter high society? I plan on hiring a few girls of different ages to accuse you of toying with their feelings and bodies at different social occasions without taking responsibility. If there's a need, I'll get a few children to hug your legs and call you daddy. Or I'll get some commoners to accuse you of seducing their wives and destroying their marriages. This is Rouen. The culture here is relatively conservative. No one likes to have such a person as a friend. Similarly, the Church of Evernight that values marriage and family will alienate you. Such matters are difficult to clarify, but they aren't serious. They won't use their own strength to help you investigate. By the time you finally find a loophole, your image will have spread. How many people do you think will be willing to believe your explanation? You are only a newcomer and have yet to build up enough reputation. You aren't that trustworthy. Of course, if you are willing to accept my conditions, I'll use my reputation to vouch for you. That's the first step. As for now, it won't happen." Klein was nearly stunned when he heard that. He felt that he was still too inexperienced compared to a powerful banker who had established a business empire step by step. "I think I should thank you," he replied with a smile without batting an eyelid. Secondly, if you really want the 3% shares with your wealth, I won't be able to compete with you. It's better for you to force Mr. Quarren than to kill him later." Roland's expression did not change as he replied with a smile. Sindras raised his right hand and used his fingers to press against his temples. He chuckled and said, "No, you're wrong. I definitely want the 3% shares. However, you're right about one thing. I've indeed prepared an offer for Quarren that he can't refuse. However, he suddenly made a decision and completed the transaction with you at an extremely fast speed. I couldn't even react in time." Klein narrowed his eyes as he suddenly fell silent. After returning to 160 Beclun Street, Zio circled around and sneaked back to the 3rd floor. She saw Furs, who had easily opened the door. "How was it? Nothing happened, right?" Furs, who had been following from afar, asked out of curiosity. Zio shook her head in a daze. "No." She then revealed a wistful expression. "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." Chapter 879. On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein, who was in the form of Don Dantes, stood behind the railing as he silently watched Sindra's luxurious carriage slowly drive away. His mind was still echoing with the other party's words. He felt that the Coim Company's stock purchase had a hidden conspiracy from the very beginning. To Sindra's, although the Coim Company had great potential and a bright future, its value was still limited to Bakeland. It was restricted by all sorts of conditions and wasn't worth the attention of a powerful banker, making it seem as though he wouldn't relinquish control. After all, even if he didn't succeed, it would only be a difference of how much he earned. It wasn't to the extent of incurring losses. To the seller, Quarren, it was very normal for him to sell his shares for cash due to external pressure. It was also very normal for him to be unwilling to sell to the Conservative Party's purse of money, Sindra's. But the problem was that, as a businessman, it was indeed possible to consider political leanings when the price was about the same. There was no reason to reject an extremely high premium. However, he had deliberately completed the transaction with Don Dantes before Sindra's made his final offer. From the looks of it, he had a grudge against the pound or an extreme hatred of the Conservative Party. And this didn't match the current political atmosphere. The Kingdom of Rouen hadn't reached such a level of internal strife. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Sindra's to do this, and someone is using this as bait to set up a trap, using Quarren's 3% shares as bait and me as cover to lure Sindra's into a trap, hoping to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps under the night sky as he sighed inwardly. According to his guess, if he hadn't discovered a problem that night and hadn't directly sent people to Sindra's, he would have ended up in prison due to all sorts of seemingly conclusive clues. And when the military or the Church of Evernight interfered, the evidence would undoubtedly turn against him and point to Sindra's. During this process, as long as Sindra's made a slight misjudgment, treating Don Dantes as an accomplice of the mastermind and using relatively intense means to deal with him, it would be the final nail in his coffin. As for who was behind the scenes and what their true motives were, Klein had no way of guessing. He could only be sure that Madame Marie probably didn't know the truth and was merely being used by someone to protect her control over the Coim Company. In short, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in a conspiracy of this level. Environmental protection, new party, Conservative Party, bankers, takeover, framing. Nouns after nouns popped up in Klein's mind, making him feel as if he could see through the current peace in Bakeland to the dangerous whirlpools that were hidden underwater. They had existed for a long time and had not been pacified by the Great Smog. Some of them were even an extension of that incident. With all of these intertwined and increasingly tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word. War. Revolution. In that second, Klein seemed to smell the impending storm. Furthermore, with the apocalyptic prophecy, I wonder how much chaos and madness is brewing in the dark. My current focus is to start with the military and investigate the truth behind the Great Smog of Bakeland. If I were to be embroiled in this maelstrom, There's a high chance that there will be unnecessary trouble. I might expose my sequence strength, making it impossible for me to continue acting as Don Dantes. Klein retracted his gaze and had already made up his mind. That was to escape as soon as possible. As for Syndra's safety, he wasn't worried. Firstly, he had the backing of the Conservative Party and had his own forces. With him on his guard, it would be difficult for him to be framed again. Secondly, Klein didn't have much of a relationship with him. It was already considered a noble act for him to warn him. As for the truth behind Quarren's death, he didn't have the right to investigate it. All he could do was choose to believe that the Night Hawks were experienced and had many means to find the real clues. How should I extricate myself from this matter? As long as the 3% of the shares are in my hands, it means that I will always be in the center of the stage. Get Madame Marie to buy it back ahead of time? It would be very difficult. She probably didn't have the funds. Sell it to Baron Sindres? Breaking the promise and the contract. Klein gradually came up with an idea. His facial muscles inexplicably twisted a little, but he soon relaxed because what he wanted to do was what he wanted to do before, but he didn't have the ability to do it. Moreover, this was also beneficial for him to establish his image, and it would be easier for him to enter the upper class. In the room next door with the balcony, Zio and Furs stared at the street and garden, while the other stared at the crimson moon that was half hidden behind the clouds. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Only when the lights on Dwayne Dantes' side were extinguished did she turn her head to look at her friend. She said with interest and obvious wistfulness, "It's not easy being a tycoon. If it were you, you would have gone bankrupt in 3 days and been sent to jail." Zio glanced at her. "I can hire a great butler, a professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help." Furs didn't continue to discourage him. Instead, she smiled and said, "If it were me, I would convert all of it into bank deposits, state bonds, and houses and shops, relying on the annuity income to maintain a decent enough life." Just as she said that, she saw Zio frown slightly as she cast her gaze at the first floor of the building. "What's wrong?" Furs suddenly tensed up. Zio focused for a few seconds. "My spiritual perception tells me that something or something related to black magic has appeared. One of the greatest features of a sheriff was that when they were close enough, they could detect things that were related to evil, chaos, and madness that weren't shielded. Black magic." Furs was considered a senior beyonder, so she was no stranger to it. Strictly speaking, anything that did not go through the 7 orthodox gods was considered black magic, including those ritualistic magic that prayed to the hidden existences. Generally speaking, black magic referred to the use of flesh, blood, hair, and all kinds of strange items to cast strange spells. Some of them involved evil gods, some of them stemmed from one's own beyonder powers, and some of them relied on the spirituality of the materials and the correct symbols and magic labels. Zio nodded solemnly. "Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here and protect Mr. Dantes." After 2 seconds of silence, Furs nodded and said, "That's right." "All right." After Zio left the half-open room with the balcony, she took out Lamino's travels from her pocket. She was prepared to immediately take action if anything went amiss. Elsewhere, Zio was agile as she briskly went down to the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside one of the rooms. After confirming that her target was inside, Zio was taken aback as her expression gradually sank. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room belonged to the butler who had hired her, Walter. In that momentary daze, the black magic item or matter that had stimulated her spiritual perception vanished. The room was silent as though nothing abnormal had happened. Zio hurriedly pressed her ear to the door and listened carefully, confirming that there was human breathing inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter hadn't taken any action, she returned to the 3rd floor with a look of puzzlement. She recounted her discovery to her friend, Furs. Finally, she said, "Should we act as though we don't know anything, or should we think of a way to warn Mr. Dantes?" Furs thought for a moment. Maybe Mr. Butler didn't mean any harm? Let's observe for a while longer. After expressing her attitude, she clicked her tongue and sighed. I have to say that Mr. Don Dantes is really a pitiful fellow. Not only was he used to frame Baron Sindres, but he was also wrongly imprisoned, causing his reputation to be tarnished. He also has a butler with unknown intentions who studies black magic. Sigh, I hope he doesn't lose his life because of this. In this aspect, he's just a helpless, ordinary person. Zio nodded in agreement. After these 3 days, if we still can't confirm Mr. Butler's intentions, then leave him a note as a reminder. The next morning, after finishing his breakfast, Klein glanced at Walter with his usual expression. He left with his valet, Richardson, and took a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. After listening to the sermon and praying, Klein didn't make any donations. Instead, he went straight to Bishop Electra. What's up? Although the bishop was under a lot of pressure due to the infiltration of Cheney's Gate, he was still rather kind to his believers. Klein smiled and said, I've been through some things recently and I've become more aware of my inner self. Without waiting for Bishop Electra to ask, he continued, That's right. I want to establish a bursary fund for the poor and hope to get help from the church. I'll put my Coim Company shares into this fund and use all the funds can obtain according to the contract to start this matter. Bishop Electra was stunned when he heard that because it was definitely not a small sum. Although outsiders did not know how much Don Dantes had spent to purchase the 3% shares, they had heard rumors that it was more than 10,000 gold pounds. Furthermore, the subsequent returns would not be low. When Madame Mary was pursued by many men of status, her total assets were only tens of thousands of pounds. Therefore, Don Dantes' donation of more than 10,000 pounds was definitely considered a huge sum. In the entire Church of Evernight, apart from the type designated in the will, the number of donations that were higher than this could be counted on one hand. That is an act worthy of any praise. However, I have to remind you not to do anything beyond your capabilities. Klein replied with a smile. For me, it's not a small amount, but it's still bearable. It won't affect my life and business. Bishop Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he nodded. The goddess will be watching you. Hearing this blessing, Klein's expression almost froze. Bishop Electra continued. I will report this to His Excellency the Archbishop and strive to hold a charity dinner for this foundation. At that time, we will invite believers of the goddess from all fields, including a few nobles and their families, to see if anyone is willing to participate. He knew very well that Don Dantes had been trying to enter the upper class, so he purposely chose the nobles. Chapter 880. At the bottom of the Future's cabin, in the pitch-black environment, Frank Lee lit a candle, illuminating a long table filled with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He casually pushed the items aside and cleared out a space that was just enough to hold a letter. Right on the heels of that, he laid out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression, My dear friend Gehrman, I'm very happy that you found the dried mushrooms pretty good. Perhaps they are more useful than I imagined. When I'm free, I'll take another look at them. As I'm fully immersed in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped manufacturing them. Most of the ones from before have been snatched and burned by Nina. There are only 3 left. I hope they can be of help to you. Along with them is the latest product, a type of mushroom that can grow and reproduce by devouring flesh and blood in the dark. It has 3 types. One of them is a hybrid of wheat, which can be ground into mushroom powder to produce bread. Another has the characteristics of a hybrid cow, which can be used to extract milk. The last one is a hybrid of fish, giving it a refreshing taste. It has thick and tight flesh. What you need to take note of is that it absolutely cannot be eaten raw. It has to be cooked at 90 degrees Celsius and above for at least 5 minutes to kill its activity. Otherwise, no matter what it turns into, it will automatically absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point, they are unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor are they able to effectively deal with the latter. they will accumulate the corresponding toxicity or madness. I feel that they will undergo different mutations due to different types of monster flesh and blood, resulting in different levels of harm. However, I'm unable to verify it because I lack sufficient monster corpses for research. If you obtain any during your adventures, please send them to me. I only need a very small amount. As for whether there are any other problems, I'm not too sure either. This is still considered a half-finished product, so there's no way to conduct further experiments or observations. I wish you success in everything and that your adventures will be fruitful. Your most sincere friend, Frank Lee. Putting down the fountain pen, Frank read the reply from the beginning and folded it in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and pressed it on top. He quickly set up the messenger summoning ritual and prepared to recite the incantation. At this moment, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and was stunned for 2 seconds. Then Frank moved all the dirt that was piled nearby outside the door. Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. Audrey was hiding in her room, staring at the glass bottle in her hand. The bottle was filled with a transparent, colorless, viscous liquid. When it was quiet, it was like a mirror, completely reflecting everything within its range. When it fluctuated, there were small whirlpools spinning silently under its surface. This was the hypnotist potion that he had just concocted. Audrey had already digested the psychiatrist potion. She planned on advancing to sequence 6 before Bakelin's psychological alchemy contacted her. After using Placate to adjust her mental state, Audrey bit her lower lip, raised the glass bottle, and poured the potion into her mouth. After a short period of coldness, she suddenly felt her consciousness explode. Her body seemed to be infected and became somewhat illusory. At this moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body seemed to be absorbed and assimilated by the body of heart and mind. Her entire body was like a composite of pure thoughts as she floated up. She sensed the boundless sea of collective subconscious that connected all living beings, as well as the spirituality sky that corresponded to it. Having experienced the shock she experienced at the psychiatrist stage, Audrey didn't panic. She maintained a sliver of lucidity and restrained her instinctive urge to fuse with the sea. She allowed her consciousness to spread out without end before shrinking back like a rubber band. After an unknown period of time, she finally found herself. She saw that the back of her hand was covered in dense, sturdy golden scales. She saw that the strands of hair that hung over her shoulders were glossy and heavy, as though they were made of real gold. These anomalies receded bit by bit, and Audrey quickly returned to normal. However, when she looked in the mirror, she realized that although her green eyes looked clear, there was a strange bottomless vortex hidden within them. It made it difficult for anyone who saw it to look away, making it easy for them to lose themselves in it. This is a sign of my spirituality dissipating and not being completely converged. Audrey's brows slowly relaxed as her smile gradually became clearer. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently. She couldn't hide her smile as she said, "Audrey, you're already a sequence 6. After her emotions calmed down, she seriously examined herself to confirm what beyond her power she had obtained and what substantial changes had occurred. After a period of busy work, Audrey gained a preliminary understanding of the situation. First, her physical fitness had been greatly enhanced. Be it her strength or agility, they had exceeded the level of an ordinary human. Furthermore, she could produce a layer of scales on the surface of her skin, greatly reducing and resisting damage. Second, her psychological cue had undergone a qualitative change. It had become a hypnosis in the non-combat domain. As long as the target's attention was truly focused on something, Audrey could open the door to the body of heart and mind, directly modifying the target's consciousness and influencing the subconscious. This way, the target would unknowingly follow her arrangements and do all sorts of actions that went against their true will. Of course, if Audrey's arrangements directly harmed the hypnotized person's life or the things they subconsciously valued the most, the other party would show strong resistance, causing the hypnosis to fail. In addition, if the target was mentally strong and had a firm mind, they could also resist the hypnosis to a certain extent. Third, combat hypnosis. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize the enemy, making them do abnormal actions. For example, attacking their companions or avoiding her as a hypnotist. However, this kind of hypnosis could only be maintained for a short period of time. The target would quickly wake up and realize the problem. Similarly, it couldn't directly harm the target's life or make the enemy commit suicide. Fourth, psychological invisibility. With her grasp of the target's body of heart and mind, she could place herself in a blind spot, thus achieving an invisibility effect where the target couldn't see or sense her despite being right in front of her. Very impressive. The only regret is that I still don't have any beyonder powers that can directly attack. Audrey puffed up her cheeks indiscernibly as she tried her best to converge her spirituality, making her eyes not look so intoxicating. After eliminating the initial abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in. With the golden retriever's cooperation, she familiarized herself with her newly obtained beyonder powers. Before long, her personal maidservant, Annie, knocked on the door and entered with an invitation. "Miss, the church will be holding a charity gala on Saturday night. It's for a newly established bursary foundation that targets the poor. We hope that you can participate." Audrey didn't answer directly, but asked instead. Instead, she asked, "Did they invite my father and mother as well?" "Yes, they also invited the Earl and Madam, as well as Lord Hibbert," Annie answered truthfully. Audrey nodded and smiled. "Tell the church that I'll participate. Also, figure out the exact situation of the charity foundation so that I can decide on the donation amount. At night, Intis Serenzo Restaurant. This place is gorgeous. It's even more gorgeous than the living rooms and activity rooms of many nobles." Furs looked around and assumed a posture of gathering material. Although she had participated in many literary salons organized by nobles, she had always gone to their homes and had never come to such a top-notch restaurant. Zio scratched her coarse blonde hair and said, "This is the style of Intis. It's different from us. It looks gorgeous, but it doesn't have any connotations." "How can it not have any connotations? Look, those are all famous oil paintings, famous sculptures," Furs deliberately retorted. During this process, she suppressed her voice because they didn't enter through the main entrance. As they spoke, they found the tiny private room that butler Walter had mentioned. Furs directly opened the door and pulled Zio inside. They hid in a cupboard in an exclusive pantry and waited for their employer, Don Dantes, and his guests to arrive. "How much do you think that 3% of the Coin Company's shares is worth?" the board first casually asked. In the morning, she entered St. Samuel Cathedral with Zio and pretended to pray, but she was actually providing protection. Zio hesitated and said, "At least a few £1,000s. I think that Bishop places great importance on it." "How rich? He donates thousands of pounds, just like that. Why doesn't he help poor people like us?" Furs said wistfully in a joking manner. At this moment, the door to the private room opened. Don Dantes and Mock's family walked in and took their seats. The corresponding waiters also began busying themselves. Zio and Furs didn't speak further as they listened to the chatter outside and paid attention to their surroundings. From time to time, their noses would twitch because of the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Zio frowned slightly as though she sensed something. She immediately relaxed as though nothing had happened. "What's wrong?" Furs whispered into her friend's ear. Zio shook her head and said nothing. "It's nothing. I was too tense, so I overreacted." At that moment, Klein put down his cutlery and glanced at the side of his chair with a calm expression. With his spirit vision activated, he saw a blonde, red-eyed, and beautiful head emerge from the void. In its mouth was a bulging letter. Vaguely, Klein seemed to smell milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he secretly extended his left hand and grabbed the letter. Seated in the other 3 seats, Mocked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Just as Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket without leaving a trace, the waiters walked out of the pantry and served the 4 guests new dishes. Among them, 2 were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt a little nauseous as his expression turned odd. His right palm, which had yet to be pulled out of his pocket, trembled slightly. P.S. Update before making any changes. Chapter 881. Fortunately, I didn't order mushrooms. Otherwise, this dish would have gone to waste. Originally, I didn't have any psychological trauma toward mushrooms, but the smell in the letter just now successfully made me have a relapse. Klein's expression quickly returned to normal. He retracted his left hand, picked up the glass beside him, and gulped down the ice water inside. One more. He turned his head as if nothing had happened and ordered the waiter standing at the door of the pantry. At the same time, he pressed down on the clothes on his abdomen, slowly got up, apologized, and walked to the private washroom in the private room. This was opposite to the exclusive pantry, located on both sides of the main entrance. Furs, who was hiding in the cupboard, heard the footsteps approach and the bathroom door close. She couldn't help but lean over to Zio's ear and suppress her voice. This is the second time. They've only been in this room for slightly more than half an hour, and Don Dantes has already gone to the washroom for the second time. The first time was obviously to urinate. If it's the same this time, it means that this gentleman's kidneys, bladder, or prostate aren't very good. He's out. He's really just peeing. TSK, he seems to drink a lot of water and often goes to the bathroom. Sigh, it's not easy to be a rich man. It's especially difficult for a good-looking rich man. Zio rolled her eyes at her friend. This has nothing to do with you. Be serious and focus. We're doing a mission. Also, that member of parliament named Mocht has a rather powerful bodyguard. Perhaps he's a beyonder. We have to be careful. Furs had no choice but to suppress her desire to communicate. They were all guarding outside the door. They didn't guard against anyone going through the wall. That's not professional at all. All right, we'll talk about it when we get back. At this time, Klein had already walked back to the table and sat in his seat. He drank a mouthful of ice water and sipped the white wine before smiling at Mocht. It's been almost 2 months since I came to Bakeland. I've been busy familiarizing myself with the environment here and haven't been able to start a new business. Every day when I wake up, I see the gold coins flowing out, and none of them come back. Hee, it's time to do something. He jokingly pointed out that he was willing to participate in the arms trade. Mocht stroked his cup and smiled warmly. I can understand. I also went through this stage in the past. How much money do you have left? I can introduce some friends to you. Klein replied calmly, that's right. Currently, the most I can spare is 20,000 pounds. You're richer than I imagined, Mocht said wistfully. Under normal circumstances, a millionaire who could take out 20,000 pounds in one go would definitely have a net worth of 100,000 pounds. Without waiting for Don Dantes to be humble, he casually said, Didn't you buy 3% of the Coim Company's shares? You can pledge it for at least 10,000 pounds, which will help you ease the financial strain. Klein smiled and sighed. I've already donated these shares to the church. I'm going to set up a bursary fund for the poor, donated to the church. Mocht hadn't met St. Samuel Cathedral's priest and bishop today. Furthermore, he was outside and hadn't received an invitation, so he wasn't aware of this matter. Ma, Amriana, and Hazel, who were enjoying their delicacies, also looked up and subconsciously cast their gazes at Don Dantes. At their level, there were quite a number of friends they were familiar with who could fork out 10,000 pounds in cash, but only a few had the ability to donate that much money. And among those few, there might not be a single person willing to donate. No, there was already one, Don Dantes. Yes, Klein nodded with his usual expression. If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school and study, perhaps my life would have been completely different. I wish to give those children who yearn to change their fates some hope. Your character is equally impressive as your generosity. Ma. Amriana put down her knife and fork as she praised sincerely. Hazel nodded indiscernibly as she looked at Dwayne Dantes with a much gentler gaze. Seeing her parents begin chatting with him about charity, she apologetically left the table and walked to the washroom. Her right hand seemed to be casually pressing down on her tummy. When she came to the door, she was just about to turn right when she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard in the pantry. She frowned slightly, revealing a look of confusion. She then retracted her gaze and opened the wooden door to the washroom. After washing her hands, Hazel seemed to forget the abnormality from before. She touched the necklace by her chest and returned to the dining table. After the dishes and desserts were served, dinner was over. The quartet left the room with their servants and met up with the 2 bodyguards outside. They planned on returning home. At this moment, Hazel suddenly stopped and said, "I think I dropped my ear stud inside. Sorry, wait a minute." Without waiting for Ma, Amriana to instruct a maidservant to search for it, she turned around and circled around the corner, returning to the room from before. Hazel lowered her hand that was covering her left ear and directly entered the pantry. She walked in front of the cupboard and placed her hand on it. She wanted to quickly open the cupboard's door, but after some thought, she cautiously held onto the necklace with her other hand and turned her body to the side to guard against any sudden attacks from inside. Taking a deep breath, Hazel took the opportunity when the waiter was clearing the dining table to pull the cupboard's door open, revealing the interior of the cupboard. Apart from spare cutlery and tablecloths, there was nothing else. Hazel revealed a puzzled expression once again, as though she couldn't believe what she was seeing. "I clearly sense that there's something very valuable inside," she muttered to herself. Before the maidservant could chase up to her, she closed the cupboard's door and walked out of the pantry. Outside Intis Serenzo restaurant, Furs and Zio turned their heads in unison and looked inside. "That girl actually discovered us?" Furs whispered in disbelief. If she hadn't been able to open the door and slip out from behind the cupboard, she and Zio would have been discovered. They would have no choice but to admit that they were secretly protecting Don Dantes. Zio wore a look of puzzlement as well. "When she went to the bathroom, I remember you didn't say anything or move. Perhaps she's also a beyonder and has some sort of spiritual intuition." Furs guessed with uncertainty. Mr. Don Dantes' life, sure, is difficult. On one hand, he often encounters conflict between the rich and nobles. On the other hand, not only does he have a butler who studies black magic in his house, but there's also a beyonder with mysterious powers nearby. By the way, what's her name? Hazel. Zio was searching for Don Dantes' carriage and hiding beneath it when her gaze suddenly froze. "Furs, look. That person's behavior is a little abnormal." Furs followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black suit. He was pacing back and forth on the edge of the street, looking anxious and impatient. "What's wrong?" Furs didn't have the time to observe carefully and ask directly. Zio gave a simple answer. "He's dressed like a respectable gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. It's as though they haven't been polished in a while. As you know, Bakeland is very dusty. Also, he'll touch his armpit from time to time. I'm willing to bet that there's a pistol hidden there. Apart from that, his expression and posture indicate that he's abnormal." They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Pay attention to this person and protect Mr. Dantes. All right." As Furs found it troublesome, she was also rather intrigued. Hence, she retreated to a spot with some cover and paid close attention to the entrance of Intis Serenzo restaurant. 20 to 30 seconds later, Don Dantes and Mock's family walked out. They bade each other farewell and prepared to head to their respective carriages. At this moment, a 2-wheeled carriage charged over from the street at an extremely fast speed. as though it would topple at any moment. The horse that pulled the carriage had a crazed look in its eyes, as though it had suffered a fright. In its panic, it slammed into the entrance of Intis Cerenzo restaurant. One of Mock's bodyguards went forward in an attempt to subdue the startled horse, while the other protected the member of parliament, his wife, and his daughter as they retreated to the side. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been pacing back and forth approached from behind. He took out a revolver and aimed it at Mock's head with a warped expression. Klein raised his right hand indiscernibly before retracting it. He didn't do anything. With a nimble leap, he dodged the startled horse. At the same time, Furs, who was hiding to the side, gently clasped her hand and pulled it to the side. The attacker's feet suddenly went limp as though he had tripped over something. He fell to the ground and didn't have the time to fire. In his anxiety, he propped himself up with his hand and leaped up. He was about to fire wildly without aiming. However, he didn't touch anything when he pulled the trigger. His revolver had already fallen to the ground beside Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the startled horse were subdued by the bodyguards. "Why did you attack me?" Mock held back his tumultuous emotions as he took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. The middle-aged man immediately roared with laughter as he shouted with a deranged expression, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Talk about air pollution. Talk about using anthracite coal. My factory went bankrupt, my child died from an illness, and my wife committed suicide. P.S. Update first. I was jet-lagged yesterday, so I was extremely sleepy. I didn't write or stockpiled any chapters. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. Also, to thank your loyal servant, Wang Kai, for tipping this life's Silver Alliance members. Here's a recommendation from you, Light Chaser in the City. Chapter 882. Lord of the Mysteries is stuck. Applying for leave for 1 chapter. Currently typing. Please wait a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 883. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's shout and seeing his warped expression, Hazel's eyes that were filled with anger and hatred gradually froze, melting into a look of confusion and confusion. It wasn't only her. Mocked, Ma, Amriana, and Don Dantes similarly fell silent. No one spoke for a moment. Even Furs, who was hiding behind something, lost her excitement. She no longer had a strong sense of justice. After about 10 seconds, Mocked stopped looking at the assailant. He turned his head and said to his bodyguard, "Leave one of you here to watch the scene and the prisoner. One of you stay here and guard the scene and the prisoner. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused for a second and turned to his valet. "Inform the reporters from a few newspapers to come and interview this matter." After making the initial arrangements, the Member of Parliament surveyed the area and noticed that many passers-by were attempting to gather over to see what had happened. Following that, he looked at Don Dantes and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry for making you experience such danger. I never expected the matter to develop to such a state. We actually considered the actual situation of factory owners and coal mine owners, and we provided them with some assistance and transitional plans. Who knew? Coming up with a plan is one thing, but carrying it out is another. When the remediation of atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally urgent, with immense pressure from all sides, it's no surprise that a one-size-fits-all solution would appear." Klein sighed and said in a self-deprecating manner, "Don't worry about my feelings. Don't mind my feelings too much. I've been through more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, he was talking about his business encounters in the southern continent's West Balam. But in fact, he was recalling Magos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn, the terrifying meteorite that fell from the sky, Cynthia, who wanted to give birth to Admiral Amirius's child, and the Rose School Angel and charismatic order monster that caused the mountain outside biome to collapse. Compared to all of that, what had just happened was like a drop of rain that fell from the sky. There was no need to care about it. In consideration of Zio, Miss Magician's 2 bodyguards, and Hazel's existence, Klein didn't even take action. All he did was dodge, as an experienced person would. What he paid attention to was if there would be a storm. Mocked sighed and nodded. I can tell that you're very calm. I used to doubt what you said, but now I really believe it. All right, Dwayne, let's go back. Leave the rest to the police. If there's a need to take a statement, they'll come to your house to complete it. Klein nodded and said to Mock's family, that's right. Pay attention to your safety. Mock nodded solemnly and sighed once again. Bakelin's social season has just begun, and this happened. Cherish the peace now. The mark of Bakelin's social season is the return of the House of Lords. It seems to have only begun last weekend. And this week, there have been 2 consecutive incidents. The framing of Baron Sindres and the attack on Member of Parliament Mocked. Amidst his thoughts, Klein didn't stop as he walked to his carriage with the clearly afraid valet, Richardson. After sitting in it, Klein silently exhaled as he watched the scenery outside slowly recede. He half closed his eyes. He was temporarily unable to determine if Beyonder powers were involved in the attack. This was because every step was something an ordinary person could complete, and the middle-aged man's reason was sufficient. There was no need to deliberately fabricate it. Klein believed that in Bakeland there were more than one former factory owner or unemployed employee who had such an encounter. The only thing that left him puzzled was why the target of the attack was Mocked. Although this House of Commons Member of Parliament was indeed a supporter and advocate of the remediation of atmospheric pollution, often giving speeches in Parliament and accepting interviews from time to time, he was definitely not the person who attracted the most attention during the bill's introduction. In comparison, the members of the kingdom's National Atmospheric Pollution Council were more likely to be chosen as targets for revenge. Klein leaned against the carriage wall and slowly opened his eyes. He saw that it was already late into the night with overlapping clouds and heavy rain. He once again sensed that the whirlpool beneath Bakelin's calm surface was growing in size and intensity. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm slightly and touched his pocket. It contained what seemed to be a letter from Frank Lee and an unknown species of mushrooms. Klein really wanted to return home and enter the world above the gray fog. He wanted to use the newly obtained mushroom to communicate with Creeping Hunger so that he could use the sealed artifact again. With the storm brewing, he believed that he needed to recover his peak combat strength as soon as possible. And in this aspect, Creeping Hunger was absolutely necessary. Unfortunately, he still had 2 Beyonder bodyguards by his side. He had to try his best not to head above the gray fog. I clearly don't need protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my movements. How helpless of a tycoon! Klein sighed inwardly as he picked up the black tea that Richardson had just prepared. He took a light sip as his facial muscles immediately tensed up before relaxing again. Klein looked down and discovered that the black tea had twice the usual amount of lemon slices. He discreetly swept a glance at Richardson and saw that his valet looked a little dazed, as though he was still immersed in the shock from the assault. As cowardly as ever, Klein evaluated inwardly as he placed the porcelain teacup on the table. Late at night, 39 Buckland Street, Member of Parliament Mock's house. Hazel sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the gray rat squatting on the powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Did my father do something wrong?" He was clearly pushing for a good thing. Nothing is beneficial to everyone. There will always be those who suffer losses. At such times, the corresponding bill or plan needs to be considered, compensated, and helped. If your father did such a thing, the problem doesn't lie with him. On the contrary, it only means that he's cold and cruel, the rat said in a perfunctory manner. Hazel thought carefully for a few seconds before her expression relaxed. She then said, "During dinner, I sensed that there was an extremely valuable item hidden in a cabinet in the room. But when I opened it later, I didn't find anything." The rat was startled for a moment. That might be Don, Dantes' bodyguard. He was recently involved in a suicide case, and it's said to involve Baron Sindres. It's normal for him to hire bodyguards to protect him in secret. The bodyguard in the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers and carry a mystical item, so you sensed it? Hazel nodded gently and accepted the explanation. She subconsciously muttered to herself, "I wonder what kind of supernatural powers those bodyguards have." After saying that, she cast a puzzled glance at the gray rat. "How did you know that Don Dantes was involved in a troublesome case?" The mouse squeaked and said, "My current state is perfect for eavesdropping on other people's discussions." As it spoke, it looked in the direction of 160 Buckland Street as its eyes shimmered. Furs, who was taking turns sleeping, felt herself floating into an ancient and majestic palace. It was filled with all sorts of beyonder ingredients and mystical items, and there were even 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she wasn't able to take any of them away. These items were sealed by an invisible force. Furs looked around in a bid to find a way to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol engraved on the dome. This was a symbol formed from the combination of fate and concealment. Find an item with this symbol engraved on it, and I'll be able to open the seal on a treasure trove. Furs immediately came to this realization as she jolted awake. She realized that she was curled up on the carpet in the room, covered by a thin silk blanket. She and Zio didn't dare sleep in the reclining chair, afraid that Don Dantes, who often sat there, would notice that something was amiss, rubbing her temples. Furs sat up and saw Zio leaning against the wall that led to the master bedroom. She was seriously monitoring her surroundings. "I feel like there's a secret hidden here. I had a strange dream. I dreamed of exaggerated treasures and complicated symbols," Furs said with a frown as she walked towards Zio. As an astrologer, her intuition told her that there was something wrong with the dream. Zio suppressed her doubts when she saw Furs's serious expression. After some thought, she said, "Perhaps there really is a secret. I once heard a proverb that belongs to the mysterious world. It goes like this: when a beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there's bound to be a second one." Ignoring the butler who still can't determine if there's any beyonder powers, that Miss Hazel is the first beyonder element. Nearby her, or rather, this street, there should be a second one. Furs nodded gently and said with a smile, "However, this has nothing to do with us. Tomorrow evening, we'll be able to collect our payment and our bodyguard mission and leave this place. The most pitiful one is ultimately Don Dantes. He's innocent and ordinary, but he has no choice but to interact with troublesome matters and beyonder elements." Having said that, Furs looked at Zio and joked, "Quick, say it." Quickly say it. "May the goddess bless him." "I am a believer of steam and machinery. I can't do that." Zio seriously considered it for 2 seconds before drawing the crimson moon on her chest. She piously whispered, "May the goddess bless Mr. Don Dantes." Furs had completely shaken off her drowsiness. She covered her mouth and yawned. "I'll walk around the house and patrol it. Wait 15 minutes before sleeping." "All right." Zio was clearly more energetic than Furs. Furs immediately turned to the door, reached out her hand to press on the wall, and arrived at the corridor. Just as she was about to walk to the stairs, she suddenly sensed a slight commotion coming from the room where Don Dantes' valet slept. Furs's eyes darted around slightly as she cautiously approached. She opened a tiny door on the wall and peeked in. She then saw Richardson dancing a somewhat crazy and mysterious dance. Spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Furs knit her brows as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance. She watched as he softly prayed to the god of death to protect him from various dangers. When everything was over, Furs clicked her tongue and shook her head. Poor Mr. Dantes. P.S. Update first, then change later. Chapter 884. After returning to the room with the balcony, Furs looked at Zio, who was leaning against the wall. "What do you think I saw?" "That valet, Dantes' valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing and praying just now. Zio suddenly widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. For Mr. Dantes, it is only a question at the back of the list. Ah, that manservant named Richardson clearly has the blood of the southern continent. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he secretly worships the god of death. Furs replied with a smile, that's right. I know. I just think this is very interesting. Isn't there a little too many people around Don Dantes who have secrets? If one day I discover that apart from him, all the creatures in this house, including the housekeeper, maid, gardener, carriage driver, earthworms, bugs, and rats, are related to mystery and beyonders, I don't think I'll be too surprised. I'll be able to easily accept this fact. Zio rolled her eyes at her friend again. If that's the case, then Mr. Don Dantes won't be a simple person. He's surrounded by beyonders and beyonder creatures. It can only mean that he might be the son of an evil god or an angel on earth. Without waiting for Furs to divert the topic, Zio changed the topic. Didn't you just say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious at all? Why haven't you considered what it represents and whether or not it really exists? Furs chuckled. This kind of dream usually means a lot of trouble and danger. I'll think about it when I have the chance to meet that symbol in the future. Although she said that, what she was really thinking was, there's quite a problem with this dream. Who knows if there's a conspiracy behind it? I'll head to the tarot next week and seek advice from Mr. the Hanging Man, Ma, Hermit, and Mr. World before deciding what to do. They are all experienced and powerful beyonders, so they might have similar experiences. You've matured quite a bit. Zio nodded slightly. Exerting strength in her back, she bounced off the wall and walked towards where Furs had been sleeping. Mature. Furs snickered and leaned closer to her friend. She straightened her back and looked down at her hair. Without waiting for Zio to get angry, she sighed again. You're the one who's matured. I still remember this time last year. You relied on your intuition and your fists for arbitration. You would make mistakes and lose your way from time to time. You're much better now. Zio was taken aback as she lay down on her side and wrapped the thin blanket around her. With her back facing Furs, she mumbled, "The main reason I got lost was because of you." Furs laughed dryly and nodded thoughtfully. This is an inherent characteristic of the apprentice pathway. It has nothing to do with me. Yes. Seeing that Zio was already lying down, she walked to the wall of the master bedroom and seriously became a bodyguard. The night receded bit by bit as the sky gradually lit up. After Klein woke up and had his breakfast, he received 2 visits from the police and a batch of reporters. Some of them were here for the further investigation of Quarren's suicide, while others wanted to know more details about Member of Parliament Mock's attack. Under Walter's arrangements, Don Dantes met them one after another and quickly settled the matters. In the afternoon, Mock suddenly came to him and hurriedly said to Klein, "Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis." Accompany me to the club for a round of tennis. He had joined several clubs, but there was only one that intersected with Don Dantes. East Balham Military Veterans Club. Is he going to seal the deal on the firearms deal? Klein understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He immediately got his valet, Richardson, to get his coat, top hat, and cane. He took his carriage and followed the Member of Parliament to the unique sand-yellow building in Hillston Borough. After entering the club, it was the same room as before. Klein once again met the donkey-faced Colonel Calvin of the Ministry of Defense. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes out of habit, Calvin finally got down to business. He looked at Don Dantes and chuckled. "I heard from Mocked that you can fork out £20,000 in one go. Although it's a little forceful, it's indeed doable," Klein replied with the corners of his mouth curling up. Calvin nodded in satisfaction and said after some thought, "I won't need £20,000 for the time being. The batch of firearms, ammunition, and a small number of cannons prepared for you will be in a warehouse in East Balham. There aren't many of them, and it's enough to arm 3,000 to 4,000 people. According to the scrapping price, it'll be £10,000 at most. Of course, you have to give me £15,000. He didn't hide anything, as though this was a norm within the Rouen army. No problem. Klein nodded with a calm expression. Calvin chuckled. Very good. Macht has a good eye. If you want to do business in this area, you absolutely can't be stingy. That batch of firearms is worth at least £20,000 in West Balham. If you can find a suitable buyer and use your experience there, you can definitely sell it for £30,000 or more. By the way, the transportation and storage fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 people to assist you. Indeed, there are overseers. Klein listened intently, feeling that he needed to urge Admiral of Stars and Donnas to quickly provide him with information on West Balham. He pondered for a moment and said, Roughly, when will it begin? There's still another 2 weeks before the batch of firearms is placed in the corresponding warehouse. It's up to you to decide when to begin. Yes, you don't have to pay in full. Pay £8,000 to £10,000 first, and you can pay the rest when the matter is over. Calvin put on a look as though he was very amicable. 2 weeks later, it's almost the end of the month. I definitely have to attend the Snake of Fate's birth banquet before leaving. I'm still waiting for his umbilical cord blood. Klein's thoughts raced. I need to make some preparations. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July. After Calvin and Macht exchanged looks, they rubbed their palms together. No problem. Outside East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse, Zio and Furs were hiding on the roof of a nearby building, monitoring the people around them. Zio knew very well that there were quite a number of Beyonders in the club, so she didn't dare let Furs sneak in with her to provide close-range protection for Don Dantes. All she could do was wait outside. Thankfully, this is Bakeland. Even if there's no fog in the season, there won't be a lack of clouds. The sun isn't too strong, otherwise my skin would definitely turn red from the sun, Furs mumbled as she hid in the shadows. Just as Zio was about to say something, she suddenly saw a carriage drive to the club's back door. It was brown in color and had a symbolic coat of arms. The coat of arms' main body was a flower and a ring. Viscount Stratford's carriage. Zio silently muttered to herself as she hurriedly widened her eyes and focused her attention. She then saw the familiar yet unfamiliar figure alight the carriage and enter the East Balham Military Veterans Clubhouse under the escort of a few bodyguards. What's wrong? Furs sensed her friend's abnormality. Zio didn't hide it, as she frankly said, I saw Viscount Stratford. I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. That captain of the Royal Guards. Furs asked in surprise. Yes. Zio nodded heavily. Furs turned agape, wishing to say something, but she didn't know what to say. All she could do was look around and pretend to monitor the abnormality. After a while, they saw Don Dantes walk out. In the afternoon, 160 Buckland Street had another visitor. This time, it was the Coim Company's major shareholder, Ma Mary. I am very sorry that my request has embroiled you in this trouble. I never expected Baron Sindres to do such a thing. Poor Quarren. He's planning on bringing his family to Winter County for the summer, Mary Short said apologetically and angrily. Klein replied calmly, I agree with your views on Quarren. I agree with you about Karen. He's really unfortunate. However, this matter might not have been done by Baron Sindres. This might very well be a trap targeted at him. Ma, and Mary nodded solemnly. I've heard of this speculation. It's said that the police are planning on hiring a powerful forensic doctor to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues. The latter half of her sentence was automatically replaced in Klein's ears with the police are planning on hiring a powerful spirit medium from the Church of Evernight to dissect the corpse and search for missing clues. I wonder what I'll discover. Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess bless Quarren in peace. The true murderer who murdered him will definitely be punished. Ma, and Mary replied with the same etiquette. In order to prevent you from being affected by this matter, I plan on purchasing your shares ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000 on top of the current highest price. You don't have to worry about my funds. I've been busy recently borrowing money from the bank. Klein sighed with a smile. I'm very grateful for your good intentions, but if you want to discuss the early transfer of shares, you have to go to the church. I've already donated it to them. I plan on using the income to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. This was the first time Ma and Mary was hearing this news. She was momentarily shocked and speechless. After a full 10 seconds, she quietly exhaled. I'm very impressed with your character, your generosity, and your wisdom. As she spoke, the way she looked at Don Dantes had an additional hint of admiration. Klein modestly gave all the credit to the goddess. Then he paused and asked with a serious expression. Following a pause, he asked with a serious expression, Ma, and Mary, I have a question I wish to hear your answer. When you decided to go against Baron Sindres to protect your control over the coin company, was it purely out of your feelings, or was it because of someone else's persuasion? Madame Mary frowned slightly and replied frankly, Their advice to me was to make me give up. Klein immediately fell silent and didn't continue the topic. After chatting about Member of Parliament Mock's assault, he sent the lady off 160 Buckland Street. After dinner, his butler, Walter, came to the semi-open room with the balcony and said to his employer, who was sitting in a reclining chair, Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been sent off. The total cost for 3 days is £300, not including the food provided. He's finally gone. Klein suddenly relaxed and nodded in approval of the butler's reply. Following that, he eagerly entered the master bedroom, prepared to take out the mushrooms Frank Lee had sent him and bring them above the gray fog to communicate with creeping hunger. When he arrived in front of the desk where mushroom was hidden, he saw a letter on top of it, which was pressed down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up in puzzlement, tore it open, and quickly scanned through it. His expression immediately turned odd. Mr. Dantes, we are the bodyguards you hired. We discovered something over the past few days and believe there's a need to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom while you were having dinner and left this letter. Chapter 885. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet secretly believes in death. There are people with supernatural powers in your neighborhood. The street you live in might have some secrets that make people have strange dreams. You should be able to understand the meaning of certain words, so we won't explain further. May the goddess bless you. Klein looked at the letter in his hand, momentarily unsure if he should laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but make a self-deprecating remark. Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really pitiful, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what it describes, shaking his head with a smile. Klein held the letter in one hand and suddenly shook it to the side. A scarlet flame soared up and engulfed the piece of paper. Regardless, Miss Sayo and Miss Magicians are rather kind. The only problem is that I know everything they've warned me about, and I know the whole story better than they do. As Klein mumbled, he rummaged for the mushrooms he had previously hidden. There were a total of 4 types. One was dried products that could react with water and fish. There were 3 of them. The second was a new variety with a golden cap that emitted the fragrance of flower. The third was white with black spots. It was puffy and swollen, as though there was liquid flowing inside. It was filled with the smell of milk. The fourth had a strange organ that resembled gills on both sides. Its surface was covered with fine but soft scales. Klein swept his gaze at the mushrooms, took out a gold coin, flicked it upwards, and caught it firmly. After confirming the results, he took off the ordinary gloves he had previously worn. Naked, he grabbed the 3 new mushrooms in an attempt to verify something that Frank Lee hadn't mentioned. The sensation was normal. There were no changes to the mushrooms. Klein immediately heaved a sigh of relief, no longer worried that the danger they posed exceeded the limits. He had previously been afraid that these mushrooms would immediately spread their roots, devour, and spread their spores the moment they came into contact with flesh and blood. Perhaps it's because the gas wall lamps are relatively bright, or perhaps these mushrooms have lost most of their activity after being plucked. They can only be revived under special conditions, such as the environment of a creature's stomach. With the spirit of proof, Klein drew all the heavy curtains in the master bedroom and extinguished all the gas wall lamps. Then he picked up the new species of mushrooms with his bare hands and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. They did not suck his flesh and blood. After doing this, Klein lit up the wall lamps again and set up a ritual to sacrifice the mushrooms above the gray fog. Sitting at the fool's seat, he wasn't in a hurry to summon creeping hunger. He first let the metal bottle containing his blood fly onto the long bronze table. Then he poured a drop of blood on the table and pushed the 3 new mushrooms there. In just a second, the parts of the mushrooms that were close to the blood suddenly softened and wriggled to wrap around it. Dense, needle-like hairs grew out from the area of contact. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he watched. He directly used some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to suppress all the mushrooms. Then he let the drop of blood fly back into the metal bottle and closed the lid. He had a general understanding of the characteristics of these mushrooms. Without wasting any more time, he beckoned for creeping hunger to fly over from the junk pile. Holding the thin, human-skinned glove, Klein placed it on the table and released the shackles on the mushrooms. Then he saw creeping hunger use its 5 fingers as support to forcefully stand up and quickly retreat like it was playing a piano. "Do you know fear now?" Klein revealed a friendly smile and pressed down on the human-skinned glove, gifting it with some of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. Then he used his other hand to grab a mushroom and moved it towards creeping hunger. The human-skinned glove struggled with all its might, but to no avail. It actually began to tremble. Klein paused his hand that was holding the mushroom and chuckled softly. "Are you still going to praise the true creator at any time?" The creeping hunger continued to struggle and did not respond. Klein thought for a moment and relented. "I'll allow you to praise him once a day, early in the morning or in the evening." Creeping hunger's struggle weakened, but it didn't stop. "TSK." Klein continued communicating without batting an eyelid. "Then 3 times a day. Praise him at breakfast, lunch, and dinner times. However, you have to remind me beforehand." After creeping hunger struggled for a while, it suddenly laid down on the table and stopped moving. After another round of communication, Klein successfully came to an agreement with creeping hunger on this problem. However, the need to eat humans every day was an item's instinct. It couldn't be weakened by too much just through communication. He still had to wait for Aztec to provide an effective seal. All Klein could do at the moment was to allow creeping hunger to be carried around without eating humans. However, it had to be replenished with food within 24 hours. How troublesome! Thankfully, after creeping hunger fused with Mr. A and mushrooms, its living characteristics have been enhanced. Otherwise, there's really no way for me to communicate in such detail. Klein sighed as he did the corresponding divination on recent events and came to the conclusion that he wasn't in any danger. He also preliminarily confirmed that Quarren's suicide had to be under influence. After busying himself, he left the world above the gray fog and returned to the real world to continue waiting for Mr. Aztec's reply. On Saturday night, the formally dressed Klein arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with his valet, Richardson, in a carriage to participate in the charity gala held by the Church of Evernight. After passing through the main entrance, he was led to a hall by the priest. There was a shrine with the sacred emblem that represented the Evernight goddess inside. There were a few small crystal chandeliers hanging down from above. In front of them were slender candles, as well as metal round lids that were placed upside down and filled with wax. At that moment, they had all been ignited, illuminating the hall in a bright and clean manner. It had a sense of holiness to it. Klein looked over and saw neatly arranged chairs and guests dressed in extraordinary attire. Among them, women were mainly divided into two types. One was dressed in either bright or dark clothes. They were bold and open, allowing one to see large patches of fair skin in front of their chests and their arms. The other was dressed in fresh colors and rather conservative clothes. Even their collarbones could be vaguely seen, and some were even covered. According to what Klein knew in the Kingdom of Rouen, this meant the difference between married and unmarried. Widows and divorced women could choose between the two types of attire, but the former's colors were as dark as possible. Apart from these, Klein also saw shiny necklaces, exquisite earrings, and all kinds of precious accessories. Compared to the balls and banquets held by Member of Parliament Macht and himself, the guests here were clearly more grandiose. Walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishop, Member of Parliament Macht, and company whom he knew as they made small talk. At that moment, a voice sounded from the door. Many guests cast their gazes over as they smiled and went over. Klein looked over as his eyes lit up before they froze. At the entrance of the hall, the most eye-catching person was a girl with lustrous blonde hair that gently draped over her shoulders. Her green eyes were as beautiful as gems, but they also seemed to hide a whirlpool on the surface of the sea. It made it impossible for anyone to look away. Her facial features were beautiful, and she had an outstanding bearing. Her looks were flawless, making it difficult for the men and women present to notice what style of dress she was wearing or whose accessories she wore. However, Klein had noticed her collarbone necklace. A round and flawless pearl happened to be embedded at the intersection of her two collarbones. It softened the contours of her neck, giving her a pure and charming feeling. Klein had seen her before and knew her. She was Miss Justice of Tarot. Back then, with the help of the magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her. Suddenly, Klein looked away, not daring to take another look. This was an instinctive reaction. The main reason was that he knew that Miss Justice was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. If he garnered her attention, it was very easy for her to read his true thoughts and hidden secrets from his changes in expression, body language, and aura. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Klein forcefully turned his head back and continued, casting his gaze at Miss Justice's face. He realized that the problem with his avoidance was even bigger and more obvious. How could a gentleman who liked women of different styles not take a few more looks at such an abnormally beautiful girl when he encountered her? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular gentleman. His sideburns are already a little white. His looks and bearing aren't bad. He appears to have a lot of depth. This should be the Don Dantes who donated more than £10,000 in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. His reaction just now was a little strange, as though he was hiding something. To Audrey, it was normal for Don Dantes to look away. She had encountered too many similar situations in the past. Some men would subconsciously turn their heads and look to the side after seeing her, as though they were afraid of being discovered by her. They were afraid of making eye contact with her, afraid of exposing the moment of intoxication that surfaced. Therefore, what was strange about Don Dantes wasn't that he had moved his gaze away, but that he had turned his gaze back. In addition, Audrey felt that the most problematic point was that this gentleman wasn't astonished but surprised. What is he surprised about? What is he hiding? With this question and a faint smile on her face, Audrey followed her parents and brother to greet the people who crowded over. Seeing that Miss Justice wasn't paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he thought, I have to be careful later. I have to act the role of Don Dantes well. I can't let the spectator notice anything amiss. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I have to think of a good reason for my abnormal reaction just now. Miss Justice is indeed a young lady from a powerful, noble family. I wonder what her name is. I'll ask Macht or Bishop Electra later. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. He hurriedly followed his spiritual intuition and swept his gaze to the door. In the shadows outside the door, a golden retriever was silently squatting there. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 886. When the golden retriever's serene gaze came into view from the shadow, Klein's forehead twitched indiscernibly. He did not hide the fact that he was a little frightened. He naturally turned his gaze away and looked at Miss Justice's group. How scary! Why is this dog hiding in a corner for no reason? Why is it hiding in the shadows? It seemed to be looking at everyone in the hall. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal. She had once sought Mr. the Hanging Man's advice. Could it be this golden retriever? One was in the light, while the other was in the dark. Which actor would be able to handle it? In high society, the spectators aren't limited to Miss Justice and company. She joined the psychological alchemy under the guidance of other nobles. I think she's the sister of Madame Duke of Negan? As Klein lampooned and analyzed, he walked towards Mock's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Those who came in just now seem to be very noble?" Mock glanced at Don Dantes and chuckled. "The Earl of Eastchester's family. You can directly call him the Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Lady Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You've met him." Upon hearing Mock's introduction, Klein suddenly felt a sense of shame. This was because he had indeed seen Hibbert Hall at a ball hosted by the other party, but he hadn't paid any attention to this lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have questioned which noble he was from. Alarmed by Miss Justice's sudden appearance, Klein maintained his smile as he listened. Mock continued, "That's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. For the past 2 years, she's been known as the most dazzling jewel in Bakeland. This is very realistic, isn't it?" Without waiting for Don Dantes to respond, he tactfully said, "Among her suitors are princes, dukes' heirs, and many noble lords and gentlemen." Mock's hidden meaning was very clear. It was to tell a fellow like him, who had a wide range of interests in women, to not have any thoughts about this lady. She was a target that he couldn't touch. However, another thought flashed through Klein's mind. So Miss Justice is the daughter of Earl Hall. It's no wonder she's so rich. It's no wonder she never haggles. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. He's the most influential member of the House of Lords and one of the hereditary nobles. His wealth is only slightly greater than Baron Syndra's, even if Miss Justice isn't able to inherit the title and family business. The assets she receives would still be worth at least £100,000. Coupled with her looks, background, and personality, she's indeed the best candidate for the royal family and nobles to marry. However, her continuous purchase of mystical items doesn't look like she only has a few £100,000. Can this be reimbursed? I also want to rely on my father. As his thoughts raced, Klein smiled in response to Mock's reminder. I've heard all sorts of rumors about Miss Audrey, but I've realized today that they aren't too exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince, nor am I the heir to the titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, or Viscount. Otherwise, I would also be one of her suitors. He was implicitly expressing that he knew his own identity and position. Mock didn't continue the topic as he began introducing Don Dantes to some of the guests he knew, truly bringing him into high society. Of course, the greatest help in this matter was the Church of Evernight. Without the charity gala they held for the Bursary Foundation, Mock wouldn't have been able to bring Don Dantes directly to those people of high status. Marquis Rosent, Earl Gross, Viscount Lochran. The aristocratic believers of the goddess exchanged a few pleasantries with Don Dantes, all of them in a rather cordial manner. Before Mock finished his introductions, an elder walked in. He wore a black clergyman robe with red accents. On his chest were 5 dark sacred emblems. His face was clean without a beard, and his eyes were deep, dark, and serene, including Earl Hall. Everyone turned to face the elder and bowed respectfully. "Good evening, Your Excellency, Saint Anthony." This elder was one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight, Saint Anthony Stevenson. He was the person in charge of the Bacolin diocese, a member of the upper echelons of the church in the truest sense of the word. The moment Klein saw the archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled. He couldn't help but find it hard to hide it. It was as though he had returned to his youth, walking on a village path without any street lamps. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have such an intense reaction. He immediately understood that the horror St. Anthony brought about was something that could be sensed more clearly the stronger one's spirituality was. He hurriedly entered cogitation in an attempt to converge it. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already revealed a smile. He surveyed the area and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the Lady! Praise the Lady! All the guests participating in the charity gala responded. With the arrival of the archbishop, Macht stopped introducing the remaining guests to Klein because the gala had officially begun. According to the usual practice, everyone first sat in their seats and piously prayed to the goddess for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral's choir walked to the front of the altar and used an ethereal and orderly song that could cleanse one's soul to praise the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Bishop Electra was instructed by St. Anthony to come to the side where the choir had been standing. There was a wooden platform with all sorts of books placed on it. Thank you for coming. Your character is like the resplendent stars in the silent night. Bishop Electra said a few polite words before saying, Our establishment of a bursary foundation for the poor stemmed from Mr. Don Dantes' suggestion. He is a true noble gentleman. His piety and character are impeccable, making him a role model. Let's invite Mr. Don Dantes to give us a short speech. Although Klein was already prepared, he still gasped when he heard the last sentence. This wasn't like usual. There were 2 or even more spectators. It wasn't a place where he could brag as he wished. The content of the speech had to be sufficiently real to prevent anyone from noticing that he was lying or using fake examples. Pressing down on the clothes at his abdomen, he quickly stood up and walked to the wooden platform while buttoning his suit. After coming to the back of the wooden platform, he found his footing and surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, clergymen, and high-ranking government employees. He smiled and said, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I'm being looked at by so many people of high status. I was once active in the areas where the poor gathered and the chaotic southern continent. Because of that, I saw many things. There was a little girl who started helping her mother make matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, her family wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread after they paid their rent. The rye bread they ate had a lot of wheat bran. Occasionally, they would bite on gravel and pebbles. They were so hard that they could use them as sticks to attack others. As this young lady gradually grew up, although she was very tired every day and her family didn't have any extra money, she still yearned for the night school organized by the church. She hoped to learn how to read and grasp knowledge, because she knew that only by doing so could she not continue her present life. Only then could she not starve, wear clothes that could truly withstand the cold, and not go to a factory with terrible conditions. Dying in her 20s, Klein selected the experiences of the poor children he had seen, combined them together, and spoke with sincerity. He could clearly see that the ladies more or less revealed looks of pity. Some of the girls' eyes even shimmered, such as Audrey Hall. What an easily moved child. My performance comes from the bottom of my heart. I can even move myself, much less the audience. However, most of the gentlemen weren't moved much. Some likely already understand the situation of the poor, while others don't care about people of low status. Klein swept his gaze and continued, Our industry is developing. Our industry is developing and will definitely need more literate workers in the future. Our election conditions are being relaxed, and those who are eligible to vote in the future will definitely include the majority of educated people. Out of pity for these poor children and my expectations for the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all of my company shares to the church to establish a scholarship fund for the poor, allowing them to have a chance to enter the true temple of knowledge after attending the free night school. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, nodded when he heard that. He was the first to raise his hands and clap gently. Amidst the warm applause, Klein returned to his seat. Bishop Electra went forward and announced, Mr. Don Dantes' donated shares are worth £15,000. The shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantes donated are worth £15,000. We will use it to establish a lone charity bursary foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with his ideas and sympathize with children who yearn for knowledge, you can participate in this foundation. As he spoke, he pointed to the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze, pressed the corner of her eyes, and turned her head to her father. Dad, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you? As she spoke, she quickly summarized the situation she had just observed in her mind. Don Dantes likely led a life at the bottom of society. His sympathy, pity, and speech are all very real. Those poor children are really pitiful. When the bishop mentioned that the shares are worth £15,000, the corners of his mouth curled up unnaturally. It's obvious that his heart aches for the money. However, the sincerity of his donation doesn't seem fake. This can only mean that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he also loves kindness. What was the reason for his surprise and attempt to hide it when he saw me? He's seen me somewhere, but he doesn't know who I am. But there's no need to hide it. He recognized my necklace as a mystical item, so he was surprised. Later on, he tried to hide it? If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder. Furthermore, his sequence isn't too low. I'll ask Susie when I get back. Perhaps she noticed other details. She's hiding in the dark and won't be guarded against, allowing her to discover more. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father, Earl Hall, take out a checkbook and a fountain pen with a smile. The amount he wrote was £10,000. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 887. £10,000. Audrey blinked as she expressed her surprise with a subtle change in expression. Without needing her to ask, Earl of Hall sensed her puzzlement and chuckled. He's a very knowledgeable person. Some of his ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore suffering just because it's an objective existence that can't be resolved for a long period of time. Audrey vaguely understood her father's words, but she felt that she didn't understand it clearly enough. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook from her handbag that matched her dress. She wrote down the number £1,000. This was a charity gala, and it was held in the cathedral's side hall. Therefore, there wouldn't be dancing or overly extravagant arrangements. There wouldn't be any serving men or maidservants accompanying them. There would only be simple self-help and donations. The ladies would undoubtedly bring their own bags. After the guests placed their checks into the donation box, they went to the two long tables on the two sides to get alcohol or simple food. They walked around the hall and conversed with others without sitting down. This was closer to a buffet. Klein followed Bishop Electra to St. Anthony's side and was introduced to the upper echelon of the Church of Evernight. St. Anthony smiled in response to Don Dantes' greeting and sized him up. Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. The goddess teaches us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are a sufficiently noble gentleman. To be frank, when facing this saint, Klein's heart was pounding. This was because any deity or beyonder that was related to the fate domain could possibly see the gray fog aura on him. For example, all members of the monster pathway or the Evernight goddess who wielded misfortune. And if St. Anthony was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway and had grasped beyonder powers related to misfortune, then it had to be said that there was a certain chance that he could tell that there was something wrong with Don Dantes. For this reason, Klein had gone above the gray fog for a divination before attending the charity gala, and he had obtained an answer that was risk-free. Since the goddess didn't say anything, her archbishop would probably pretend not to see anything even if her archbishop noticed something amiss. Klein replied with a warm smile. Recently, I've often come to the cathedral to pray and listen to Bishop Electra's sermons. I feel like my heart has been baptized, and even my soul seems to have been purified to a certain extent. That's why I can follow the teachings of the goddess and pass on beauty and hope to others." Saint Anthony nodded and said, "Yes." In front of the goddess, all believers are only distinguished by their character, whether they are nobles or commoners, men or women. They are all the same. May those who live in a bad place be free from fear and find peace. Praise the goddess. Klein and Electra then tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the goddess. Seeing that St. Anthony had turned to another believer, Klein prepared to go to the long table and get a glass of champagne to quench his thirst. At that moment, he saw a gentleman approaching. This gentleman's skin was a little loose, and his tummy was clearly bulging. However, one could tell that he was rather handsome in his youth. Even now, his blue eyes that had a smile in them and his beautiful mustache didn't make him look ugly. Klein had heard Mock's introduction and knew that he was Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords and a powerful banker. Of course, to him, this noble's most important identity was Miss Justice's father, and Audrey happened to be by his side, her bright eyes focused on Don Dantes as she waited for the interaction between gentlemen. This made Klein a little uncomfortable. I have to act in line with Don Dantes's persona, a person of ordinary birth who has worked hard to squeeze into high society would definitely be a little nervous and uneasy at this moment. A gentleman who loves beauties would inevitably be nervous and uneasy when faced with the most dazzling gem in Bakeland. However, he would subconsciously reveal his own knowledge, his charm, and his desire to express himself. Yes, a tycoon who has rich experiences and walked out of chaos definitely has a hidden pride, confidence, and confidence. Regardless of how he feels inside, he will try his best to remain calm on the surface. He will be respectful, but not humble. Klein's thoughts raced as a smile suffused his face. He bowed to the approaching Earl of Hall. "Honorable Count, I just happened to see your check. I admire your kindness and your benevolence, but you never flaunt them or tell others how much you have donated." Earl of Hull chuckled. "No, I'm not as good as you, because the price I've paid is far inferior to yours." What he was implying was that £15,000 might be a tenth or even a fifth of Don Dantes's total assets. £10,000 was only a thousandth or less to him. Clearly, the former had paid a higher price, and his willingness to pay was pure. From my point of view, as long as it can help the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates, all donations are sufficiently kind and benevolent. From this point of view, the difference between £10,000 and £15,000 is only £5,000. Klein tried his best to appear sincere as he deliberately glanced at the blonde girl who was listening by the side without leaving a trace. He knew that the normal without leaving a trace meant very obvious to a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile as she quietly listened to her father and Don Dantes's conversation. She didn't seem to notice the gentleman's peeping. This made Klein, who didn't receive any feedback, lose his confidence in his performance. Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Then let's keep our opinions to ourselves. It's not a bad thing. At the very least, we are praising each other. I can tell that you have had difficult times in the past and have experienced the lives of the poor." Klein nodded and said, "I don't avoid these past experiences. I don't shy away from the past. It's my precious treasure. And this is also what my friends and I lack." Earl of Hull smiled and nodded. "It's precisely because of this that you possess unique wisdom and views. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate with you in the future." "That's what I'm looking forward to as well," Klein replied in an appropriate and sincere manner. Earl of Hull pointed to the side. "Some friends are waiting for me. May your good deeds and your wealth increase." Klein didn't waste his breath as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the lady! Praise the lady!" Earl of Hull and Audrey tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. As he watched them walk past him and head elsewhere, Klein couldn't help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he tensed up again as he naturally looked around the hall, taking in the shadow of the door. The golden retriever remained crouched there, silent. On the carriage back to Empress Borough, Earl of Hull, who appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, suddenly turned his head to look at his daughter. "Audrey, didn't you previously say that you wanted to join a particular charity organization of the church? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation?" Audrey had already sensed that her father might have such thoughts back in the cathedral. At this moment, she appropriately showed surprise and confusion. "It's just a very small charity foundation," Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hull, argued for his sister. Earl of Hull smiled and shook his head. "I've asked a few bishops. The total donation for tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much?" Hibbert Hull furrowed his brows slightly and said as he thought, he said, "Bribe?" At the same time, Audrey also gave her opinion. "The sinking of knowledge and election qualifications?" Earl of Hull nodded and sighed. "Nothing is inevitable, including human beings and nobles." He then looked at Audrey and said with a smile, "You don't have to force yourself. You don't have to force yourself. I can find someone else to join this bursary foundation. I just hope that you can see more because of this. You won't see certain things as inevitable and will never change. If you miss this, there are other charity organizations." "Dad, I'll think about it," Audrey replied seriously. After hearing Don Dantes recount the stories of the poor, she already had the intention of joining the bursary foundation to raise donations, contact the government, and organize events. She was hesitant because she felt that there was something wrong with the middle-aged gentleman. After returning home, Audrey immediately got Susie and closed the door. "What do you think of Mr. Don Dantes?" Audrey asked directly. The golden retriever sat opposite her and thought for a moment before saying, "He seems to know you, or something on you. He seems to recognize you, or something on you. Also, he is acting most of the time. There are certain traces. He seems to be on guard against me. He is very sharp. Yes, I also noticed that he might be a beyonder. He acts very well, but it's still an act. However, that's very normal. When we socialize and face different people, we will play different roles and perform accordingly." Audrey thought and said, "The biggest problem is still why he was surprised when he saw me, to the point of being a little frightened. Also, he was actually involved in 2 cases, especially Baron Cinders's case. There seems to be some beyonder factor involved. There are signs of him being guided." Susie turned agape, but she couldn't find a definite explanation. All she could do was bark. Audrey changed her train of thought. I have to get someone to investigate Don Dantes. After confirming that there's nothing wrong with him, I'll join the bursary foundation. All right, it's almost Monday. I can entrust Furs and Mr. Moon on the tarot. They're both in Bakeland. Monday afternoon, 3:00. Dark red beams of light shot up from the magnificent palace, freezing into blurry figures. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and looked at the end of the long bronze table. She smiled and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Chapter 888. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of emotion. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding of Justice Audrey's relaxed, cheerful, and radiant tone. He understood where their essence originated from. However, Klein didn't feel envious or jealous because of this, believing that she lacked the tempering of hardship. Instead, he felt that it was really good to have such a lady exist in a world where the underlying rules were filled with chaos, distortion, and madness. A smile suffused his face as he nodded, slightly in response to Miss Justice's greeting. After the tarot members finished greeting each other, Katlia nudged her glasses, turned her body, and bowed at the blurry figure shrouded in gray fog at the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic is finally online again. Klein lampooned and said with a smile, "That's right." "Very good." A few seconds later, Katlia, who had obtained permission, conjured the diary pages and watched them jump into Mr. Fool's palm. Klein casually glanced at it and suddenly exclaimed in his heart. He discovered that the diary provided by Queen Mystic seemed to belong to the early days of Roselle the Great. It didn't seem like there was any important information. Normally speaking, in a situation where it's impossible to determine the importance of a diary, one would definitely prioritize the later diary entries. That way, the mystery of Roselle the Great's assassination can be maximized. I believe that Queen Mystic has the intelligence. As Klein wondered inwardly, he seriously read the first diary page. On the 21st of September, I arrived at St. Millom and officially began my first visit with the group. Faysac's weather is really a little cold. It's not even October, but it looks like it's going to snow soon. It's no wonder the specialties here are all kinds of coats and winter clothing. There's also strong alcohol. Damn, the height of the people here is really ridiculous, as expected of the country of the descendants of the giants. However, I still want to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight, I'm going to a tavern to get drunk with a beauty from Faysac. Upon seeing this, Klein suddenly suspected that Queen Mystic Bernadette had provided these diary pages to ask if she had an elder or younger brother of Faysac descent. Klein held back the clicking of his tongue in his heart and looked at the second diary entry. September 22nd. I think I blacked out. What happened last night? Where's my Faysac beauty? I've never drunk from her. The people from the embassy told me that the girls here can drink more than the guys. I'll have to control myself when I go to the tavern in the future. It'll be bad if some auntie picks up my corpse. The alcohol here is really strong. I've had a headache for the whole day. Fortunately, it's not my butt. Sleep early. We'll visit the Twilight Temple tomorrow, the 23rd of September. The great Twilight Hall was indeed magnificent, as if a legend had come to life. The building seemed to be completely prepared for the giants. As a heretic, I can only walk in circles outside. The square at the foot of the great Dust Temple is also filled with the fragrance of wine. There are quite a number of people here. Some are kneeling, some are sitting, and some are playing the bone flute. It gives off a melodious and open feeling. I got to know a Faysac man who plays the bone flute. Even compared to his compatriots, he's ridiculously tall. At a glance, he's nearly 3 meters tall. His name is Oneg, and he claims to be from one of the purest Faysac giant bloodlines. The way he plays the bone flute looks very melancholic, as though he doesn't belong here, yet he doesn't know where to go. He's even more like a poet than those fellows with intis who only know how to circle around women's skirts. Speaking of which, I can't help but lampoon. Those fellows actually take pride in diseases related to that aspect. It's completely disrupting the social market. I chatted with Oneg for a while and mentioned the question from before. He said that he was only missing his hometown. But the problem is that he's a typical St. Millom native. He has never left this place. Oneg didn't immediately answer me. He played the bone flute for a few more minutes before saying that what he missed was the source of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court in myths and legends. He told me that he and his fellow Faysac people often dream of tall mountains, huge city walls that are built upon them, palaces, towers, and all sorts of buildings that are forever bathed in the light of dusk. This is very similar to the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more unbelievable. It's even more epic and miraculous. There's no need for others to tell me that Oneg and his people are certain that this is the giant king's court. Towards the end of the conversation, Oneg slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He wanted to leave Faysac in search of the giant king's court, the homeland of his mind and soul. He believes that the easternmost region of the Sonia Sea might hide the path that leads to the giant king's court. He said that after thousands of years, the giants have never forgotten their homeland. Now, it's his turn to follow in the footsteps of his ancestors. This path will never stop unless it reaches the end. He played the bone flute again, gradually departing amidst the melodious but sorrowful melody. Hometown, hometown. Upon reading this, Klein felt that he had 100% resonance with the emperor's feelings for the first time. Although Roselle only wrote 3 words that seemed to repeat himself and didn't elaborate on his thoughts, Klein completely understood the emperor's emotions at that moment. This was because he and Roselle were like Oneg. They had a homeland of the mind and soul. With a sigh inwardly, Klein flipped to the second page of the diary. January 10th. Visited Sonia Island. This place is also known as the ancient Elven Island. It has a large number of elven ruins and traditions. I was alarmed on the first day. The elves actually know how to make blood curd. They actually like to eat animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks. Thinking about the elves on the murals, apart from a portion of them with blue hair, the rest of their outlines, hair color, and eyes are similar to the Asians on Earth. Could they be from my hometown? Yes, I had such suspicions back then. However, thinking about it, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate in one go. They're almost a race. I wonder if I'm overthinking things. It doesn't make sense that the lifestyle and food cutlery that can appear on Earth can't be produced here. Klein quickly read on with interest, wanting to know if Roselle had investigated the reason. January 13th. I've been busy collecting ancient relics and folklore, so I've forgotten to write a diary for a few days. Although many things have long been taken away by the various churches, I still obtained some valuable things. In all sorts of legends, there are records of elf king Sennaithrim inventing chopsticks and using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. There are stories of this ancient god being good at distinguishing spices. They all believe that he is the ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he brought his race from the western continent, which only existed in legends, to the northern continent. Could it be that this is my hometown, the first transmigrata? Then he produced a race? There's nothing an ancient god can't do, including having children. He seems to have a wife who's also an elf. I'm deep in thought. January 16th. Further investigations indicate that the elves might really have nothing to do with transmigrators. At the very least, they didn't leave behind any symbols related to Chinese or English. From the beginning to the end, they should have been using Elvish. This doesn't give me any sense of familiarity. Furthermore, those commonly seen inventions didn't appear before my arrival. It's the same for many famous sayings. What exists are only proverbs and fables with similar meanings and examples. At present, all the items and legends don't support my guess. This makes me a little disappointed, but I'm also relieved. If I were to encounter another or other transmigrator, I really wouldn't know how to deal with them. January 17th. I dreamed of a hometown that I had almost forgotten. As expected, the Emperor has given up on that guess. Klein flipped the page again and looked at the last diary entry. April 2nd. My daughter is smart. She can speak before she's even a year old. Although she's only learned a few words for now, I believe that her progress in the future won't be slow. She inherited this from me. No matter how I look, I feel that she's a little similar to me when I was on Earth. Could it be that the soul brings about a certain degree of inheritance? Let's just treat it as that. Bernadette, this name isn't bad. It sounds beautiful, but I keep having the urge to give her a Chinese nickname. Sigh, she won't be able to see her real grandparents. 3RD April. Yesterday, I suddenly had such thoughts that I nearly lost sleep. Thankfully, I know cogitation. However, this also makes me consider a problem. That is, should I teach Bernadette Chinese in private? No. If she were to understand the diary entries I wrote earlier, as her father, I might as well find a piece of tofu to kill myself. In my daughter's heart, a father has to be filled with glory. However, writing a diary in Chinese is the last tie between me and Earth and my past. My daughter should inherit this tie to a certain extent. April 6th. After a few days of consideration, I've decided to teach Bernadette 2 Chinese characters as special symbols. I'll tell her that this is a protective incantation her father gave her, and that she should remember it forever. She doesn't need to understand the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is remember it. These 2 Chinese characters are hometown. Home. Klein repeated the word again, his eyes even burning a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic Bernadette had chosen these 3 diary pages. It was because there were protective symbols her father had left behind for her. Hometown. At that moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. It flowed silently on the surface, but there were countless turbulent currents beneath it as they tumbled endlessly. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary disappear. He looked up at Katlia. "What's your question?"